Stupid microphone, okay. What's going on now? Finally get ready to start, then my microphone unplugs itself. And I've got to make sure it's working. One moment. Okay, should be live. Got a plate of dinner here as well. So I'm going to be eating during this one. Because why not? That's nice. Yeah, my mouth isn't going to be full the whole time. Just until I finish this. I was actually going to eat this and then start the live stream after, but I couldn't be bothered because I had nothing to watch. I couldn't think of anything to watch to have my dinner with, so I just decided I'll start recording and see what happens. If anybody's curious, I've got pasta, cheese, and tuna. That's what we're having today. Big ass bowl of pasta. And yeah, I used a full can of tuna because I'm hungry. I was at the gym earlier today and did another personal record on the squat. So I've got a big appetite. So I'm craving carbs and protein, so why not? Oh, that's too nice. How you doing, Shane? Good to see you here, man. Good to see you every time. God bless you. Hey, how you doing, Daz? You're early. You usually pop on these streams like right near the end, isn't it? But you're actually early this time. That's good. Good to see you as always. Decided to get tagliatelle pasta for this one because it's thinner, so it's easier to boil. Just boils quicker, you know. Oops. Thoughts on AJ versus Fury now? I think I talked about that in my last stream, did I not? Or my stream before, but basically I'll just reiterate here. I think Fury, I've always favored Fury over AJ, always. You take the two guys at their absolute prime, absolute best. Fury's foot speed, his mobility, his timing, his dexterity, and his superior stamina gives him the big edge over AJ. AJ has very rarely, at any point, he's very rarely at any point dealt with an opponent taller than him and longer than him. So I think Fury will just do the same thing that he did to Klitschko against AJ. I've got an ultrasound in about 2.5 hours. Wish me and the baby all the best. Oh, great to hear that, man. God bless you. So you're having a baby. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful, man. I'm glad to hear it. God bless you, bro. And God bless your baby. Wish you all the best. But yeah, same as always with Fury. I think as long as Fury is in shape, as long as he takes it serious, his dexterity is the difference between the two. Like I said, AJ hasn't fought many opponents who were taller than him. I think he's only fought like one or two guys that were his height or taller. And Fury's not only tall, but he knows how to lean out the way of punches. He knows how to catch punches on his gloves and his forearms. He knows how to use the ropes to his advantage and things like that. These are all things Anthony Joshua cannot deal with. Like when Klitschko was on the ropes and he was just slipping and catching AJ's punches before being prematurely stopped. Don't think that would happen to Fury. Also, look at AJ when he fought Dominic Breazeale. Now, I know he won that fight, but Dominic Breazeale, who was a little bit taller than AJ, just by leaning and throwing feints and all that, was able to make AJ look very ordinary, like a statue. So Fury has always had the perfect style to beat AJ. He always has. Why do I keep banging my fork on the plate? Sorry, guys. Do you think Restore? Do you think Restore England is legit? Restore? Well, no, they're probably not legit. No, because they're allowed to exist. If they were legit, they wouldn't be allowed to exist. They would just be shut down and censored immediately, and all the quote unquote co-conspirators would be thrown in prison. That's what would happen. It's not allowed. Probably if you've heard of a political party, then I'd say that they're not legit, you know. But that's just my opinion, you know. Sorry, guys, I'm just starving right now. I'm hungry. I'm enjoying my food while I can because I had a crazy past few days. And yeah, today, despite it all, I went to the gym and got despite all the aches and pains I have at the moment, I still got a personal record on the squat, so I'm quite happy with that. A bottle of Iron Brew for breakfast. Maybe that gave me the energy. Last night, I got the first like proper night's sleep that I've had in about a week as well. This is beautiful. It's such a simple dinner as well. I'll show you again. It's such a simple wee meal. Again, it's just tagliatelle pasta with tuna and cheese. That's all it is. If they're allowed to have a national profile, they're either part of the Matrix or about to get taken over by it. Yeah, I agree with that, mate. I agree with that, absolutely. And I just don't trust Korea politicians anyway, because they're born into that industry and built up. And they're allowed to have a profile. Like to be a politician, you have to be astroturf. There's no real grassroots politicians, is there? You never hear of them ever, do you? Bless you, mate. I'll be in the family planning clinic with Conor Benn on the bed next door. Yeah. Conor Benn with his pregnancy medication and his fake beard. Like, do you reckon Conor Benn is like Elliot Page or something? Do you think he's a FTM? I thought that before. It wouldn't surprise me. And that might be why he's taking medication for chicks, you know? It's weird how he paid as well to get a beard put on his face, like a fake beard, but then he gets rid of it. You know, you think if I'm paying for a beard, I'd want to keep it, you know? That's just my opinion. Aye, Fury versus Wack. That's like the greatest fight ever. It's bigger than Marius Wack versus Kevin Johnson. Remember that? That was like the first fight that happened after COVID. The first like semi noteworthy fight. I was hyped about it. Marius Wack versus Kevin Johnson. Remember that? But yeah, I think Fury, and I talked about this on my last stream. I think I think Fury's fighting Whack because he wants a sparring partner for AJ. So he just wants kind of a big clunky guy that he can beat up to prepare himself for beating up AJ. You know, that's what I'd assume. I've actually got an ultrasound at 1840, but I'm not preggers for the yeah. Daz isn't a pregnant male. You're not Arnold Schwarzenegger, are you? That's good to know because I was worried there. I was concerned. I was questioning my reality. That would mean that Chris Eubank Jr. was beaten up by two women, Conor Benn and his own mother. Yeah, for a shame. Poor guy, eh? Also, he beat Conor Benn in the first fight, so he should get done for a woman beating. That's what I think. I'm about to lick this plate like a dog, man. I am. I'm that hungry. That's good. I'm actually glad that the stream is pretty quiet right now, because if there was a lot of questions being asked, it might interrupt my meal. So I'm not having that. I'm nearly finished now anyway, so have no fear. It'll be all right. Like, I wasn't joking, by the way. I'm actually gonna lick the plate. Don't worry, I'll keep the camera off, so no one has to watch that out of context. Do you know that's one thing a lot of people find weird? See, licking the plate when you finished your dinner. People think that's weird. It's like rude or whatever. I do it all the time. I do it in restaurants and everything because you might have some like crumbs on the plate or some gravy or something. You don't want to let it go to waste. Plus, it helps to clean the plate as well. You know, if I've got a dog nearby, I'll sometimes let them lick the plate instead. But if there's no dog in the vicinity, I do it myself. And people think it's weird. Like, oh, that's very rude. That's disgusting. I'm like, why is it disgusting? You've got a plate full of food and you're eating it. So, like, why would you leave the little bits and pieces to get washed off when you can just go ahead and lick it like I am right now? Oh, that was absolutely banging. And I'm going to wash it down with a cup of tea. Like a cat licking its bowl. That's what it's like, isn't it? That's what people say. They say you're like, it's like a cat or a dog or whatever. It's animalistic, but I don't think it is. I think it's just basic logic. If you've got food, you want to make sure you enjoy it. If people are watching you and being uncomfortable, well, why are they watching? That's what I would say. Like, why are you watching someone eat? Eat your own food and mind your own business, and leave all the waste and leftovers on the plate that you want. Just don't make it my problem. I'm actually helping the cleaners in the kitchen by making the place easy, making the plate easy to clean, Yeah, exactly. You paid for that food, get your money's worth. It's like, you see, when I go for a steak, right? Last time I went for a nice steak dinner in a restaurant, we got one of those tomahawk steaks between the two of us, right? And some people, they like pick at the tomahawk steak, they cut the nice bits off, or the nicest bits off, and they eat it. And then they just leave the big massive bone that's still got loads of meat on it on the table. I pick it up and I ravage that bone. Like, even after I've chopped off all the big juicy bits with my steak knife and that, I pick up the bone and I pick it to pieces like a vulture. That's what I do. I peck it and I ravage it and I eat every little bit of meat I can possibly get without injuring myself off that bone. And I'll do that in a fancy five-star steakhouse. I don't give a crap if I'm paying £140 for this meal. I want to get every morsel of it that I can get down my gob. I really don't understand the logic behind not doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me. I would like to think you guys would do the same. So yeah, that's my dessert. Washing it down anyway with a nice cup of tea. So what was this stream even meant to be about? I don't even think I gave it a title. I just called it midweek chill stream because I'm not doing nothing. I did want to talk a little bit about that Conor Benn fight, the Conor Benn Chris Eubank Jr. Because sorry, not Chris Eubank. You mentioned Chris Eubank earlier. That's on my mind. Like Conor Benn versus Ryan Garcia, because a lot of people seem to be very confident that Ryan Garcia is going to kick his ass. He's going to knock him out. It's going to be an easy fight. And I'm just like, guys, have you? I'm not saying that won't happen. By the way, like Ryan Garcia is perfectly like capable of winning that fight. But have you guys actually watched Ryan Garcia and have you followed his career? Because to me, Ryan Garcia, he's one of the more like he's one of the least predictable fighters that there is in boxing. He's one of these guys who's clearly like certifiably bipolar in terms of like how hot and cold he is in the ring. Like sometimes he'll be ripped and raring to go and in there just blasting left hooks. Other times he'll be like dancing around with his hands down, walking into shots and then chickening out, taking knees, going down from body shots. Like I don't know, like a guy like Conor Benn, who's been, say what you want about him, he's been relatively consistent with his performances over the years. He's never shown really any stamina issues. He's always shown a pretty good chin. He showed in the Eubank Jr. fight, anyway, the rematch, that he can actually box a bit and set things up with the jab. So I think that there's a lot of value in Conor Benn for that fight. And when I initially heard about the fight, I was picking him. The fight is going to be in America, so it's in Garcia's backyard and probably his promoter running the show. But with a guy like Garcia, that doesn't really mean a whole lot, does it? I mean, he lost to Rolly Romero, which is embarrassing if you ask me. I used to go out with a guy once. He ran out of money, would go mine sweeping all the half drinks left on. Wait, he would go and drink other people's drinks. See, now that is I know what I was talking about earlier, licking the plate and all that, but that right there, drinking other people's drinks, is just vile because you don't know where that person has been. Like if you're taking somebody else's drink off a table that they've left, that person could have like foot and mouth disease or anything. They could have AIDS. Like you don't know what they've got. That's bogging. That's minging, mate. just me personally, I could never do. Like if somebody else who I don't know has had a drink in their mouth, like if it's got their germs or their DNA on it, I am not touching it. Like I'm not drinking it at all because I don't want to catch anything. It's easily done. Mind sweep. I've never heard that term mind sweeping before. Like in regards to that, I've never heard it described as mind sweeping before now. But yeah, that's possibly because I'm OCD. That's why I wouldn't do that. Like if I didn't have like severe OCD, maybe I would. Who knows? Mind sweeping. See, I don't know what you think about that fight, Conor Benn versus Garcia, but I think it's one of the least predictable fights out there. Like I genuinely do because again, Conor Benn, look at the Chris Eubank Jr. rematch, how he's jabbing to the body, like he's fighting with his leaned hand and he's drawing a lead from Eubank Jr., something that Eubank Jr. cannot deal with, right? And it's something that I suspect Ryan Garcia probably couldn't deal with either. And bear in mind, Ryan Garcia is a lot smaller and more fragile than a guy like Eubank Jr. So, and I know Conor Benn has to make weight. I get that, but he'll have his 30 eggs a day diet and stuff like that, which will help him make weight. So, I think it's a good fight. I favour Conor Benn as long as as long as it's Ryan Garcia he's fighting and not like the establishment and whatnot, you know. I did tell him to stop in that polite way of mine, yeah. I'd imagine it wasn't so polite though, really. That's what I would imagine anyway. Mate, if I was with someone who was doing that, like grabbing, like the friendship would end there and then. I'd be like, "You are disgusting." You know, you could have any sort of disease right now, and who would know? I've actually kicked people out for doing it. You know, for grabbing somebody else's pint and drink. It's usually women that do that. I've noticed. Women tend to do that in bars, even when they've had too much to drink, and they're asked to leave or whatever. They tend to grab like I've seen them grab like the nearest pint in the vicinity, like whether it's on the bar or on somebody's table, they'll just grab it and start drinking it. I remember there was a 16-year-old girl once in a pub. She was actually in before I started, and she was in there and she was like grabbing other people's pints and drinking them, like multiple other people's drinks, like just downing them, and was absolutely off her face. And I kicked her out and that. But they ended up having to get those what do you call them? Those street aid people to come and help her because she was just so steaming that she couldn't stand. And again, it turns out she was only 16. But yeah, she was in like literally like probably hours before I started my shift, so I wasn't able to stop it. But yeah, that was what happened. Oh, I'm actually stuffed now. I ate that too fast. Literally cleared the entire thing. I'll show you. Am I doing that again? Literally cleared the whole plate. See, licked it clean, licked it spotless, like you're supposed to do, in my opinion. I'm just chugging this whole cup just to wash it all down. There we are. That's my dinner officially finished. I've actually got more stuff in the fridge. I've got grapes and shit. I'll probably get them as well at some point if I still feel a bit peckish. A few. Oh, sorry. Oh, I ate that too fast. I'm like struggling to talk now. A few years back, this crazy woman came into the pub I just played a gig in with practically nothing on, grabbed my glass of Malbec, and I just left it, bought another. Oh, excuse me. So, wait, so you were playing a gig in the pub and then you went to get a drink and she just grabbed it off you? That's minging, mate. Yeah, but were you already drinking it before then? Or like, did she think it was hers and take it? Because sometimes that happens. Like multiple people like order the same drink, and then they end up or they order a similar drink and they end up taking the wrong one. I've seen that happen, and it cause an argument. Happens from time to time, you know. What kind of gig was it that you were playing? Like, were you singing or like playing a guitar or whatever? Mate, my throat's actually killing me, man, because I ate that so fast. Like, it was a big ass, like, I like nearly filled the pot that I was using with pasta, and I've actually stuffed it down because I was that hungry. I also used like nearly half a block of cheese as well on it. So yeah, that's why it's sometimes better to like space out the meals that you eat through the day, so you don't end up like super hungry and then overindulging with one meal because that's what I just did there basically. Yeah. Oh man, back in a sec. Need to go to the toilet. Oh man, got a stomach ache. I actually have. Like, I've legit got a stomach ache after eating all that. I hope that passes in a few minutes or so. Otherwise, this will be very uncomfortable. Where was I? Sorry. Had a. I'd had about a third of it. She just helped herself. Was mad she wasn't wearing much. It was a series of acts doing a night. All right, a series of acts. All right. So you drank most of it, and she just grabbed it off you and drank it. Yeah. She was probably just steaming drunk or like off her face on drugs. Then, isn't it? That's what I would have thought anyway. If she's doing that, like I just can't imagine doing that because again, it's like if you're gonna nick a drink, at least like nick the full body thing, innit? Don't just nick like a little bit. That's not gonna get you nothing. You want the full thing. Maybe nobody was buying her one. That's probably what it was. He says she wasn't wearing much. Maybe like maybe she was like trying to get guys to buy her free shit, and no one was doing it because she wasn't attractive enough, or she was too drunk for anybody to pay any attention. And maybe that was what it was. You never know. Something along those lines, anyway. That's one thing I'd never understand about bars as well. Is like, why would you buy a girl a drink? Like just buying her a drink? Yeah, that's a stupid thing to do because you don't even know yet if she's like in any way interested in you. Like she might just be pretending to be interested to get a free drink. So it's like a pretty big gamble. Like because drinks are pretty expensive. You know, some cocktail bars, for example, charge you like bloody. Some of them charge like 12 quid for for a cocktail. I'm not even joking. I've been in bars where they charge that much for like just a basic thing, and it's like that's the kind of shit that women who are like begging for free drinks always ask for. They always ask for like fancy cocktails and all that. It's never anything normal. So it's like you could be like out of pocket 12 quid or so, and then she just buggers off like, yeah, I've got my free drink. You get nothing out of it. I just don't understand that at all. You know, she's probably gonna do the same thing for like multiple other guys that same night, and then end up getting steaming. She'll end up looking like Tyson Fury in in that video after the first Usyk fight. After he got his ass kicked, you know, where he got steaming and he was like stumbling outside the pub. She'll end up like that, and she won't have paid a penny because she'll have got it all free. I just don't understand that. Like buying girls drinks is a stupid thing to do. I feel like you buy her the drink when you're actually on a date, like when you've actually met each other, you've actually spent some time together, and you're actually, you know, quote unquote together, like you're serious about one another, or you're at least seeing each other. It's not like you've just seen each other that night and you go up and buy her one. That's just daft, in my opinion. I just can't get my head around it one bit. Oh yeah, I'm eating grapes now. As you can hear me chewing, even though I've got a tummy ache, I for whatever reason thought they might help. You know, I like grapes. Grapes actually, like, see if you've got a tummy ache as well, they actually help. Something about them, I don't know what it is. It must be like the whatever vitamins that are in them. They might. I find they aid digestion a little bit. How's it going? Apologies. It's good to see you here as always. In Goy Donald's. I was gonna say I was struggling to read that. Then I'm like, what's that? Goy Donald's. Yeah, I get it. McDonald's. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, how you doing, mate? Are you on a break or something? Like a lunch break, or are you actually like you actually decided to go to Goy Donald's to use the Wi-Fi? I guess. Yeah, I remember for a while. See, when I was living in the West End for a while, we didn't have any internet, and we used to go to McDonald's literally just to use the internet. That was back when I wasn't working, so it was like sometimes sometimes I'd go to the McDonald's at like 2 in the morning or something because I wanted to check something online and all that, and I would literally just go there for that. I'd buy like a McFlurry, obviously, or a Coke or whatever, just so that they don't think I'm taking the mick. But obviously, I'm not a fan of that kind of food. You know, I've heard of women who gone home with more money than she went out with afternoon. Aye, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. But again, it's like a lot of them will leave without any money at all, thinking they'll get free drinks, and if they don't, they'll do what that woman you were on about did, and just steal someone else's. You know. But again, that seems to be a woman thing. Like I talked about that a few minutes ago. The women seem to always steal drinks. See, when they get drunk, they want to drink more and more. They don't know their limits, and then when they can't afford another one or they won't get served, they steal one. It's like women are so much more susceptible to alcoholism than guys are. It's like the more they get, the more they want. Like you'll get a woman who doesn't even drink, or at least doesn't even drink very often, and basically she'll go to a bar, have a few drinks, and then she'll be like, I quite like this. I want more. I need more. And then she'll keep drinking and drinking and drinking, and until people's like, no, you can't have any more. Well, if I can't have any more, I'll steal more. And then that's literally what they get like. It's crazy, man. Yeah, how you doing, Bruce? Good to see you here, man. Good to see you. I just finished my dinner doing this, and I had a bit of a stomach ache there. I went to the toilet, came back, and then I'm like, you know what, I want some grapes. So I literally within like the space of 2 minutes went from having a stomach ache from eating too quick to wanting to eat something else. You know, how you doing, man? Just finished a gym session. Nice one. Yeah, me too. I did one earlier. Um, Hit my PR on deadlift, 130k. Thanks for the lifting videos, by the way. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I got a PR as well today on the squat. I was talking about this near the start of the stream. I did 3 sets of 5 at 122.5 on the squat. So yeah, I managed to progress that today. I didn't record it or anything. I couldn't be bothered setting it up, so I just did it without the camera, you know. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're doing that. It's good. That's one thing I do like about posting those videos is I think they do inspire some people. Because again, it's seeing somebody else train and get stronger. I feel that like that uplifts people, and it motivates them to get better themselves. And it's not like good thing about it. It's not like a comparison thing. It's not like you want to be as strong as someone else or you want to get better than them. No, it's kind of just like you see a person doing well and committing to something, and it inspires you to do the same. Like I quite like that. It's like I find that when I see other people getting stronger and getting fitter and turning their lives around, it makes me want to do the same. Um, you know, in whatever capacity. I have noticed that. It's like that term, success breeds success. You know, if people you know or people you associate with are doing well, and you're a particular type of person, you will take inspiration from it, and that's a good thing. And it's kind of like what I was saying before. Remember, and it was it my last stream or the one before where I was talking about bodybuilding, and I think it was your apology if I remember rightly. You said something along the lines of is bodybuilding sinful, like because and I was saying, well, it can be depending on the context, like because if you're bodybuilding purely for the sake of like ego, let me just take my charger out because this is at full charge. If you're bodybuilding purely for the sake of ego and showing off and whatnot, and it's all about vanity, then obviously that's quite obviously sinful, right? But if you're like bodybuilding in the sense that you're trying to get fitter and you're trying to get healthier and you're trying to like just get the kind of body that looks like a functional human being kind of thing. That's basically bodybuilding, isn't it? Or how it was originally intended. I think that's a good thing because it inspires other people to get themselves in shape and get their shit together. That can only be a good thing. If you ask me, it can only be a good thing. You know, it's just occurred to me that that probably sounds awful on the microphone. I'm sorry. I've got I'm like chewing grapes right in front of it. It's some nice big fat juicy grapes and all. Like these ones. Hold on. It's a nice big fat juicy grape. I like it. Women are influenced by most addictions, yet men are the dumb ones, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of men are like power drinkers as well, aren't they? A lot of men get drunk and do dumb shit, but I feel like when women get drunk, women almost never know their limits. Like almost never. Like you'll never see a woman in a venue of any kind and hear her say, "I've had too much to drink. I'm drunk. I need to go home." You never hear them say that ever, do you? Ever. But like you do hear men say it. You'll hear men say, "Look, I've had too much tonight. I'm steaming. I've got to go." With women, someone's got to tell them that they've had too much and they're steaming and they've got to go. That's what I find anyway. That's just my experience. Like a woman, if a woman gets drunk, like a lot of women don't like drinking, although they'll plan to just have a couple of drinks or whatnot, and then if they have as many as they're gonna have and it's not gonna change, generally they'll just leave, right? But if a woman has a little bit too much, like inadvertently, because she doesn't pace herself, and then she gets drunk, very rarely, and I mean very rarely, do they stop. Unless they, like, actually pass out or vomit or something like that, and even then, sometimes it doesn't stop them. But, like, it's like I find with women, it's literally like you have to tell them to stop, or someone has to tell them to stop, or physically be like, "Right, let's go home. You've had enough," and basically force them to leave against their will, because generally alcohol just completely destroys women's inhibition. Again, and it's not really like that with men. A lot of men can like, even if they're an alcoholic idiot, a lot of men know when enough is enough. No, I've never met a woman who does ever. Hi Nordic. Muslims make up less than 1% of Japan, and Japan already has Muhammad fatigue. Muslims are expecting Japan to change the rules, even building a mosque illegally. They ain't having it. Yeah, I don't blame them. Well, again, if it shouldn't have even gotten to 1%, it shouldn't have even gotten that far. If these countries and the people running them were in any way pragmatic, like if they had any pragmatism whatsoever and or any foresight, you wouldn't let one Muslim in your country. Never mind allow them to make up a whole single percentage of the country, you know, a single one. So hopefully people of Japan don't make the same mistake that people in this country or people in America or people in Germany made and let thousands upon thousands of them every single year, you know? Hopefully they put a stop to it now. And look, the way you're talking about them having fatigue, the fatigue is because they probably anyway, because they've seen what it's done to other countries. That's probably where the fatigue is coming from. It's not coming from what they're doing now. It's coming from what they're gonna do because they've seen what they've done to other countries and they don't want to suffer the same fate, you know? That's what it is. Turn them into wine, which will then be nicked by that crazy half naked woman, yeah. They like their wine, don't they? You know, I've known some people who can't handle wine at all. Like they could drink pints all day, they could drink whiskey, they can drink all that, but see if they have like a couple of glasses of wine, they turn into absolute savages. And I don't know what it is. Wine has a very, very specific effect on certain people. Certain people can tolerate it, certain people can't. It's weird. I've only ever had wine one time in my life. It was about 2 years ago, and I ended up absolutely steaming on it. But so I guess I'm just one of these people who can't tolerate it. And I've known other people that are the same in that sense. Blimey, I used to do half a dozen pints when in the mood with a couple of whiskies at the end, yeah. Well, I think earlier this year, it was either when was it I went to Nottingham? Was it January or February? It was either January or February. There was one night in particular, I had about 8 pints and about 4 or 5 glasses of whiskey, and I was mate, the hangover I had was absolutely horrible. It was disgusting. Aside from that, I haven't been drunk in years. Oh, 2 years ago, there was that. I think it was 2 years ago anyway. There was that night I had wine. I got steaming that night. So yeah, I say in the past 2 years, there's only been 2 nights I've been steaming, and since that incident in Nottingham, I haven't drank at all. I haven't had a single drop of alcohol since then because I only really drink when I'm in Nottingham, seeing my friends. Like when I'm up here, just going about my day, I don't touch alcohol. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. And see in Scot because I live in Scotland, right? If you tell people you don't drink, and generally I don't bring up the subject, but people will ask me what I drink, how much I drink, or whatever. See, if I tell people I don't drink, they honestly think I'm retarded or something. Like they look at you like you're retarded or you're sick in the head or something because you don't drink. That's how like messed up the binge drinking culture in this country is. It's horrible. Like people like going being able to go a week without drinking alcohol in this country is considered like is considered shocking. Like or you're considered what's the word I'm looking for? Like you're considered a monk or something. Like, like you're considered to have like peak like next level impulse control if you can go a full week without drinking. I've literally had people tell me like how can you survive a full week without a drink? And I'm like I don't drink at all. Like I'm just not interested in it. But some people like in Scotland like binge drinking is such a big part of the culture that it's literally like it's just if you don't do it, there's something wrong with you. People think there's something wrong with you if you don't do it. You know. Also funny, they complain about grape, yet get blackout drunk and go to nightclubs and they get yeah get steaming drunk and dress like an absolute hooker, and then go to some like shithole nightclub full of degenerates, and then complain that someone grabbed your ass. Like, what do you think's gonna? Obviously, you want someone to grab your ass, otherwise you're not gonna put yourself in that position, are you? You're not gonna get coked up and mix it with alcohol and hang around with degenerates in a degenerate location if you're not looking for trouble. Okay, take some bloody responsibility, but that's something that women are not really capable of, are they? In general, they're not capable of taking accountability for their actions. It's famous. They're famous for it. Japan has some balls at least, yeah, for now anyway. But the fact that they've allowed it to get to 1% is concerning, if you ask me. It should be 0% Muslim. There shouldn't be a single Muslim in any country that's not like Pakistan or Somalia or wherever. Anywhere that's not a Muslim country should not have them. Feminists ridicule Christianity and yet love a bit of Al Akbar. Well, I talked on my last stream about how, that. Oh, one sec. My apologies, guys. My apologies. I had to take that. It was urgent. um, yeah, Muslims aren't just even trying to take over Europe. They are trying everywhere. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. But because that's what it's always done. It's taken over by the sword. It's uh, it's one of the most it's one of the most violent ideologies ever, and history has always shown that, hasn't it? You know, history's always shown that through conquest. The Japs are brilliant. 1% is small enough. You can learn your lesson and say no more. Yeah. But again, they learned their lesson by seeing what's happened to our country and others, where there's whole segregated Muslim communities terrorizing the place, you know. And the Japs are like, no, stick that up your arse. We're not having it. That's what's happening. Apparently, Japan has made immigration harder. No Nordic, the Muslims are causing trouble already, asking for graves when they cremate there for safety reasons. Just get the birth rate up. Idiot politicians, yeah, that would help. And stop taxing the life out of them and making them work 36 hours a day and shit. That would help. Actually improve the standard of living so that people can afford to have kids. And if they can afford to have kids, they'll outbreed all the immigrants, won't they? So that'll be better for them. Knock down that illegal mosque or an earthquake knocks it over will do. The earthquakes are the reason why Japan cremates instead of burial. Japan has its own problems. No need to input. Yeah, yeah. We've got our own problems too. And again, it's when people say to me, well, we shouldn't bring in Muslims, we shouldn't have all this mass immigration, and they go, "Oh, are you saying that British people are all good? British people don't cause problems?" I'm like, no, British people do cause problems. A lot of British people are dickheads, but they're our dickheads. They're our trash. We've got our own trash to deal with. We don't want to deal with other nations' trash as well. You know, we 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 don't. We've got our own trash. We don't want other people's trash along with it. Charlie Kirk said he stopped drinking altogether. Yeah, he did, and I'm glad. Again, that's the thing with me. Like I said, I only ever drink when I'm in Nottingham, seeing my friends and going on a night out. Like when I'm just going about my daily life, I don't touch alcohol. I don't have a drop. I'm not interested in it because I've seen what it does to people, and I don't enjoy it. I don't like the way it makes me feel. I don't like anything about it. Like even in moderation, it's not good for you. But it's like again, try telling that to your average Scot, and they think that you're retarded. They think you're sick in the head because you don't drink. I can imagine you're ringing up for a lift home like Victor in Still Game. It's raining and I'm steaming. That was so funny. That's one of the best episodes of Still Game. The one where Victor gets a call. Do you know there's a scene in that episode where do you know where they go to the dry cleaners? That you've probably seen the episode. That dry cleaners, I used to live right across the road from it. You can actually see the building I used to live in across the road from that dry cleaners. I don't live there anymore, but I used to for a while. But yeah, it was in a place called Broom Hill. Look, that's where that is. It was in Broom Hill Shopping Centre, and there was Papa John's there as well. That the pizza place actually in the episode where they order pizza. The episode with Jim Watt. That one was called that was it was called Seconds Out, that episode. That pizza place is actually Papa John's, and it's right next to that dry cleaners. It's in the same shopping center. So they filmed a couple of episodes there. You might notice. And yeah, I used to live right across the road from it. It's raining and I'm steaming. You have to come and get me. Japan, kick out the Muslims to get your birth rate up. You don't need retarded Muslims who expect you to change when they never advocate diversity in their lands. Yeah. You don't see people moving to Somalia, do you? You don't hear that. Abnormal is a good word for it. That sounded like an Asian escort, that. Yeah. Aye. It wasn't, I tell you. Where was I? Um, most Muslim countries aren't even Muslim countries. They took over violently. Yeah, yeah, they took over through violent subjugation. That's how they took over. You know, that's what they again. They took over through the sword. I mean, look, I'm not saying anything controversial here, am I? What I'm saying is basic knowledge. Everyone knows this. You know. Yeah, yeah, true. It's not 1%. Well, 1% is a 1% isn't like the it isn't the exact amount, is it? That's just a vague estimate. It's probably more than that. Probably. It should be nowhere near that. What happened to Johnny Boy Boxing? Is Johnny Boy's channel not still around? I mean, he still uploads from time to time. He's in prison at the moment. He's in jail. He got charged with assault from what I hear, and he's in jail. I don't know all the details on it. Somebody did send me a private message with with Johnny's conviction because there was a mugshot and like a detail of what crime he was actually committed with, but it didn't say who the victim was or give the full context. But I know he was charged with assault, and that's why he's in prison. Again, I don't know all the details on it though, whether or not it was self defense. I don't know, but yeah, I just know he was shot and he was given a few years in jail. It was like 3 to 7 years or something he got. But he still uploads from prison sometimes, or he gets someone to record his like videos in the bathroom and they send the videos and upload it for him. Muslims will fail anyway. I've seen YouTube pages of Indian Hindus taking the piss out of Muslims worse than us. Imagine the Muslims come here when the Hindus come. They throw shit on the mosques. Yeah, imagine. That's funny. Believe he may get out later this year. Oh, you're on about Johnny? Yeah. I like Johnny. I'd have him on my stream again. I know he said some pretty messed up things, but I don't care. At the end of the day, it's all in the past. Who cares? I like Johnny Boy. I'm a big fan of him. I like his channel. He got his problems, but who hasn't? Who hasn't? You know, I'm totally cool with Muslims having their own culture and place where it can thrive. It's just a shame the feeling clearly isn't mutual towards us. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah, it did start early. Yeah, good to see you here, by the way, Patriot Christ follower. And Owen, as always, taking some Ukrainians instead. Poland took some in there. Fine, yeah. Well, Poland took a lot of them in because Ukraine is right next to Poland. It's literally a neighboring country. And the prime minister was, the president, whatever it is, of Poland was quite sympathetic to them. So he helped them in. It's like, I like that interview where he was on, what was it, Channel 4 or whatever. It's like, your immigration policy is barbaric. And he says something like, we took 200,000 Ukrainians. We will not take one Muslim. And we are a safe country. We have not had one terrorist attack. That was funny. Based. There's even research that mild or moderation can cause perma damage. Yeah, it causes brain damage. Why do you think people get drunk? Alcohol goes into your brain. It causes brain damage. If you drink enough alcohol, you'll get brain damage. Okay, alcohol-induced brain damage is a thing. The problem we're bringing in half the third world is your own worst and dumbest drop down to the third world level. Look at it as a pool of people with an average cognitive score. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna let anybody in and all at all, you want smarter people, don't you? You know. I never drink. Told myself before I even turned 18, I'll never put alcohol in my body. People just probably embarrass themselves. I'm glad to hear that, man. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. God bless you. Never drink. Like I say that to my little brother, man. My little brother's never drank either. And I tell him all the time, keep it up. Don't drink. Drinking's bad for you. Nothing good comes of it. Literally nothing. I wish I'd followed your smart lead on the teetotal front. Kudos. Yeah, same. I wish I'd never touched it either. I've rarely touched it, but I wish I'd never touched it in my life. You know, the best bit about Asian Escort is for 20 quid, she gets her face out. Unless it's a Chinese escort, in which you want another one 10 minutes later. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I've never had one. I think you mentioned this in another video, how Farquaad was justified in his actions. There's a video by Type 2 Productions on the matter. We kind of need a Farquaad now. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, see if you want to know why Farquaad was right. Look up the movie. It's one of the Shrek spin-off movies. It's called Scared Shrekless. It was the Halloween special of Shrek. Now, what happened in Duloc at the end of Shrek was that it was Farquaad got killed, and then they brought in all the fairy tale creatures, right, which are like immigrants, right? They brought them all in. What happened to Duloc? Watch Scared Shrekless to find out what happened to Duloc in the aftermath of Farquaad's death. If it wasn't for Farquaad, Duloc would be thriving. It would be a thriving, high-trust society. But Farquaad died. There was nobody willing to continue on his legacy. He didn't have an heir, sadly. And you saw what happened. Well, if you've seen Scared Shrekless, then you saw what happened. Go look it up. Like watch Scared Shrekless, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe we need Hindus, so instead the Muslims can focus on Hindus. Nah, we don't need either. Hinduism is demonic, so no. I can see why Boomer screwed us. Alcoholic bum. Yeah, boomers cared more about drinking alcohol than they did about saving up to support their children, you know? Instead of saving up money to create a nest egg for your children so your children can have something to fall back on when you die, just spend all your money on alcohol, get drunk, destroy your liver, and then die sooner, I guess. You can't tell me that wasn't promoted by the government and the media. The government and the media wanted as many people drunk as possible. And that's what happened to Scotland, you know? Alcohol was induced or was enforced on the Scottish people, kind of like, you know, the opioid addictions in America, how it was specifically pumped out there by the CIA. A similar thing happened in Scotland with alcohol and drugs. And you've got an entire generation of alcoholics, basically passing that on to younger people, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like bringing in a bunch of cats or whatever to like hunt all the rats or whatever. Yeah, having a big like civil war in our streets between ethnic gangs. No thanks. I'd rather just have none of them. Nigel's only bringing them in because they're more likely to assimilate. I've even heard stories of Muslim grooming gangs and their girls and gave them a pasting in the UK. Well, Nigel's an idiot. I don't really care what he has to say about anything. He is the poster child for controlled opposition, Nigel, you know. The Chinese line was a play on Chinese takeaways. If you're always hungry, no. Yeah, that's the thing. You have a Chinese, it fills you right up. You feel like crap, right? You feel horrible because you're so stuffed. A couple of hours later, you want more. You're like, I could go another chicken chow mein. That's probably why Big John Fisher is so big, because he eats a Chinese, gets absolutely stuffed. His stomach expands because of all the processed like carbs and that, and he feels stuffed, right? But a couple hours later, when he no longer feels stuffed, he misses the feeling, and he's like, I feel like I'm starving to death. I need more. Me chicken chow mains. Me chicken chow mains. Me pancake rolls. And a Diet Coke. Having a drink is okay in small and healthy doses. Like when relaxing after a hard day's work. Problem is, it makes you feel too good and people get hooked. I don't like taste, so I don't drink. Yeah, the taste is horrible. I don't think I've ever had an alcohol that actually tasted nice. I certainly wouldn't drink it for the taste. Like whiskey is disgusting. Whiskey tastes absolutely horrible. I don't think there's anyone out there that would honestly disagree with that. That whiskey just tastes horrible. But they don't drink it for the taste, do they? They drink it for. Well, people used to drink it for medicinal purposes, like it opens up your airways and all that. It's interesting that a lot of drinks actually started off like that, like Lucozade, for example, right, which people buy as like a sports drink. Lucozade, I think, used to be medicine. Like it used to be used as medicine. They used to serve it in hospitals Because if people's blood sugar levels got really low and they were recovering from an illness or whatever, or an injury, people would give them it to give them a boost of glucose or a boost of um, electrolytes and whatnot. So that Lucozade literally was a medicine. It's not something people would drink casually. It was medicine, but they realized that it could be sold as a recreational drink, like it could be sold as a sports drink and whatnot. So then they ended up selling it as that. So it's interesting how the purpose of these products changes over time. Rupert Lowe left Reform because Reform actually tried to get him arrested because he actually wanted to deliver on his promises Reform made. However, it's suspicious to me. He waits until too late to start. Yeah. I mean, we could have done with Rupert Lowe's policies and all that 30 years ago. I mean, possibly even before then. But we could have done with his policies back in World War One. Maybe things would have been better. But no, it's things are too far gone now for political solutions. It is what it is. Alcohol affects people differently. Personally, when I've had a drink, I don't become belligerent or aggressive. Just makes me enjoy what I'm doing more than I would sober. Don't do it often. Mate, look, I've been drunk a few times, right? I say I've not been drunk many times, probably about in my entire life, probably about 6 or 7 times I've been drunk, right? I have never, not one time, started a fight while being drunk. I've never insulted anybody while drunk. I've never harassed anybody. I've never like got in somebody's face and like spat in them while talking, or like stumbled everywhere and knocked everything over, or like had to be ejected from a venue. Like I've never done any all the things that we commonly associate with drunks because it's what most of them are like. I've never done any of that while drunk. Anytime I've been drunk, it just makes me giggle and it makes me talk a lot. And it's because the thing about being drunk, a lot of people don't realize, is it brings out your true nature. If somebody gets drunk and then they start swearing in your face and shouting at you and threatening to stab you, they're not saying that because they're drunk. They're saying that because that's what's going on in their head. And the alcohol just brings it to light because it lowers the inhibition. Because that's what alcohol does. Alcohol lowers your inhibition, prevents you from, like, it basically takes away your conscience and makes you less aware of the consequences of your actions. So you do the things you would have done anyway had those things not been there. That's what a lot of people don't understand. And that's why, in my opinion, if somebody does something wrong while they're drunk, being drunk is not an excuse. Like if you get drunk and you smack somebody and you spit in their face or whatever, like and you call them a scumbag and threaten to rape them or whatever, and then the next morning you say, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was drunk." To me, that doesn't cut it. That's not an excuse to do that because the chances are you would have done those things anyway because that's the kind of things that's going on in your head. Like it's funny how I better be careful what I say here, but like it's funny how when somebody's drunk and they swing for you and they get in your face and they have a go at you and stuff. And they act like they've got no inhibition. I'm crazy. I'm drunk and all that. And they're doing weird faces and they've got a weird voice. It's funny how when you smack them in the mouth, all of a sudden they sober up. It's funny how they sober up instantly as soon as they get punched. It's crazy that, isn't it? It's weird how that works. How again the alcohol in their system is making them do so many things. It's giving them absolutely no inhibition whatsoever. They're crazy. They're unstoppable. They can't be reasoned with. One smack in the mouth and they sober up instantly, and it's like, oh, that person assaulted me. It's funny how that works, isn't it? It's funny as well how like you got somebody who's mentally ill. Let's say they're bipolar or I don't know, they're schizophrenic or whatever. And again, it's the same situation, right? They're crazy. They can't control themselves. They don't know what they're doing. It's not their fault. They need to be locked up. This sort of thing, right? A bullet to the leg. All of a sudden, they become normal, don't they? All of a sudden they're not so crazy. All of a sudden they're like reality hits them and they stop being crazy. It makes you wonder, do these people people really, really abuse the state that they're in when they get diagnosed with something, or when they get or when they're drunk. Like, people just I'm starting to think people are just they use it as an excuse to be evil. That's what they do, in my opinion. And they use it as a reason to not have to face consequences. It's like, "Oh, I was drunk, so everything I did while I was drunk, just disregard it. It's your fault for responding to it," kind of thing. They say the Irish would rule the world if it wasn't for the dreaded tree. Yeah, yeah, the Irish would have probably ruled the world, but they were too steaming to even realize, you know. Maybe you could say the same about the Scots, innit? Because most things were invented in Scotland. Like, most of the intellectuals throughout history came from Britain anyway. But and a lot of them did come from Scotland, but they ended up getting pished, and it just ruined their prospects. Lowe is a LARPer, mate. Yeah, he probably is. He probably is. I mean, he's a career politician, isn't he? So I don't trust a word he says. I mean, he says all the right things, but so did Nigel several years ago, and look where he ended up. That's just what happens. Again, I was talking about this earlier. Do not ever trust a career politician. And political solutions are no longer a thing, because things have just gotten so bad that you're not going to be. Most people are just stupid. That's the problem with society. Most people are stupid. Most people are retarded. Most people are evil. Most people are pathological liars. Most people are reprobates. So, how can you expect society to function when you have people like that in existence? It can't. You can't rule over a nation of alcoholics and degenerate reprobates. You can't have a functioning society where those people exist. Drink is one of the few things where the price hasn't gone up like it has with food, clothes, domestic items. Yeah, well, it depends where you go. Like, some places it has gone up because the taxes on alcohol are pretty high. But I suppose by comparison to a lot of other things, it hasn't. Even if the Hindus come in, they'll hate the Muslims more than white. So who wouldn't? Low Farage, they're all Masons. Yeah, probably. Probably from the same lodge as Jack Johnson, eh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Muslims grape Hindu and Sikh girls, and Muslims get their asses handed to them. Their acquired tastes. Yeah, yeah, the types of drinks, innit? So some people handle them better than others. First time you drink beer, whiskey, they taste horrible. Oh yeah, the first time you drink them, it's horrible because you've never had it before, so your taste buds are not accustomed to it. But it's like you've had it that much, you become numb to it. You start thinking it tastes good when it doesn't. That's what I think. And I don't think there's anybody on this planet who actually likes the taste of alcohol. I think people just pretend they like it. Like, they might like the fruit juices and the spices that are put in to make it palatable, but the actual alcohol, like, or the base drink itself, no. It makes you wonder, why don't you just have a mocktail? You know, you can make a drink that tastes the same without alcohol. Like, that's what my missus does when she goes out to places. She has mocktails, so she has these nice, like, fruit drinks, these fancy things. Like, I can never be arsed with them. I just have a Coke or an Iron Brew or whatever. But she'll have like a fancy mocktail, and I've tried some of them. Some of them are actually quite nice. And it means you don't have to get drunk. Drink as much of it as you want without getting drunk. You know, I like that. Have you noticed these days all the Muslims do is play victim or talk about yeah, not thinking maybe their own behavior contributed, and downplaying grooming. Well, yeah, you even mentioned the grooming gangs, and you're a racist Islamophobe. Yes, I'm 100% an Islamophobe. And what? Why is that a bad thing? But ask them why being an Islamophobe is a bad thing, and they won't be able to answer it because they just assume that you grant them their premise. When I don't know about you guys, I don't grant them any of their premises, no matter what, because I'm different. And we think different. Pretty sure it was Daley Thompson ad that turned Lucozade into. I'm not sure what it was that inspired it. I just know that it was a medicine that became a sport drink. I just know that that was the history of it, and it used to be called Glucosade as well. I'm not actually sure why they changed it, and I know that was the name. I think it's an Irish drink as well, and I think it was a medicine that was because, like I said, it's like when you've got an illness or you're recovering from an injury or whatever, your body craves electrolytes. Like I've actually had that before. I remember one time I crashed my bike. This was a couple of years back. I crashed my bike and nearly broke my arm, and it was really sore. And for whatever reason, I really craved Lucozade, and I ended up getting Lucozade and felt better. Like, I think it's again, it's a very high electrolyte drink, and it's filled with glucose and all that, and sugar and caffeine and whatnot. But again, all that stuff together makes you feel really good, or makes you feel better if you've injured yourself and all that. And again, they used to serve it in hospitals, but nowadays it's just a sports drink. So it's been repurposed for that. Yeah, alcohol brings out the truth in people. It's like truth serum, because again, as human beings, we have inhibition, right? And the reason we have inhibition is because it's the fear of consequence. Like if you hate a person, you think somebody's a piece of shit, and you want to tell them you're a piece of shit, I hate you, spit in their face and push them. That person might knock you out, right? They might punch you and knock you out, or you might go to jail for assault or whatever. But when you have alcohol, you have two things. You have a less inhibition, right? So it lowers that inhibition, so you're not thinking about the consequence, and you have the inbuilt excuse of saying, "I was drunk. It's not my fault. I was drunk." So you are more likely while drunk to do the things that you want to do, to act out your fantasies and to do the things that's going on in your head. Right? If it's going on in like if somebody goes up to you and says, "I'm gonna stab you," right? And that person is drunk or on drugs or whatever, right? If inebriated in any way, right? They're usually drunk. That person is the type of person who thinks that way. When that person is sober, and if he came up to you in the exact same situation sober, he might think in his mind, "I want to stab you," but he won't actually say it because he'll be scared of the consequences. But if he's drunk, he's not thinking about the consequences, and he has an excuse, which is being drunk. So it's bringing out his true nature. That's how people are. Like the way a person behaves when they're drunk is how that person is when they're sober, but they don't show it because they don't leave openings when they're sober. Now, anytime that I've been drunk, I laugh, I joke, I hang about with people, and like when I'm with my friends and I'm drunk, I'm just a fun guy to be around. I just joke and laugh, and I'm giggly, and I've got a sense of humor. Sometimes I'll say things offensive, but I don't mean anything by it. It's like that's what I'm like. Like I remember the last time I got drunk, right? My little brother actually came to the pub with us, right? Because we invited him along, and he didn't touch a drop, right? He was just drinking Coke Zeros or whatever it was he was drinking, like. And I remember, and I was steaming. I'd had like a bunch of pints and like 5 glasses of whiskeys. See, when my brother wanted to go home, I was like, "Here, I'll walk you home, just in case you get jumped or whatever." And I literally escorted him home while I was steaming drunk, and made sure he got home safe. Because that's who I am. Because even when I'm drunk, I'm not any different. I don't think any different. I don't do any different to what I would have done. I was just a little bit tipsy and stumbling a bit. I didn't turn around and say, "I hate you. I'm gonna knock you out. I'm gonna stab you in the throat." I didn't spit in anybody's face or like steal anything off them or no. I was exactly the same person I am, just a little bit drunk. But when people are drunk, you see who they really are. You see their real behavior. You see the real issues that they have going on in their head. It all comes to light. So as far as I'm concerned, if a person is drunk, and they do something like they commit a crime, they should be convicted exactly the same way they would have been convicted if they were sober. Like if I'm steaming drunk and let's say I punch a person for no reason, that guy, then I should go to jail for assault, right? Like if I just punch someone literally for no reason, yeah. If I'm drunk and I punch someone for no reason under the same circumstances, the conviction should be the exact same. It shouldn't be any different, you know? Yeah, yeah, great threats are a thing when you're drunk, yeah. Oh, it tells you what's going on in your head, doesn't it? When it happens. I saw my brothers come home completely hammered. They threw up and embarrassed themselves, tripping over everything. Yeah. Well, that ironically, that was what my little brother told me. He told me that when his dad, which is my stepdad, right, his dad came in. He came in drunk one night and like vomited on in the toilet and like passed out on the bathroom floor. And he said he saw him do that. This was when he was just a teenager as well. He saw that and he never wanted to get in that state again. He was like, "I'm not touching alcohol." I mean, he never wanted to get in that state like his dad was in. He's like, "I'm not touching it ever." And since that day, he's kept to it. He hasn't touched alcohol, and I'm happy with him. I'm glad. I'm really glad he's like that. I'm really happy about it. Because he's a good boy. Um, we can talk about football, white piss heads crying their team lost. Why don't they cry about the state of this country? Scumbag. Yeah, yeah. Again, the favorite team loses, and it's like let's go out and smash some windows and drink ourselves stupid and all that just to get over the trauma. But your country's been invaded by Islam, and you don't give a shit. You know. Oh yeah, the Fury fight's this Friday, isn't it? I'm forgetting that. I'm forgetting it's that close. Yeah. That's like I talked about it a little bit earlier. That's Fury's fighting Marius Wack because he wants a big stiff like punching bag to prepare him for Anthony Joshua. He wants an Anthony Joshua shaped sparring partner. So he's taking on Marius Wack. It's a cherry pick, but we all know that, don't we? We all know what it is. One of them fights. Alcohol is literally toxic. Some people handle it better than others, in the same sense that some people handle obesity or an ACL tear better than others. Yeah, exactly. Like, even if you're a functioning alcoholic, it's not alcohol. I mean, and I'd rather you be a functioning alcoholic than a scumbag alcoholic who causes trouble, but it doesn't mean it's a good thing. It's like polishing a turd, in it. Like, again, I know people who drink every single weekend and actually get steaming drunk every single weekend. Now, some of these people are functioning members of society. They have a full time job, a family. They've got their shit together, but they just for whatever reason enjoy getting drunk every single Saturday night or whatever. I would rather you now that's not a good thing. I'd rather you be like that than someone who has one drink and then wants to stab somebody. I'd rather you at least be a functional alcoholic, right? But it doesn't mean that it's a good thing. Again, it's like somebody being able to tiptoe around with an ACL tear, whereas somebody might be bedridden by it. It doesn't mean that an ACL tear is a good thing, does it? I see that. It's weird because I've done the start button on a few things when drunk, then realize you need to be sober now to take it forward, like having a few looseners before a gig. Yeah. Yeah, I see having a bit of Dutch courage, it does that. Like you say, that's lowering the inhibition. And you doing the gig, for example, you might be a bit scared because you'll fear the eyes being on you and being judged and all that. But when you have that drink, you go out and do it. You gives you again, they call it Dutch courage. That lack of inhibition can actually help you with the gig. Not worrying about being watched and judged, just going out there and doing it. I get that. You could say the same about driving. I'm scared of crashing my car, so I'm gonna have some Dutch courage before I drive. That's quite funny. Imagine that. Another thing I picked up on Muslims, this Yemen person was with Sneeko in Saudi, saying death to the USA, where Sneeko is, but he has no issue with Saudis fighting Yemen. Yeah, he was in Saudi working. Yeah, I mean, look at what's happened in Yemen. Like the amount of massacres that have taken place in that place at the hand of Muslims, and he's there talking about death to the USA. Well, Sneeko should leave the USA and go and live in Yemen or wherever Do you get? Do you know? I like watching Sneeko get punched. Watching Sneeko get punched is ASMR to me. I like it. So Muslims have no issue with them bombing each other. Again, it's like black on black crime, innit? It's the exact same mentality. Literally the exact same mentality as black on black crime, you know? I don't care about Tyson Fury or AJ. I must admit, at the stage of their careers that they're at now, you know, with AJ fighting Jake Paul and Fury, you know, lowering himself to fighting an ancient an ancient Marius Wack punching bag. I have to admit, it's I'm just like, just get the fight over with. Like, I'm not that interested in them. I'm like, just get the fight over with. Just fight each other. You don't need a tune up. Just fight each other. May the best man win. Still think Fury wins though. The ancient Greeks and Romans would drink very light alcohol that wouldn't give the buzz, just enough to make sure the water was made clean and had a bit of flavor. Yeah, alcohol's been around for many generations. I know that, but alcoholism, which is like, again, you're no longer drinking alcohol, you're doing alcohol, kind of thing. That's different, isn't it? You know. I've heard of Irish drunks getting grey school, pulling up outside the pub and going back to drink again. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit. Drinking hard liquor comes from barbarian, undeveloped peoples, Mongols, Turks. Yeah. Yeah, they probably drink the hard liquor and get so, like, off their face on it, then go and, like, invade a neighboring tribe or something, you know? What was I've got a lot of comments now. We need a Lord Farquaad. Anything else is LARPing. Yeah, that's what we need in this country. We need Lord Farquaad. We need him to come out, say, we're gonna go to war with the Muslims. We're gonna drive out all invaders, and we're gonna embrace right wing conservative values. And then he can stand there and say, "Some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice I am willing to make." Based. That's what we need. That's what we need from a leader. We need a leader that's just absolutely, like, just has no inhibition whatsoever with his policies. You know, you people poisoning my perfect world. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I love the bit. You know the bit where he goes like, "Now take your swamp and leave before I change my mind." As someone who's autistic, I hate when people say autism is a superpower. All I've seen from other autistic people is extra violent tendencies. I have those tendencies. I don't want to blame autism. Yeah, yeah. Look, you can have autism and be functional, right? Just be and be largely normal, but and there might be some, like, side effects that help you, like being able to hyper focus on something and figure it out, like a puzzle or whatnot. But it's not a superpower. Autism is not a superpower. It doesn't make you a super duper genius who knows everything about everything. No. What it does is it gives you a very specific obsession, or at least something that borders on obsession, you know? And it gives you a lot of social issues. You know, the vast majority of autists really struggle to socialize, and it's sad, but they do, you know? And they struggle to develop relationships and things like that because of it. Their minds just don't work the same as ours do, to an extent. Thoughts on pubs shutting down and Gen Z not? Well, it's a good thing. Again, pubs should shut down, as far as that. Well, no, it depends on the pub. If it's like a family pub that serves dinners and stuff like that, if it's some, like, shithole like the places I work, then yeah, it should shut down. But Gen Z shouldn't be drinking at all. Right? They're not even old enough to drink yet, most of them. So yeah. Really, they should just bring back prohibition. There should be no alcohol. That way, only criminals will drink alcohol, and us normal people don't have to. And then if we catch someone drinking it, just shoot them, innit? I support the war on drugs, by the way. I think the war on drugs is awesome. People always say that all the time, like, "Oh, "Oh, you don't like the war on drugs, you are a fascist." I'm like, yes and yes. War on drugs is good. Fascism is good. Death to any death to libertarianism, right? Libertarians are the most retarded people on the planet. I actually hate them with a passion. Because you see, libertarianism would only work if literally every single human being on the planet followed the non-aggression principle. But people don't follow that, do they? And if you don't know what I'm on about, the non-aggression principle, it means you can't have any form of aggression unless someone else is aggressive towards you. And even then, you got to be careful, right? People don't live like that, do they? Human beings are sinful. They're fallen by their very nature. So nobody's going to leave you alone and not tread on you. That's not going to happen. I hate libertarians. I hate them with a passion. They're stupid people, honestly. They should grow up and embrace fascism. Otherwise, just die, you know? Why has Sneeko not been arrested for saying New Yorkistan is it implying Islamic takeover? Is he an agent? Well, obviously he's an agent. Otherwise, we'd have never heard of him. I mean, did you hear of him before that situation with David Wood or the situation with Sean Strickland? I'd never heard of him prior to that. Yeah, apparently he's this big, massive influencer who everybody knows. Like these guys are all AstroTurf, just like Andrew Tate. You know, do mocktails taste? Some of them do. Yeah, it just depends on the drink itself. There's millions of types of mocktails. It's just like fruit juice and whatever ingredients you want in it. You know, you could put coconut in it, you could put basil in it, you could put anything in it, you know? Strawberry, raspberry, like just it's literally just different types of fruit juice, but it's like blended together to make a nice fancy cocktail, you know? But it's called a mocktail because there's no alcohol, you know? Phobia is an irrational fear. It's not irrational. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, yeah. Being afraid of Islam is not a phobia because why would you not be afraid of a violent death cult that wants to violently subjugate you and rape your kids and behead you and take over your country? I mean, you should be afraid of that. You should be, you know. Autism is not a superpower. Hardly any of them have that super talent, and they have no friends. A lot of them, because I talked about this in a previous stream. One of the problems with autism is it takes away your ability to empathize. And what I mean by that is you struggle to comprehend that not everything that comes out of your mouth is interesting to everyone else. And you have a very, very difficult time showing interest in what other people talk about. So you notice autism. Let's say you're obsessed with something like trains, for example. That's all you want to talk about. You know you want to watch Thomas the Tank Engine and you want to play with toy trains and you want to talk about train history and train culture and that. And the people around you are like, "Don't you ever talk about anything but trains?" And you're like, "Well, no, that's my interest." And then when they talk about something, you're like, "Ugh, I'm not interested in that. What you on about?" Like they talk about football or like tennis or any like whatever else. Like it could be anything, badminton, rugby. Like it could be anything, and you're just like, Haven't you ever heard of trains before? That's the only interesting thing out there." Are you do you know? As stupid as it seems to us, like when we listen to autists, like and we see how obsessed they get with one thing, to them, the interests that we have seem equally stupid. The interests that we have seem equally inconsequential, and that's why autists, like I say, they have a very, very difficult time socializing and a very difficult time empathizing with other people's opinions and worldviews and stuff like that. That's a problem with autism, you know. Have you heard of modelism? I don't think so. No. What's that? Like everybody's a model. I don't know. I'd never heard of it. I don't think. I'm sure you'll educate me. If I have kids, I'm not letting them even eat anything unhealthy until they're old enough to ask. Yeah, I'm feeding my kids like grass-fed steak and like prime salmon and all that. Like I'm making sure my kids get fed like proper protein. I'm gonna take them to the gym, teach them to box. You know, let them lift and all that. I'm gonna make them as like I'm gonna make my kids like total badasses. I'm gonna make them based, and I'm gonna make them watch Shrek, and like I'm gonna teach them that Farquaad is the good guy and all that. I'm gonna let them watch Rocky 4, but it's gonna be like the bootleg version where Drago knocks out Rocky with the first punch. It's gonna be that version. I'm gonna make sure they grow up based like conservatives. I'm gonna do that. I wish my parents did the same. What you think of Bob from? I like Bob. Preferring black African Christians instead of deluded white British piss. Well, doesn't everybody? He even triggered English woman saying we're weak because of mate. He's right about that. Look. I would rather hang around with a black African preacher, for example, who loves the Lord, than some cokehead white guy who's like, "Oh, the Bible's no real," and all that. Like, "Oh, you believe in religion and blah 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 blah. I'm going to get steaming." Like, I would literally rather hang around with. I'd rather hang around with 1,000. And that's not saying that I agree with mass immigration. I don't, but I sympathize with what Bob's saying, because what he's saying is we should be emphasizing Christ. We should be putting Christ above all. And like, I don't know about you guys. I prefer the company of a black African Christian. Like, like the why are you gay? You are gay. I'd rather hang around with that guy. That would be a blast. I'd go for a beer with him than some random, white scumbag pisshead who wants to talk about football and Celtic won the league and all that. And I'm like, no, I'm not interested in that. And then threaten to stab me before getting put on his arse. Yeah, it was rebranded as a sports drink in the 80s. Daley Thompson ad was a couple of years after. I don't think I've seen that ad. Or if I have, I don't remember. I just know I've heard that it used to be medicine. And it makes sense because it's medicine to me. Whenever you say you're steaming, makes me laugh. And also, yeah, it's raining and I'm steaming. I'm only 18. Yeah, I look at society like I didn't know you were that young. Wow, my channel's down with the kids, innit? I'm cool, innit? I was that always surprises me. I look at society like I'm already scared about my possible kids whenever I think about it, especially the woke education system. Yeah. Well, again, here's the thing: like you came out of that education system, and you know what you know, and it's clearly because you are blessed by God. Like God blessed you with intelligence. He blessed you with pattern recognition. He blessed you with a conscience. He blessed you with being based and cool and awesome. And he helped you find this channel to kind of help nurture that. So yeah, I'm glad to see you here, man. And I'm glad to hear I've got like based teenagers watching my channel. That's cool. I like that. I'm like Steve Buscemi, where it's like, "Howdy, fellow kids." Oh, mate, I wish when I was 18 I knew the things I know now. I would have become a total badass if I knew what I know now at 18. I was an idiot at 18, though. I was like literally retarded, you know. That's why I think alcohol contributes to a huge chunk of sexual assault. Oh, without a doubt. Like, let's say let's say you're a scumbag, right? And you see someone and you think, "Oh, I'd love to just rape that person," right? And then you have like 10 pints or whatever, and a few sambucas or something. You might think, hang on a second, I can rape that person and there ain't no consequence. So chances are, if you get drunk and do that, you might have done it anyway if you could get away with it. So conviction, you might not even have kids. Yeah, I hope you do though. I really hope you do, and I hope you have them young. All fair points, but a person who behaves like a lunatic sober is always scarier. Yeah, yeah, mate. If you're sober and you act like a lunatic, that's scarier than acting like a lunatic drunk, because it shows that you're a dangerous person who should be locked up. Hey, I can be a lunatic when I want to be, or when it's forced out of me. Yeah, the entire French national football team. There's no Frenchmen. There's no French people in it. It's all black, and it's because it's like the French football team had all this money that they bought. They bought all of the best African footballers and just gave them French passports. Because again, a lot of Africans are really good at football because of their genetics, right? They're more built for football because football has a lot of running and a lot of like you got to really explode off your feet to play football to run the pitch and score a goal, right? So a lot of blacks do really well at football. So the French national team has literally bought a bunch of African players and just given them French passports so they can come close to winning the World Cup. That's what happened. Team of Africans, by the way. Meanwhile, they can say racist stuff towards other minorities. Can football just die? Yeah, mate. Football should just die. It should. I hate it. I've actually gotten to the point. I went from being indifferent towards football to now absolutely despising football. I hate it now. I do. Not the game. I hate the people associated with it. The future is bleak. Patriot Christ follower. It was over 80 years when normies acquired power and voting rights. We're just living in the consequences. Yeah, this is what happens when you take away fascism. Society crumbles. So all the "you're a fascist" people, those people are the problem, right? These libertarians, they're the problem. You can't have a functioning society without fascism. Every single successful society all across history was a fascist society. When did the society crumble? When did it become a failed state? When they dissolved fascism and took on democracy. That's when the society crumbled because most people are stupid. Most people are normies. Most people are retards. Most people are evil. That's what you need to understand about humanity. Humanity is evil. The Bible is very clear about this. We're in a fallen state. This is Satan's realm. Okay, Satan is he's all over culture. He's all over human history. Look at paganism. That's what that is. What you need Christianity to be the seat of power in this world, and you need a fascist totalitarian control over your nation to keep the riffraff out and to keep your people thriving, right? And to make sure that your people are taught the correct things. That's what you need. That's how society functions. That's how Britain was for generations before the monarchy became basically a joke. It became basically a tourist attraction and not the seat of power in our country. That's how it was. Once you get rid of that, once you allow, the barbarians in, your society is dead. Your country's dead. That's just what happens. Nordic, any stories of grape threats? Not exactly grape threats, but let's just say I've had a cunt of a weekend. See that? Can't really see it, can you? See my eye? Yeah. I've had a cunt of a weekend. Where was I? The only way to do it safe is to live outside the UK. Yeah, but can you afford to leave the UK and set up somewhere else? Can you? I don't know, man. Does that still happen? I remember a lad at college bricking the windows of an estate agent after England came many years ago. Yeah. Oh, it happens. Yeah. See in the UK sometimes. Sorry, in Glasgow sometimes. In Glasgow, sometimes shops actually board up their windows when there's a big Celtic game on. See if there's a Celtic game, it's like I don't follow football, but let's say Celtic are about to have a game which will determine whether or not they win the league or whatever. A lot of the shops will actually board up their windows because basically they're concerned that if Celtic loses, the fans will go and smash all the windows and stuff. Like because that happens a lot in Glasgow. Like if Celtic loses a game, their fans go and like attack people and they go and smash up windows. And, like it happens a lot. So sometimes they'll actually board them up, and there'll be like loads of police vans across the street to try and like contain the chaos. That was why I loved it when Urtach came over to play Celtic, and the Urtach Ultras. They're a big football firm from Holland or wherever it is. Those dudes are flipping hard, and the Celtic fans were shitting themselves. Like they were terrified of them. They were. It was funny, man. I remember that. Same with when the Lazio fans came over. They didn't mess with them either. Give it 50 years and England women's team will be playing in Birkwood. Niqab can be the away kit. Yeah, imagine that. When I'm gonna drive, I always pray before. No wonder I encounter way less danger than when I did. Do you know I would do that as well if I were to drive? Like I pray every time I lift. Do you know when I'm lifting weights, if I'm about to do a heavy set, I always say a prayer, especially with the bench press, for obvious reasons, you know. Oh yeah, did I say I mentioned earlier today I did my personal record again on the squat. I managed to get 122.5 for 3 sets of 5 on the squat. So my squat has increased since that last video. I didn't record it though. I didn't upload it. Otto on The Simpsons, alcohol improves your ability to drive. I think I remember that. Yeah, he was the bus driver, Otto, the school bus driver. I mean, he was quite a funny character, him. Yo, Michael, good to see you here, Michael Maloney. God bless you. A few millionaires who wouldn't give you a loaf of bread if you were starving lost a game. Let's go out and smash some windows while our daughters are being yeah, of course. Football tards, yeah. Yeah, so some random like overpaid African players lost a game that doesn't affect your life whatsoever. So let's go out and riot and kick someone's head in and destroy some like local business who's probably struggling to pay his bills and all that. You know, the owner's probably struggling to pay his bills. While you've got barbarians like taking over your country and whatnot. Just a fiver on Pringles by stoppage. Do you know that's worth a fiver? It is like 20-1. That's not bad at all because Anthony Joshua's chinny. So if Pringles goes in there and with that big Albanian right hand, he might score a knockout because the guy can punch for all his faults, you know. Or the same thing might happen with as with Joey DeWaco, where he hit Prenga to the body and just the sheer like hardness of Prenga shattered his arm and made him jump to the canvas and quit, you know? Alcoholism and boomerism, yeah. Well, the two are intertwined, aren't they? Because binge drinking is a boomer thing. You know, most boomers can't get through the day without drinking, can they? You know? There's a lot of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's true though, but Prenga could take a dive, so you might feel ripped off if he does, but it's worth a punt because it's Anthony Joshua. And every time Joshua Fury gets close to being made, one of them loses, usually Joshua. So it might happen, you know. I don't bother drinking alcohol anymore. Bagging it straight into a vein gets the job done more efficiently. Just got 3 leg veins and my Cyclops eye left. Yeah, that happened in The Simpsons. Remember Barney? He gets the lifetime supply of Dove beer and he goes, "Suck it to my veins." He just gets it. He just gets it like injected right into him. That was funny. I don't know I was autistic until I was 16. Oh, really? So you got diagnosed at 16, yeah. A lot of kids do get diagnosed late, though, to be fair. Like, some people never get diagnosed. There are some people who have autism their whole lives, and they never get a chance to get diagnosed with it. I remember one of my mates in school had autism, and he didn't get diagnosed until he was in his early 20s, I think. So, like, it does happen sometimes, you know, it just depends. The autists in school said when group work happened, they were usually left out or last picked. How mentally horrible it is if you're not one. Yeah, it's sad again because a lot of people don't know, especially if you're undiagnosed and people don't know what's wrong with you. They just think you're a weirdo. Having autism that's why it can help to have a community of people who are like you. You know, people who have similar interests and maybe even have autism themselves. That's what a lot of autists need. I think they need common ground, which they don't often get at home or at school, you know. seen your Sven video. I'm convinced European boxers should use the Japan strategy, fight often at home, tell Americans to shove it. They're going to rob you and call you a fraud anyway. Yeah, that's why I'm glad that Sven never allowed the American boxing establishment to dictate his career. He dictated his own career. I'm glad that he did that. Because let's be honest, if Sven had fought in America, they would have robbed him against some like fringe contender, and he would have been said, "Oh, see, he's a bum, he's a fraud." So I'm glad he stayed fighting in Germany. He was making plenty of money there, and he built up his name there. And that's what I wish that more European fighters would do, but they don't because they're sellouts. A lot of them just want the big bucks very quickly. They don't want to become big fighters and big names in their own country. They just want a big payday against the Canelo or someone, and they'll happily lose. Sounds very Muslim, shooting drunks, but never mind. Muhammad apparently drunk alcohol. Yeah, he did. Didn't it say in the Quran that alcohol was like a blessing from Allah or something? But a lot of them say you shouldn't drink it, and I don't know. I don't think that even comes from the Quran. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there's some like junkie shouting outside. I'm gonna close the window 1 minute because I don't want that coming through on my recording and then getting my video banned or something because I don't know what he might say. Hold on. Like, so I put it like I'm gonna put. No, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna put the camera at the window, but no, because I might drop the laptop and I can't be bothered. Yeah, stupid junkies. I don't know if you guys could even hear that, but he was out the window shouting like listen, f this and f that, and I'm like, shut up. I don't want it ruining my stream. Muslims drink as well, but you never hear them complaining about that. Yeah, when I was in school, there was Muslims that used to smoke weed, get drunk, and everything, but they call themselves Muslims. So clearly, they're not very pious, are they? I used to call myself a libertarian. It's a lovely philosophy, but constitutionalism is far more realistic. Closest thing that actually works. Libertarianism, again, it relies on or it depends on so many things that are not practical and are not realistic. You have to have a very high trust society. You have to assume that everybody just has the same view as you, that everybody follows the law, that nobody's gonna quote unquote tread on you. Like you libertarianism literally relies on everybody just being the same and believing the same shit. And then what's their solution always? If somebody steps out of line, it's always shoot them or get off my property and all that. It's like don't again libertarianism. It's just pure selfishness. That's all it is. And it's not practical because it always the solution to any problem that arises when you have a libertarian society is fascism. Fascism is always the solution. So why not just drop the fantasy and just embrace reality, embrace fascism? Because fascism is perfectly logical and it makes sense via a coconut mocktail. A Vita coconut mocktail can be very nice. Should go and make one of those when I'm home. Yeah. Yeah, my missus, she often gets like coconut stuff and like raspberry stuff and all that, like just random drinks that have like random fruits in it. Like, because again, she doesn't touch alcohol, so it's like but she doesn't want to drink like Coke and all that. She thinks that that's beneath her. Like drinking Coca-Cola is beneath her. So it's like she wants something fancy and sweet and all that with like that looks cool and it's got different fruits in it and all that sometimes. I think all foreigners should do what and I can't even, Andre Stoder. That's what happened for the Germany scene for Onile. Oh, right. You're responding to Andre Stoder to that guy's name. I thought you were. I thought that was an actual word. Then I was struggling to read it. I'm quite retarded. That's what happened in the Germany scene for yeah. A lot of them did fight at home and defended their titles and built up their names and made a lot of money doing it. That's what Sven Ottke did, and a lot of them, like Henry Maskey and whatnot, did that too. God literally blesses us with oranges, lemons, sugarcane, peaches, perpetually fallen humanity. I'ma cook this poison in a bathtub and drink it. No wonder he flooded the earth. Yeah, that's a great comment. That's one of the funniest comments I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm gonna make potato vodka in my prison toilet. I'm not gonna just eat some potatoes. Again, why not just have a glass of orange juice? I've got orange juice in the fridge actually. I forgot I had that. You could just have that instead. Um, that's a great comment though, I must admit. Like again, it's like God gives us literally everything, and then people complain about shit they don't have instead of appreciating what you do have. Like if you've got you live in a developed country, you've got a functional body, a functional brain, you've got air to breathe, you've got trees, you've got nature, you've got animals, you've got a beautiful sun, beautiful weather, beautiful sky. You've got beautiful rain that keeps you alive by giving you water to drink and cooling you down. And, you've got a roof over your head. Instead of saying a prayer and saying, thank you, Lord, for all these blessings, you complain because you don't have the type of car that you want, or you complain because you don't have the right job, or like people just complain about why did God let this happen? Well, there is no God because I don't have everything I want. Like you could just appreciate what you do have and be happy, like most people do, or most people did throughout history. But you're always going to get dickheads, aren't you, that don't have any. It's just ungrateful. Human beings are such ungrateful scumbags in general. Liberal stands for lying, idiotic bitch. Lying, idiotic bastard, retarded losers. Yeah. No offense to lobsters. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Autism can be good for doctors, engineers, architects, whatever. Nikola Tesla appeared to be somewhat autistic. Yeah. So some autists make a career out of it because, again, you could become obsessed with something that is actually something you could make money in, and then you could get a job doing it. That might help. That is actually a good thing. But very rarely, very rarely does that happen with autists. Very rarely, you know. We might need another flood. Yeah, I mean it would the way things are going, but that'll never happen though, because the symbol of the rainbow is God's promise to never again destroy the world through flood. So that will never happen. I mean, it would be hard pressed to argue why it shouldn't happen, but it won't. God made his promise, and God cannot lie. Okay, he keeps his covenants. What if your kid ends up oil drilling after all your hard work? Never happen. And if he does, he'll be getting the back of my hand. I don't care if he's 40 years old. I'll give him a spanking if he does that. You know, based millennial with based Gen Z follow. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it? It's lovely to see Gen Z and millennials come together to bash boomers and talk about what scum boomers are, like and how they screwed us all over. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, same. I wish I had all this info when I was 18. When I was 18, I wish I knew everything I knew now. I wish I knew how to train my body to get as strong as possible. I wish I knew how to develop my political views and things like that. I wish I knew everything that I know now when I was 18. Would have been awesome. I was a degenerate leftist when I first left school. Oh, really? I heard the gospel through your chat. Is that right? You heard the gospel through my channel? And is that why you're not a degenerate leftist? Well, that's a good thing. Do you know that's fulfilling for me to hear that, because it means that at least one person has heard my words and has turned from their evil ways, and I like that, because sometimes I wonder if I'm nothing but white noise on here, like I'm not really helping anybody, or I'm just preaching to the choir. But comments like that let me know that I actually am having some sort of an impact. It's not a big impact, but it's an impact nonetheless. I'm actually helping somebody come to the light side, so to speak. So I'm glad to hear that makes me happy to hear. What if you wanted to grape them in a debate? Not literally. Oh yeah, nothing wrong with that. A nice debate that's like one-sided as a gang rape, as David Hay would say. Let me just plug my charger back in. There we are. Yeah, if you want to grape somebody in any way, make sure it's verbally. Don't physically grape them, because that's frowned upon in some cultures. Even though if you're an atheist, it should just be considered human nature, right? But it's not allowed anymore. I wonder why. I didn't watch 1 minute of the World Cup. I think I watched a little bit of it just because I was working during it and it was on in the background, but I didn't pay any real attention to it. I didn't care one bit. I don't care about football. I don't care about sports ball for normies and cokeheads, Don't be fooled by the Muslims supporting England or Spain. They're only doing it because Argentina cheated against a Muslim country, yeah. Well, I heard a lot of people saying, like, during the World Cup, they thought it was rigged for Argentina because they were getting away with a lot of stuff. But then Spain ended up beating them, didn't they? So, yeah. Weird. But, yeah, don't trust the Muslims that say they root for England because they don't care about England. They want to subjugate England. The football is often used as a political tool. So, again, a good example, like I was talking about earlier, with France. A lot of money invested in the French national team. They buy football players from Africa, some of the best footballers in that part of the world, put them on the team, give France an ability to get some results, right, to win the World Cup. And then they say, see, diversity is good. Diversity is our strength. We need these people. Because some elite athletes from Africa being imported and bought to play for a team and given French passports, that's somehow representative of the entire third world being imported into society. That, football, you see what I mean about how football is used to manipulate people to accept that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Zinedine Zidane was born in Algeria, wasn't he? Others came from Ivory Coast, Cameroon, etc. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Zidane had a better headbutt than Andre Ward. That guy was pretty tough. He would have made it in boxing in America. Put a kid in on soccer and it will mess him up. Yeah, because but a lot of parents like indoctrinate their kids into soccer. France cooked themselves. That's on them. Kind of tired of feeling sorry for them. At the same time, loads of people suffer that are against cultural Marxism. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're against cultural Marxism, you're basically ostracized from society in most cases. That's sadly how it is, isn't it? No, to join the black eye crew, mate. I've had many black eyes. Like I've been on stream before with black eyes. It's not the first time. This is just the first time it's happened outside of the ring, on stream. Outside of sparring. Someone tried to glass you. No, it wasn't a glass. It was basically, to describe it. It was a sucker slap, if that makes sense. It was somebody slapped me hard in the face and caught me in the eye while my hands were in my pocket. And 2 seconds, I can't say too much about it because I'm trying to think what I can say. Look, see this past weekend, I told you guys earlier, I've had a cunt of a weekend. I had 2 fights over the weekend. 2. One of them I'm in deep shit over, so I need to be careful what I say. But that first one there, the one that actually gave me the black eye, 2 seconds later, the guy was on the floor, restrained. 2 seconds later. So yeah, it was a guy sucker slapped me in the face hard, and instantly he was down and incapacitated. The other one, the one that happened after, I'm not going to talk about because I'm in trouble over it. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I will talk about it in the future when it's all in the past and it dies down and there's no legalities. I'll talk about it in the future. I'm not talking about it right now. The toughest choices require the stronger of wills. Yes, that was based. Thanos is pretty base. Some of the stuff he says, Thanos, if Thanos could have like snapped his fingers and just removed all the leftists, that would have been good. That would have been great. They should have done that. And then he could have sat there and looked upon society and like, I have created a based world. I love that scene in that movie. Do you know where he goes like, "You're strong"? Like he catches his daughter lying, and he goes up behind her and he goes like, "You're strong, me. You're powerful, me. But I never taught you to lie. That's why you're so bad at it." That was such a funny scene. I like that. It's like when he caught her lying because he had like video evidence of her lying. That was brilliant. I like it. Yo, how you doing, Reverse? What's good in the hood? Yeah, same to you, man. How you doing? What's good with you, bro? God bless you. I think we chose the wrong future. We could have replaced the hereditary elite with a merit-based one. Instead, we chose the delusion that is mass democracy and universal suffrage. Yeah, exactly. We could have continued the monarchy and had a strong. Obviously, it needs to be the right monarchs, but you know, some really, really based, brave, what's the word I'm looking for? Benevolent monarchs who are going to rule over us and make things good. That would be great, but we didn't get that. We got an endless cycle of scumbag politicians who are all educated by the same people, pretty much. You know. Yeah, how's it going? God bless you, man. Nobody cares about the J thing. It got more used than a football stadium. Yeah. Celtic versus Rangers probably has nothing to do with religion. Just Yobs using religion as a smokescreen to behave like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be Catholic versus Protestants. Not a single one of them ever prays to the Lord Jesus Christ or preaches repentance, do they? But they call themselves Catholics and Protestants. They're just, it's nothing to do with that. It's just football distraction, you know. It's like a proxy war between generations of white cokeheads, you know, that call themselves Catholics and Protestants, but they don't even go to church or read the Bible or anything. They're certainly not born again and repentant of their sins, are they? So they're Catholics and Protestants in name only, you know. They're certainly not like with John Knox or George Buchanan. Would they give a shit about football? You know, like would somebody like John Knox or I don't know anybody in that time period, would they give a crap if Celtic or Rangers won the league and go out and smash people's windows over it? No, they would be preaching repentance of sins. That's what they would be doing. They just use that as an excuse. Yeah. Do you agree the Joshua card is the worst in history? One of the worst in history. Who else is on the card? I'm not actually. I know. Yeah, I know. Shiraz is on it. Aside from that, I don't know who's on that card. The one good thing about Churchill is he hated Islam. Yeah. Well, I mean, who wouldn't? You'd have to be like retarded to not hate Islam. Why would you? Well, I mean, how could you possibly hate a violent, barbaric culture of subjugators? How could you possibly have a problem with that? That's unheard of. That's insane. To be against a group of people, ran by a caravan robber and warlord, who wanted to violently subjugate the entire world and force them to pay the jizya. How could you be against that? How could you be against, child marriage and all that other stuff? How could you be against honor killings? How could you be against any of that? Buggy apps everywhere since AI came in. Some videos don't play or the app freeze. Yeah, that's shite, man. Yeah, I really don't like AI. AI has like rendered creativity obsolete on this platform. It's completely ruined it, if truth be told. Imagine somebody's body being punched so hard that someone goes down if they punch them. Yeah, that's how hard Christian Prenga is. Pringles, like you hit him and it reflects damage and hurts you. It reflects damage and hurts you. It does. Dubois battered AJ so bad. AJ has to be mentally scarred for life. Well, it was a pretty bad knockout. Because again, AJ has only fought once since then, and it was against, or has he fought again? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he only fought Jake Paul. I don't know if he's fought again aside from that. So yeah, AJ clearly hasn't fully recovered mentally because he'd have got his career back on track if he had. You know, I mean, we know what AJ's like when he loses and when he's determined. Like, you saw how determined he was in the Usyk rematch, how determined he was in the Ruiz rematch and whatnot. We've not seen that determination since with AJ. He's become kind of a meme now, hasn't he? You know, fighting Jake Paul. He wouldn't have done that if he's serious about his career, you know. Well, if you get diagnosed, then at least you know. And you never know, maybe you'll get benefits for being diagnosed. But if you're undiagnosed, you're not going to get any benefits. You're not going to get nothing if you're diagnosed if you're not diagnosed. So, but it's difficult to get diagnosed with autism. Again, there's people that have it for decades and never get diagnosed. Same with OCD. I have OCD, but I've never been officially diagnosed with it. I just know I have it because I have all the symptoms, literally all the symptoms of it. I have it, and it's never going to go away. But I don't see the point in getting, what do you call it? Getting diagnosed with it. I don't think they do benefits for OCD. Believe me, I'd look into it if they did. You know, because it makes most of life unbearable. It honestly does. Not only does the French national team have non-French people, but their star boy Mbappe is dating a transfer. Really? I didn't even know about that. That's horrible. That's disturbing. Man. France. To be fair, Ruiz ruined AJ more than anyone, yeah. Yeah, AJ's been very gun shy ever since the Ruiz fight, and he's not been as aggressive. He's not let his hands go as much. Because I think he knows that he knows how chinny he is these days. And you got to imagine that Dubois knockout has put him right back in his place. And he's like, I could get knocked out by literally anybody, you know, if I get caught. The Ruiz and Dubois beatings have probably left AJ with a bad case of PTSD. I always thought Audley Harrison had something in the PTSD ballpark. Well, see if you look at Audley Harrison all throughout his career. Now, he got knocked out a few times. See, towards the end of his career, he was terrified to even throw a punch. If you look at his fight with that guy, Ali Adams, who was some like random, you know, feather-fisted journeyman, Audley Harrison was scared to actually throw a punch against that guy. He was scared to lead against that guy. Like, he was scared to do anything. And some of the fights he had late, like the Wilder fight and the David Price fight, soon as he got caught, he just completely froze up. Didn't even make an attempt to get like back to his feet or to tie up or anything. He just froze and didn't know what to do. Like, the guy definitely had PTSD. Probably ever since the beating he took off of Dominic Gwynn and that first knockout loss to Michael Sprott, which was particularly brutal. He probably had PTSD ever since those and just never really recovered from it mentally. You know, and it plagued him in his whole career. Even fights he possibly could have won, he just didn't let his hands go because he was scared of getting hit and knocked out and ending up in that same position. Even though he talked a good game before the fight, it was basically false confidence. And he had that obviously fixed fight with David Haye where he threw like one punch, it was a jab, and he didn't do nothing else. He just stood there like a statue, scared to get hit, you know. Hamza Shiraz has been managed very carefully. Gifted a world title against a nobody. TalkSport has also been repeating how Joshua is back and in the best shape he's ever been for the 60th time. Yeah, we heard that every time about Joshua. Every time he loses and he's making a comeback, you hear he's better than before. He's worked on his stamina and he's much more defensively capable now. And he goes in there and it's the same old Joshua and he loses pretty much in the same fashion, you know. Or he like runs away and spoils his way to win, like against Ruiz. Yeah, that was horrible, that knockout. Like when Michael Sprott KO'd Audley that first time, that left hook, like that was one of the most sudden knockouts you'll ever see in the terms of like as soon as the punch landed, you just knew it was immediately done. And then ironically in the rematch, Audley that ended up knocking out Michael Sprott, but it was weird because for most of the fight, Audley barely threw a punch and he was getting beaten. He was losing the fight badly. And then all of a sudden he hurts, I think Sprott ran out of gas, and then Audley hurts him in the last round and then KOs him with a left hook. So that was quite, you'd have to imagine that was good for Audley's mental health in the sense that he managed to do the same thing to Sprott that Sprott did to him after taking a beating as well. It was quite interesting that. That's an interesting rivalry that was. Do you guys think the AJ Dubois fight was real? It looked like AJ took a dive, lunging him with a lead uppercut. Well, it did look suspicious how he threw the same uppercut like 3 times in a row and then basically set himself up for the overhand right. It looked suspicious to me. But it could just be that AJ froze up a bit and, got a bit desperate and thought, I can take this guy out the same way I did Dillian White with the uppercut. Because remember, he got caught against Dillian White as well several times doing the same thing and nearly got dropped in that fight. So it could just be poor tactics from AJ, or it could be that it was scripted and he was setting up the knockout. It could be, Autism is horrible, especially when you have dickheads at school. You get some of the more barbaric thoughts. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, see if you're autistic and you're being bullied, especially with like the lack of ability to empathize, you could really go crazy. They say a lot of school shooters are autistic, and that doesn't surprise me one bit. A lot of serial killers too. A lot of people seem to think are autistic. Yeah, most Muslims drink alcohol. A lot of them do. That's true. AJ just got his ass beat. It was a battle of the softies. Yeah, both of them are chinny. And both of them have got a lot of quit in them and have froze up in fights. Both AJ and Dubois have done that multiple times, Sprott had some pretty vicious knockout defeats also, like the KO loss with Danny Williams, second time in the rematch with Harrison. Yeah, he did. Yeah, both of them were brutal. Yeah. And it's crazy. It was like the same punch that he knocked Harrison out with was the shot Harrison knocked him out with. It was a big left hook. Both times were pretty brutal, AJ quit versus Ruiz, but Dubois demolished him. I don't think he can ever back to normal again after that. Well, he's never going to be as aggressive or as assertive as he was like prior to those fights. Like before he fought Klitschko and all that, and when he was fighting Dillian White and stuff. Like, he's never been, in his more recent fights, he's never been that aggressive. And he's not as fast as he was earlier. See, if you look at AJ when he first turned pro, he was really fast for a heavyweight. Like, for a guy at 18 stone, he was rapid. But he's a lot slower these days. And I don't think it's just because he's bulked up. I think it's that he doesn't train for speed and explosivity. He's trying to be more like a back foot boxer, like Klitschko and whatnot, but he doesn't have the athleticism that Klitschko had. So he can't really fight like that, You should go out drinking with a Muslim lad from Preston called Hamed. He could drink us all under the table. Yeah, a lot of them do drink. Again, even though they're not supposed to, apparently. My mate Carl was the best, claimed to be a Jehovah's Witness, loved his alcohol, cigars and porn. Then skipped assembly on religious grounds. That's funny. Yeah. They use a religious their religion as an excuse to not do the things they don't want to do. But when it comes to other shit they're not supposed to do, like drinking and smoking weed, they're fine with that. We can't drink Jello, or we can't eat gelatine, but we can smoke weed and drink booze. Yeah, of course. There's a very good video on YouTube by MMA coach Ramsey Dewey where he explains to you the way fights are indirectly rigged and how it's happened to him once when he fought in ONE FC. Yeah. I might have seen that video, actually, come to think of it. I might have seen it. I've seen a lot of Ramsey Dewey videos. So that might have been, I might have actually seen that one. ONE FC has some real bangers, Muay Thai, kickboxing and MMA. Yeah, it does. It does. There's a lot of them on YouTube too. True, God gives us everything, but they charge us for water, fruit, vegetables. Yeah, water falls from the sky, but they charge us for it. They bottle it up and charge us for it. Doesn't make any sense, does it? You know, it's crazy. Other methods could be, yeah, boomer bash. That's us, boomer bashers. You know, millennials and Gen Zs team up to bash the boomers for all their scumbag behavior and what they did to both of our futures and careers and prospects and whatnot. They destroyed us. They did a right number on us, you know. If my kid ends up oil drilling, he better produce some Olympic sprinters. I'ma treat the bride like I'm buying a racehorse. Yeah. Yeah. Crossbreeding them to get the fastest runners you can get. Brilliant. I only watched England in the World Cup. I only support the national team. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Spain colonized Argentina in the World Cup. Yeah, they did. They lost the Falklands again, this time to Spain. Spain thankfully only had 2 non-Spanish players, yeah, and that's too many. Because again, the World Cup shouldn't just be about winning. It should be about your best players from your country coming together and actually trying and playing the game. So you're supporting your local team, you're supporting your country. You're not supporting whatever team has the most money to buy the most like skilled players from overseas. That kind of defeats the purpose of a World Cup, I would say. People say Africa was a paradise before whites turned up. It's actually the other way around. Europe was a paradise before they showed up. Well, over 1,000 years ago, there were cities built in Europe, and you don't have any real like proper cities like that in Africa, do you? Not from the same time period, you know. Conor Benn, I heard, is a female to male. Is the truth. It looks like one. Again, he got a fake beard, and he was caught taking female fertility medication. So why not? Eh? Why couldn't he be he might be like an Elliot Page. You never know. He might be. He might have ab implants as well as his beard implant. The monarchy was based. That's why we took over 26% of the world. But the cancer of leftism took over. It's the same. Germany lost World War One. They were more conservative than us before World War One. Yeah. Again, if Germany had won the war, if Germany had won the war, they would be the good guys, and Britain would have been the evil racists and all that. Because again, history is written by the victors. Hitler would be considered even though Hitler and Winston Churchill were quite similar, actually. Hitler would be the hero who saved the world from fascism, and Winston Churchill would have been the evil mustache man that you're not allowed to speak of, or you get cancelled, you know. Off for the ultrasound. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. God bless you. Hope it all goes well. All the best. What's late, Nordic? What's up, Nordic? I'm late to the party. Yeah, good to see you here, Joe. God bless you, man. God bless you. Being ostracized sounds familiar to me. Yeah, it does. We're all being ostracized, aren't we? All of us. AJ is Vlad, but less explosive with less heart and less IQ. Yeah, he's just like a lame version of Vlad. He's like if you get Vlad from Wish, you know, a discount store version of Vlad. That's AJ. That's what he basically is, you know. He's never going to be that good. Did you see the interview with Alex Jones trolling Sneeko? Yeah, I did see that. Sneeko said, "What do you mean you want to start a crusade?" Alex was like, "Oh no, you're going to get one, pal." Brilliant. When Alex was talking about the men of Al Zut and all that, that was funny. the way that Alex Jones describes Muhammad and the men of Al Zut was brilliant. He had a great way of describing it. Yeah, how's it going, man? God bless you. Russia is base for bombing. Vitaly Klitschko's trafficking industry. Yeah. Yeah, do you guys know about that? Vitaly Klitschko is the sex trafficking king of Ukraine, apparently. It's a shame about the evil Russians. Lennox almost lost to a human trafficking kickboxer. Yeah. Can you believe it? Can you believe how shit Lennox Lewis is? He almost lost to a kickboxer and a human trafficking one at that, Terrible, isn't it? Derek Chisora lost to a kickboxer as well. It's crazy, man. Exposed. I'm glad that I found Jesus before I ended up ending someone. Yeah, I'm glad you did, man. You might have ended up a school shooter if you never found Jesus. Jesus saved your life. He changed. He did exactly for you what he did for me. He took your heart and he gave you a new one. He took from you your heart of flesh, your heart of stone, and gave you a heart of flesh, so that you yearn to follow his decrees. It's a good thing. It really is. Well, if AJ looked scared versus fake Paul, is he was probably scared of knocking him out too early and messing up the script, because you want Jake Paul to at least have some marketability so they can keep making money off him. You don't want him to just get blown away in 90 seconds and no one wants to see him fight anymore. That's not how it works. What happened to me was I didn't defend myself until I was physically attacked. Unless I was physically attacked. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir there, mate. I got in trouble for... No, let me not even go there. Not allowed to defend yourself, apparently. Apparently, self-defense is assault now, apparently. At least in this country, Lennox took on Vitali on short notice. Yeah, he did. Yeah, 2 weeks notice, because he was supposed to fight. It was supposed to fight Kirk Johnson. Lennox was, but he ended up facing Vitali as a last-minute replacement. Well, 2 weeks late, 2 weeks before the fight replacement. So Vitali didn't even have a training camp for that fight, and then he went and got the crap beaten out of him for 6 rounds and won based on a cut that was aggravated by the corner and Lewis's head. People thought Ben would end Regis, but he came. He could not. If Ryan's lost to Conor Benn, then his career is over. I don't know if his career will be over because, Ryan Garcia still has a lot of fans. He's still a big ticket seller. So he could still be like a good domestic, a domestic draw somewhere. He could still do that. So I wouldn't necessarily say that his career is over. I think he could still make a lot of money boxing. Maybe have a Rolly Romero rematch, because he'd probably win that. He'd probably beat Rolly Romero in a rematch if he actually came to win, because the first fight was clearly fixed. The England versus France game was hilarious. It was basically just Africans playing football with each other, like a friendly game of football between like the best African players who were bought and given French passports, I didn't watch the game though, so I don't actually know how it went. I honestly feel bad for Africans. Nigerian kids should be cheering their own country instead of living vicariously through people that ditched their country for money. Yeah, they should. Absolutely. They should be supporting their own home teams, but they can't because their best players are being bought and taken abroad, Yeah, Wakanda, Mudhut, heaven. World War One, there were no good guys. Oh yeah, there wouldn't. It's not a clear-cut good versus evil war. Like, very few wars are. Very few of them are that clear-cut, Yeah, God bless. If Africans are good at football, they should be allowed to win the World Cup with their own colours, healthier forever. Yeah, but there's a lot of people in Africa, and proportionately, even though some of them are very, very good at football because they have those twitch muscles and those genetics, the ones that are really good at it get paid to leave the country. And let's say you're from a place like Namibia or Nigeria, and you're great at football, and you're like one of the best players in the world. You're going to get paid a lot of money to go and play for France or somewhere. You're not going to get that kind of money from your own government, So those countries are not going to win the World Cup based on that, But they was Canes and She, and they created everything, man. The only actual heavyweights we have are Fury and Dubois. Italma is Slovakian, and Joshua is a Nigerian. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like in terms of like nationality, that's true. internet is crusading Islam and Muhammad's asshole got crusaded by Al Zut. Yeah. What was it I said on my last stream? I was like, pound the like button like the Al Zut pounded Muhammad. I was quite happy with that. That's why Vitaly wants to fight Putin. It's a scrap, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a cherry pick. Vitaly's like a heavyweight and Putin's like a lightweight. So Putin's like, what, 5'6" or something. Vitaly's like 6'8". He's too big. If they were the same height, Putin might like choke him out or something because Putin does judo and all that. He might have a chance, but nah, he's too small. I didn't know about Vitaly. That's messed. Yeah, Vitaly is a sex trafficker. Apparently, he owns a chain of strip clubs. There was who are into underage trafficking. There was a Ukrainian journalist who broke the story and got censored by the state over it. Yeah, Lennox lost to a crackhead. Yeah, he did. He lost to Oliver McCall, who took a dive in the rematch. You know, but people always claim that rematch like it means anything. Like it's as meaningless as Lennox, as Joe Louis beating Max Schmeling in the rematch, who took an obvious dive in the first round. Just adjusting my couch there, sorry. Chisora lost to two kickboxers, Vitaly and White. Yeah, he lost to a kickboxer. He could have been a leftist debating Kirk. Yeah, Patriot Christ follower could have been like a college leftist debating Charlie Kirk and saying, you're an incel, meh, and then getting totally owned and wrecked in a debate. I used to train kickboxing. I'm actually better at boxing. Yeah, I still want to take up kickboxing. I've never done kickboxing before. I want to take it up because I want to learn how to kick, because kicking is awesome and cool. And I want to be able to kick. It makes me a more complete fighter, you know, because I can punch, just as good as most, and I can block, I can grapple, things like that. But I want to be able to do all those things professionally and at a more skilled capacity, I want to do that. What sucks about Vitaly, that sucks about Vitaly. I hope Vladimir is not that morally corrupt. I hope not, but sadly, he probably is. He probably is, I have no idea how much I'd love to beat the crap out of Sneeko. Yeah, I would love to beat up Sneeko. That would be fun. I'd love to beat up that Hassan as well. That guy's a complete scumbag. I'll avenge the dog, People overrate boxers because they get paid more, but wrestlers, MMA guys, and kickboxers are generally tougher and better athletes. They're more demanding, more diverse. But yeah, they are. Yeah, especially kickboxing. I think kickboxing is more demanding in terms of what it does to your legs and all that, and because you actually to kick professionally at world level as a competitive kickboxer, you have to like toughen up your shin bones and your knees and everything. You have to constantly do stretching. And you have to constantly grind to overcome the pain barrier and stuff. It's a very, very brutal sport. Things like wrestling and jiu-jitsu and all that, it's very stressful on the joints as well. Like that can cause you serious mobility issues later in life. There's always dangers with any sport really, but especially with something like kickboxing, Yeah, Africans don't get the chance in their homeland. They want to money get taken away, That's what happens. When the black players in European teams born in European nations, well, yeah, a lot of their ancestors moved to European nations, and then they end up getting taken on by the local national team that isn't really their team, We was Crusaders. Usyk wouldn't last 2 minutes in a kickboxing bout with Rico. I think he'd last longer than 2 minutes, but I think he'd get knocked out. I would be generous and say Usyk might last 5 rounds, but not long beyond then, because Usyk's insanely tough. But Rico would knock him out in a kickboxing match. But Usyk obviously knocked him out in boxing, so it is what it is. It's to be expected, Imagine Vitaly giving those women commands in his voice, "Get down and kiss my cock or I will feed you to Putin." Yeah. We continue to talk. Like, Vitaly's a scary guy, isn't he? Could you imagine that? Yeah, you can imagine those concubines were not having a good day there, Horrible. Horrible. We was jihadis. Putin is 5'6" and Zelensky's 5'4". This war is just manlets sending the tall and strong off to die. Yeah, that sums it up perfectly, doesn't it? It's like a bunch of Carl Framptons sending a bunch of heavyweights to die. That's what it's like, you know? To die for whoever. You know, they're always trying to get white Christians to kill each other, aren't they? Sadly. Muhammad is a literal white supremacist enslaving blacks. Yeah, and he called them raisin heads. That's what he called them. Yeah, I would, mate. I would love to fight Muhammad Hijab. I would love to fight him, but he would never fight me though. He wouldn't. He's a big guy though, Muhammad Hijab. He's like 6'6". He's massive. He's about Anthony Joshua's size. But I would kick his ass though, easily. But it wouldn't happen. He'd never agreed to fight me. I think Muhammad Hijab strikes me as the type of person who would never take a fight that he didn't think he could win. Like, he would only fight somebody if they were half his size, so he could push them around and be the big man and, you know, be a bully and all that, and a thug. He's that type of person, you know. He'd never take on someone dangerous. Vlad is too timid to traffic hoes. It would take him like 10 rounds to slap a bitch. Yeah, like, instead of slapping the bitch, he would be like toying with her with the jab and pawing away at her hands, and then eventually, once he's got her like gassed and tired, then he would slap her, you know, and say, "Bitch, shut up, bitch," and that would be 10 rounds of boringness and clinching a bit before it, you know. When you're visiting Korea and Singapore, I'd love to. Don't know when, but I would love to at some point, you know. I love to go back to Poland again at some point too. Every kick and punch they throw in kickboxing Muay Thai is to break you completely. Brutal sport, yeah. Like, have you ever seen, and I've talked about this before, have you ever seen any of the sparring sessions between Dutch kickboxers, the way these guys spar? The sparring sessions are literally like full-on fights. And they don't even consider it full-on fights. They consider it sparring. But I've seen videos of them like knocking each other out brutally with head kicks and all that in sparring. Like, these guys are brutal. Absolutely brutal the way they go about the sport. And it's like everything with them is 100%. Like, every punch they throw, every kick they throw has just got everything behind it. They're not concerned with going the distance, a lot of these people, you know? That's what Rico is like. If you look at the way Rico fights, he has no interest in going the distance. He wants to take your head off with a head kick. That's what he wants to do, you know? Dude's absolutely brutal. It was funny when Vitaly called Chisora fat and Chisora called him a juice head. Did you see when John, in the face-off, when John Rawling asked Vitaly, would you like Chisora to kiss you? And Vitaly looked at him as if to say, why would you ask me that? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, that was really funny. Just the face that Vitaly did when he asked that question. He was just flabbergasted by it, you know? Hijab is 6'6", so you might need a ladder. Yeah, he's a big man. But I'd still beat him. I don't care. I'm 5'8", right? And he's 6'6", but he's a fat guy and he can't really fight. I'd just get inside and throw overhand rights and knock him out. I reckon I'd do that. Muhammad Hijab would belly flop you. Yeah, I'd be concerned about that. It'd be like fighting Emmanuel Yarbrough. Do you remember him? That's what it would be like, you know? He was scheduled to fight Paul. Who's Paul Golding? I don't know who that is. Do you know, that name rings a bell. I'm going to Google that. Paul Golding. Oh, he's a far-right activist. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, the Britain First guy. That name rung a bell. I forgot who it was, though, yeah. He'd probably be Muhammad Hijab, probably. Nordic versus Ali Dawah. Yeah, Ali Dawah, easy. And we're proud of that. I'd beat him easily. He's a twink. He's a skinny guy. He's easy, you know. And we're proud of that. With Vlad's chin, it would not surprise me. And Vlad is more durable than Ngannou, if you ask me. Yeah, probably. I was watching Shrek the other day with my kiddo, It's low key. He's a based anti-immigration theme. Like when Shrek says, "All of you get off my land and back where you came from." Yeah. See, Shrek and Farquaad were both similar in the sense that they wanted their own perfect world, wanted everybody to leave them alone, but they got corrupted by the fairy tale creatures who were poisoning the perfect world. You know, that's what they did. That's what they did. Yeah, it's savage. Boxers are very arrogant for some reason when it comes to kickboxers. They think they have no proper boxing ability or power. Well, I mean, the clue's in the name. Kickboxing. It's boxing with kicks. So it's boxing with more to it. It's like a more advanced version of boxing. There's a reason why a lot of kickboxers transition over to boxing because boxing is easier than kickboxing. Okay, if you can kickbox, you can box. If you can box, that doesn't necessarily mean you can kickbox. Kickboxing is harder. It's a more difficult sport, you know? That should be common knowledge. I visited China last year. I feel like an African. Their cities are extremely clean. The people are skinny and agreeable. It doesn't quite register that Europe is in decline until you travel. Well, when I went to Poland, I saw exactly how messed up Britain was. And I saw what Britain could be like if the people were more homogenous and if they weren't all alcoholics and stuff. Because Poland's actually a beautiful country. It's actually a lot nicer, you know. And people there are blessed, you know. There's churches everywhere. Everybody's white. Everybody's, you know, pretty much just a decent human being. I didn't meet anybody there who wasn't nice, pretty much. Everybody loves their country, loves their culture. It's a relatively high trust society. Just seemed like a lovely place to me. I really enjoyed it there, you know. It makes me sad about the state of my own country, you know. I was a culture shock because I realized I'd never been in a country where people are optimistic and the young are doing better with than their parents did. And you'd think parents would want the young to do better. You'd think that they would want that. But generally in the West, they don't. Like boomers did not want their kids to do better than them. They wanted to do well, and they wanted their kids to pay for them to retire. You know, they wanted to pay for them to get their arse wiped for them and all that. They didn't want to have to accomplish anything in their own right. You know. Yeah, I thought Fury looked okay against Makhmudov. I thought his dexterity was still there. He's still got great stamina. Like he can still go 12 rounds if he needs to. He's still quite difficult to hit. You know, he's still got good timing. Fury hasn't declined that much. And we really need to give Usyk a lot of credit for his wins over Fury because people are saying Fury's shot and he's declined so much. Like he's declined a little bit, but he's not declined a lot. You know, I don't think Fury has declined significantly since before those fights. I really don't. I think he's fluctuated in weight a lot, and he's taken some shots, and he's not as athletic as he was maybe when he fought Klitschko. But I don't think he's declined to the point where his stamina's compromised and he's weaker and all that. Like he's probably physically stronger than ever. He's just more intelligent and more experienced now, you know. So Fury's still a force to be reckoned with at heavyweight, as far as I'm concerned. Paul Golding is a Zogtard who beat up Jada Frankson while complaining about Muslim abusers. He pulled out of the Muhammad Hijab fight. Paul Golding and Hijab love abusing women. Well, they've both got that going for them, haven't they? Like they've both got some common ground there. Maybe they can meet up and talk about and talk about their like abuse of women and bond over it. Have a beer together. Why not? Capital punishment will be applied to you, and we're proud of that. That guy's got the highest pitched voice I've ever heard in my life. He sounds like the Bee Gees or something, you know. You can't tell by the way I move my that's what he sounds like, that guy. And we're proud of that. It just backfired on you, and we're proud of that. How do you feel about Inoue? I always thought he's actually the biggest star in boxing. Statistically, Bro's the biggest TV stadium crowds any boxer in all of Japan. Yeah, I think I've talked about Inoue many times. I think he's one of the greatest of this era. He's number 2 pound for pound after Usyk for me. I think Usyk's a little bit better, but I think Inoue is closer to his prime than Usyk is. I think he's phenomenal. He's one of the hardest punchers pound for pound in boxing. He's a genetic freak. Like the ability that he has to call his muscles into contraction to explode is phenomenal. His boxing skills, whereas he has flaws, they're still very good. Like he's been able to adjust in fights. Like he showed the ability to get knocked down in a fight and get up and never get hit cleanly again. He's also shown a tremendous amount of heart in fights and a great chin. Like some of the shots he took off Nonito Donaire in the first fight were brutal. They would have decked anybody in that division pretty much. He even had his orbital bone broken and he didn't quit like a bitch. He fought through it, you know. He didn't pull a Billy Joe Saunders, did he? So the dude's got balls. He's got heart. He's like a real life anime character, you know. He's like Goku or something. I think he's a great fighter. I watch One Championships. It's like MMA, Muay Thai, kickboxing fights. Don't watch Glory. That's where Rico is from. Yeah. Rico competes in Glory, don't he? I've seen several of Rico's fights. Rico's the best heavyweight kickboxer I've ever seen by far. Maybe not the best kickboxer ever, but he's the best heavyweight kickboxer ever. The men of Alzut will deal with you, and we're proud of that. Yeah, Nicky Holtzkin was a great fighter. I think he was, middleweight or something. He was a very, very good fighter for a lot of years. Great fighter. Another Dutch fighter, too. Did they talk about the non-whites there even? No, because I didn't bring up the subject to anybody over there. I was quite cautious with the way I spoke. I was trying to be like very, very nice and respectful to everybody, and they were all nice and respectful to me. What I noticed about Polish people is they're very direct. Like they don't bullshit. Like they tell you it like it is, if that makes sense. They're just genuine people, you know, and they're very, very polite. I noticed. I'd not be surprised if universal credit gets scrapped and healthcare you have to pay for. Yeah, we're not going to get the same healthcare benefits that the boomers got, are we? Nobody's going to pay for our retirement, that's for sure. And I wouldn't want them to. I would not want the younger generations, my children, and people in my country younger than me. I don't want them paying for my retirement. I want to pay for my own retirement, you know, if I can, possibly, you know. I definitely think PIP will get scrapped. I definitely think so, because it's not really sustainable, is it? Not with the way things are right now. And government will do anything to take money off people, won't they? Paul Golding didn't want to fight a man. Yeah, he wanted an easy opponent. He wanted a woman. Yeah, he could fight Clarissa Shields. Yeah, that's a fight we need. That's a fight. Paul Golding versus Clarissa Shields. Winner gets to take on Mohammed Hijab. Let's see that. And Mohammed Hijab, in the meantime, can take on I don't know, who can he take on? He can take on Tommy Robinson. That'll be some fight. Mohammed Hijab versus Tommy Robinson. That'd be a great fight. My money's on Tommy. I know Tommy's only like 5'6", but he's hard. I reckon Tommy Robinson would beat up Mohammed Hijab. I go with Tommy Robinson by knockout. Winner can fight again. Paul Golding versus Clarissa Shields. Callum Smith almost lost to a kickboxer. Oh, no way. Yeah. Yeah, he almost lost to Nicky Holzkin in Germany. He almost lost to a kickboxer. Oh, he's a bum. He's not as good as Muhammad Ali. Don't forget Ali Dawa called Jesus Allah. They pretended it never happened, yeah. And he committed shirk. Ali Dawa, Jesus is Allah, and we're proud none of that. Yeah, because he's saying that Jesus is the truth. Again, he committed shirk, didn't he? In a way, far more skilled than Crawford. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I don't know if he's more skilled than Loma. I think Loma's a bit more technically gifted, but I think he's a lot more athletic than Loma. He's more genetically gifted. Pacquiao, I think he's a bit more skilled than Pacquiao. But Pacquiao is probably more genetically gifted than him. I think Pacquiao is more genetically gifted than Loma and Inoue. Like, Pacquiao is a freak athlete. He is. Crawford lost to Madrimov. Yeah, that fight could have gone either way. Could have easily been a draw. And Madrimov has been well and truly exposed since. Like, his limitations have. Even Loma and Pac are more skilled than... But yeah, without a doubt. Like, way more skilled. That's why Crawford ducked Pacquiao for years, you know. Do you think boxing has already fallen behind MMA in terms of influence with youth? Yes, it has. Wonder what a post-boomer boxing world is. I doubt the paydays will exist. Or we used to, yeah. Well, most young people I talk to, and again, I talk to a lot of young people. I meet like Zoomers all the time when I'm out and about and that. And very rarely do they ever talk about boxing. A lot of the times they talk about MMA. And a lot of the times you hear that they train MMA. MMA's influence is growing big time. It's way bigger than boxing now. And it'll be bigger in future, I think, you know. Yeah, Klitschko versus Fury was boring. Nothing is sustainable. Yeah, nothing. Not in this day and age. Personally, I hope for a more diverse martial arts landscape. I'm liking RUF and the way they're trying to mainstream freestyle wrestling. I also want more crossovers. Fighters are too inactive. Do you know what I do really like? I really like bare knuckle. Like, bare knuckle boxing has progressed so much over the years because it used to be terrible. Like, bare knuckle boxing used to be boring garbage. You know, like in the late 1800s and all that. You know, when it was big, like, it was crap. It was boring. It was like every fight was like watching Jack Johnson. But like, see bare knuckle boxing now, it's developed into a much more palatable sport, and it's actually more entertaining than glove boxing now, in my opinion, because they're forced to actually fight, and there's actually rules in bare knuckle now. Whereas bare knuckle boxing used to be basically like a hybrid of wrestling, but it was very limited in what wrestling moves they could use. So they would just lean on each other and throw like one punch every 5 minutes or something. Too scared to break their hand, you know. That was why boxing introduced gloves, because the fights were boring. Because guys were too scared of breaking their hand to throw punches. So, but nowadays, so yeah, that was why the gloves were introduced. But nowadays, bare knuckle fights are actually incredible. Like, I watch a lot of them on YouTube. Like, and I'm not just talking about like gypsies and all that beating each other up in fields. I'm talking about like proper, like, sanctioned, registered BKB events. Like, bare knuckle boxing events are really fun now. They're really entertaining to watch, as well as some of those like street beefs. They're really entertaining to watch. Paul Golding wants a woman, and Clarissa is a man. Yeah, they deserve each other, innit? They deserve each other. They need each other. You know, maybe they could get married. Paul Golding and Clarissa Shields. You know. Yeah, Loma was robbed in all his losses. Literally all of them. I don't think Loma lost a single fight. All of them were robberies. I sent Sneeko a $20 super chat to troll him, and it sent him into a mental breakdown. I'm convinced he thinks some Muhammad Ali reincarnate. He thinks he's Muhammad Ali incarnate. He's so phony. But he can't fight, though. I don't think Sneeko's ever won a fight. Every time he's like had a punch up with someone, he's been smacked about and lost. You know? Was it true the Filipino island cried when Pacroyd got chinned? I don't know, probably. Speaking of the Super Series, Huck deserves a how good was he video. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do that at some point. A Marco Huck career review. That'll be great. might need to speak to Turkey, even though he might be fit. It wouldn't surprise me if AJ got knocked out by Prenga. I'm not saying he will again, but it wouldn't surprise me. Like AJ is very, very vulnerable, and he always has been his whole career. Probably more so than ever in his pro career now. Young people prefer MMA because you're more likely to see something actually happen, like shocking and brutal moments and knockouts, unless it's a full-on wrestling match. Current boxing is social media. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like boxing right now is very tacky, isn't it? It's very tacky and very gimmicky. But in MMA, you actually get some good matchups, or you get regularly good matchups, and you get a lot of upsets, and it's unpredictable due to the very nature of it, all the different martial arts styles gelling together to make a sport of its own. Like I really like MMA these days. I just think that, and I'm not talking about like following it, but I just like the concept of it. Different martial arts coming together and seeing who's better at implementing them, you know? Yeah, bare knuckle is the purest form of boxing. And again, when it's actually done properly, when there's rules to follow and regulations, like Marcus of Queensberry rules in bare knuckle, it's actually really great to watch. It's a blast. It honestly is. Yeah, BKFC, BKB. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I remember being 9 years old watching Alfredo Angulo on HBO. One of my favorites. Love the way he fought. He's doing bare knuckle now, knocking people clean out. Poor guy. He's gonna have CTE though. Yeah, he was a tough guy in his prime, Angulo, but he took way too many punches. And late on his career, he was quite chinny later on. But yeah, he was quite fun to watch at one point. Sneeko is a grifter. No way he believes that stuff. Yeah, he's just pimping all the idiot Muslims on the internet for views. That's all he's doing because he gets paid off it. That's all it is. Nordic, you should speak with Turkey. It might be too late considering what. Well, again, I've trashed Islam too much, haven't I? So Turkey's not going to want anything to do with me, is he? And I'm not going to sit there and pretend to praise Allah in front of him because Islam is evil and degenerate. So no. I wouldn't mind speaking. I'd speak to him like and be friends with him, but I'm not going to lie for money. Loma's such a strange case. He was already past his physical prime when he turned pro. Never decisively lost a fight. Strongest strength of scheduler in boxing history. Always undersized. Yeah. Well, I mean, he had like 300 odd amateur fights, didn't he? So, no, nearly 400 amateur fights actually. I think so. He definitely had a lot of wear and tear. So yeah, he probably was past his physical prime in terms of like speed and dexterity and stuff when he turned pro. But yeah, he's coming back now, isn't he? And I don't really see the point after that layoff. He'll be shot, you know. Do Gen Z talk bare knuckle? I think AJ versus Fury should be bare knuckle. Not really, no. Like bare knuckle, it's not that popular, but it is a very good sport and it is growing. And I think it's going to be popular in the future, you know. Last week, watching DDP beat Kamaru Usman up 5 rounds and Usman acting like the scorecards were rigged. DDP now taking care of dog fiddling Adesanya and Usman. Yeah. I didn't see any of those fights. Sorry. I wouldn't mind checking them out though. So yeah, I really do need to start following MMA more because there's all these great, funny fights and all that, and I really should be paying attention to them. You know, not have you done Super Series of Tommy Morrison and Gallotta? I did a video about Tommy Morrison. Yeah, I've not done one about Gallotta. I think Gallotta was solid and Tommy is overrated here in America. Yeah, Tommy Morrison very overrated. And by the way, I like Tommy Morrison. Ironically enough, the other day I watched a bunch of Tommy Morrison's fights. Like I watched his fights with that guy. What's that guy he fought? You know the guy who dropped him twice? Not Razor Ruddock. Some of you guys, I know Razor Ruddock dropped him. I'm not talking about him. There was Carl the Truth Williams. That was it. That was a great fight. Like go and watch Tommy Morrison versus Carl the Truth Williams. That was a great fight. I watched his fight with Ross Purity. That was a great fight. It was a draw. Could have gone either way, but it was a great fight. He got dropped twice in that fight too, but he kept getting up and he won some of the rounds. Like, I thought he won most of the rounds outside of the knockdowns. That was a great fight. I also watched the George Foreman fight again, and a couple others against Journeyman. So I like watching Tommy Morrison. Like his fights are very entertaining to watch. But I do think he was very overrated. I don't think he was a world-class fighter, personally. I think he was a great, like, fun, domestic-level fighter who managed to win a title at one point. The most fun I've had with boxing is when I went to see some local shows in Mexico, relatively high level. Everyone's willing to fight and entertain. Makes you realize how the sport got big. Yeah, I've seen a lot of great fights at the local level that weren't televised. You know, and I've seen a lot of great fights on undercards as well. Do you know one of the best cards I went to was when Josh Taylor fought Winston Campos. I was at that fight. The undercard for that fight was incredible. Some of the best sort of prospect fights I've ever seen. Some of them were great. Yeah, I could try to contact Misfits Boxing, but one look at this channel and they'd be like, "Nah, he's problematic. We can't give him a platform." You know, not only that, but I'm not popular enough. I've only got 10,000 subs. If I had like 100,000, that might be different, but I don't. You know, I don't think there's any point. I would love to do it. I don't think there's any point. I've noticed Muslims are easy to scam. You praise their religion, they will accept anything you did. With notice, yeah, they did it with Tate. Yeah, they did it with Andrew Tate. He claimed he was Muslim. Numerous Muslim apologists were releasing videos going, "Islam is true. The great influencer Andrew Tate has become a Muslim." Like, anybody with any notoriety at all becomes a Muslim. Muslims just have to tweet about it. They have to make videos about it. They have to release articles. They have to make a big deal of it. And it's like, and then adopt them into the cult, right? But see, when Christians do that, it's not even, or when people do that with Christianity, it's not a big deal, is it? When some random athlete or random influencer announces that they're now a Christian, it's not really a big deal. Christians don't act like it's like proof of the religion, because we already know our religion is true. We already know that Jesus Christ is the risen Lord and Savior. We don't need some random influencer to convince us of that and to, you know, be confirmation bias. We don't need that. It's like when Khabib won some fights in MMA, they're like, "Oh, this is the proof that Islam is true." But like when Tyson Fury and Usyk and guys like that are winning, no one used Christianity to, or no one like took that and was like, "See, this proves that Christianity is true." We don't need to do that because we know it's true. Turkey should be part of the chosen people. So you should try. Yeah, maybe. I would love to. I would absolutely love to. Tommy Morrison gets a lot of attention and praise because he had a fun highlight reel, but other than Foreman, never saw the best out of him. Galotto was good, but a big bully. Yeah, Galotto was crazy. He was off his face like that guy. He was mental. He was probably more talented than Morrison. Probably a better fighter in general. But Morrison was more entertaining, you know. I'm going with Spence, probably on points. Tim Tszyu might catch him a few times and he might have to survive a scare, but I'm going with Spence. I'm rooting for Tim, though. DDP is the real king of Africa, yep. At least in MMA, they don't have Muhammad Ali syndrome, yeah. Yeah, you know, in like, let's say MMA, not everybody's like, "Oh, he's good, but would he beat Chuck Liddell? He wouldn't beat Chuck Liddell. He isn't as good as Chuck Liddell." Like, you don't see that in MMA, do you? You know? Yeah, he might be quite good, but would he beat the great Tim Sylvia? He lost to this guy and that guy. He lost to a kickboxer. Like the amount of kickboxers that have dominated in MMA. You don't see them going, "He lost to a kickboxer." They don't have that same mindset, do they? Can you imagine Floyd doing bare knuckle boxing? These boxers, mate. Floyd would break his hands like in the first 10 seconds. Like, do you know what was funny? Do you remember when Paulie Malignaggi fought in bare knuckle, and he got his ass kicked by like a garbage MMA fighter? That guy Artem Lobov, that Russian guy who Conor McGregor was obsessed with. Like that guy beat Paulie Malignaggi in a bare knuckle fight, like bare knuckle boxing. How funny was that? That was brilliant. Loma outclassed Tiafimo in round 7 to 11 more than Shakur was at any point of their fight. It's just a shame Loma started so late. Yeah, well, in my opinion, that fight was fixed. It was predetermined. Loma clearly carried him and took it easy on him and did nothing in the first half. You know, I believe it was a predetermined result. I love DDP for battering Usman and Adesanya after calling him a fake African and a white colonizer. Yeah, I'm glad he did that too. Absolute degenerates. Yeah, Tommy had a lot of heart. Like Tommy Morrison was one of these guys. Like if he would never quit in a fight, like even if he was like you had to brutally knock him out to make him give up. Basically, yeah, the beating he took off Mercer was horrible. Brutal. Like see, what was crazy is Tommy Morrison was out on his feet, but sheer instinct kept him on his feet, and then he was like being held up by the corner. And Mercer just pounded him with right hands. Like the referee should have stepped in there. Tommy took like 3 or 4 unnecessary shots in that fight. Like he was clearly out. He clearly wasn't going to recover. The referee should have stopped in there and should have sorted that out. Should have stopped the fight because that could have given Tommy severe brain damage. In fact, it probably did. It probably did. Tommy Morrison was, funnily enough, an N-word with white skin, talented but lazy, broken home, wrecked his life by doing dope, overhyped for how he looked. More like Tyrone Morrison. Yeah, he was a degenerate outside of the ring, Tommy Morrison. Apparently, the dude was just sleeping with whores constantly and, you know, was doing methamphetamines and all that and probably coked up as well. Like, the dude, and he was constantly out drinking and partying, apparently. And by the end of his life, he was a train wreck. Like, he had like pec implants and bicep implants, and he used to wear like eyeliner to try and look younger because of how old his the drugs and his lifestyle made him look. Like he was. Let's be honest, Tommy Morrison. I like him as a fighter. He was a degenerate though outside of the ring, and yeah, he did some stupid things and messed his life up. You know, he did. They gave some guy with a dodgy trim a show with no talent, so you have a chance. They see you shadowboxing and you're on. Yeah, maybe. I hope so. I hope so. I hope it's possible because I do want to compete. You know, I mean, look, I can fight. So what? The vast majority of the people you see on white collar shows, I would knock them out in the first round. I know I would. But these guys somehow get licensed to fight. They somehow get the opportunity. I don't know what it is really, you know. And the guys on Misfits, most of them are not even athletes. Most of them don't really know what they're doing. I love watching Barrera versus Hamed. Took him to school. At least Allah knew how to spell Barrera. Well, I guess Allah knows how to spell Barrera. That was brilliant. It was funny how George Foreman kind of got triggered by that. And him and Lampley have like a big argument over it. I thought that was quite funny. I don't know why it triggered him though. But I do enjoy watching that fight. That was a crazy fight to watch. I like when Barrera like makes Hamed miss a punch and then he puts him in a full Nelson and like smashes his face against the corner. Like ordinarily I wouldn't approve of something like that, but doing that to Hamed, like in a boxing ring, I mean, but like doing that to Hamed, he deserved it. He did. Galata was scared of Tyson for sure. What would happen if he bit? Yeah. Galata quit for no reason against Tyson. Well, he got hit like once in that whole fight and quit. And tried to quit after the first round. His coach wouldn't let him. He ended up quitting after round 3. Yeah. That was another fight. Galata was dominating Michael Grant. He was beating the crap out of him, dominating him. He got hurt once and then he quit. Like, what was that all about? It's ridiculous. UFC hates Duplessis because he beats their industry plants. He has a style they can't figure out. He also mentioned Usyk will struggle against Rico. Yeah. To me, it was pretty obvious Usyk would struggle against Rico because Rico was a dangerous guy, you know. MMA fans usually respect the older fighters, but they kept it real with the levels rising. They take the piss out of boxing fans because of them being stuck in the past. Yeah. Like, MMA fans seem to have a lot more. They seem to have a lot more self-awareness to me. Like they understand the sports progress, they change over time, they sometimes get better. Like boxing fans don't seem to get that. They're stuck in the Muhammad Ali, man. He couldn't beat Muhammad Ali, man. Like that's what boxing fans are, just retarded like that. MMA fans don't really do that. They seem like just more intelligent, self-aware people in general to me, you know. I saw a YouTube short of someone slowing down the Bivol Canelo fight, showing Canelo slipping a few punches. All the comments were like, "Wow, the defense is underrated." Yeah, more like Bivol's pulling his punches and trying not to knock Canelo out, you know, because he could have knocked him out in 3 rounds if he wanted to. I remember reading a book about Morrison a year back. His life deranged into degeneracy and sadness, trying to recapture his youth, but made his situation worse. He couldn't accept the situation. Yeah. Well, a good example of that is getting pec implants. I mean, who does that? That's just a stupid thing to do. That's like Kawagi, Jorge Kawagi. He got pec implants and plastic surgery. It was ridiculous. What Morrison needed was he needed God. That's what he needed. He needed to become truly born again, and I hope he did. Tommy had AIDS. Yeah, supposedly he had AIDS. Some people dispute that though, but I don't know. I'd have no way of knowing. Morrison came across well when talking on camera, but he couldn't help himself outside the ring at all. Probably because of his family's past trauma. Heard he was really nice to his fans, though. Yeah, he was. His fans really liked him, and he did come across as very mature on camera, like in his post-fight interviews and whatnot. But supposedly, away from all that, he was just being a degenerate. I mean, the guy had kids by the age of 19. He had like 4 different wives, maybe even more. I think was he married 4 times or something? I think he was. And again, he just was. He lived a party boy lifestyle. Never really grew up, you know. Went to prison for drug possession, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And in the end of his life, like he died at like 44 years old, and he was just completely bedridden at the end of his life. Drugs and alcohol and that, I think, ruined him, you know. Yeah, that's true. Hamed left Brendan Ingle at the end and betrayed him and said a bunch of horrible things about him. That's what Ingle gets for cooking, though, isn't it? Yeah. Hamed was horrible. He was a horrible person, Hamed. He was. What fight did you take the biggest loss? For me, it was Caleb Plant crushing my parlay against a Mexican journeyman. Yeah. The same thing happened to me for that exact fight. I bet on a whole bunch of fights as an accumulator, and the last one I needed was Caleb Plant against a 25-1 underdog, and he lost. I was so pissed off when that happened. I was fuming. He cost me like 20 quid or whatever. I was pissed off, man. I was. Well, that punch damaged Galata badly. So it could have killed him. Yeah, to be fair. Well, I mean, tell that to someone like Inoue or Arthur Abraham, who have had like broken orbital bones or broken jaws and have kept fighting, you know? Those Mexicans must have been so mad when Bivol was beating the piss out of that redhead con, yeah. But again, Bivol could have easily stopped him if he'd have just snapped his punches like he normally does. Because Canelo ain't got no upper body movement. He's easy to hit to the chest, to the chin. You just snap his head back and, you know, puff up that ginger face of his. His wife denies him having AIDS, yeah. Yeah, his last wife does, Trisha. And I've listened to many of those interviews, and I will admit it's strange. Like the whole thing with Tommy Morrison, there's a lot of There's a lot of weird stuff that happened with him that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like supposedly he had AIDS, but how come nobody has come forward to say that they caught it from him? Like supposedly dude was a womanizer who slept with hundreds of women. He was married 4 times. He's had kids. He had kids by the age of 19. Some people are saying he had AIDS in the 80s. Like his mum apparently thinks that he did, but his wife is saying he didn't. He was adamant that he didn't. He had multiple blood tests done later in life, which were negative. And you know, when some people say, well, like this person here, Tommy Morrison did look like he had AIDS. Yeah, he did. But at the same time, what does someone who has AIDS look like? They look like, you know, your average crackhead, like meth addict, don't they? Right? Tommy Morrison was on methamphetamines. He was on all sorts of different drugs. He was an alcoholic. Probably got a lack of sleep. You know, he was promiscuous. You know, so he had muscular atrophy, which is, you know, and lost his teeth and things like that, which is common for drug addicts and alcoholics, which is why he had like pec implants and stuff like that and wore eyeliner to look younger. All of that can be explained from recreational drug use, right? It doesn't have to be AIDS. Like it could have been meth that caused him to be in that state. It doesn't have to be AIDS. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't have AIDS. I'm just saying I don't know if he had it. I just find it a bit weird how nobody came forward to say that they got it from him and tried to sue him for it or anything. Like generally that's what happens with athletes when if they give someone a disease, there'll be a queue of people trying to sue them and whatnot. So I just find that unusual. Some people say he was actually gay and that him being a womanizer was fake and all that. I don't know, maybe. There was also a rumor he got it from injecting steroids because he was definitely on steroids for years. I don't know, man. I just find the whole Tommy Morrison thing was strange, and again, it's the whole they built this guy up, and he wasn't that good a fighter. He was just a very very entertaining, tough guy with power, right? And the media kept calling him the Great White Hope, as if boxing fans in the 90s really gave a shit about race in regards to boxing. That wasn't really that big a thing then. It wasn't that big a deal. And even by that point, you had numerous Eastern Europeans taking over the division and whatnot. You know, but they kept calling him the Great White Hope in my opinion, a way to ridicule him and demean him and set him up for failure, essentially. You know, because they put him on a stage he wasn't ready for, and he ended up getting beaten up and knocked out by black guys and all that. But they were calling him the Great White Hope before then, and constantly comparing him to Tyson. I just feel like it seems like he was set up. You know, it seems like he was set up from the very beginning for failure, for the whole Great White Hope narrative. You know. Boxing fans glaze the past as long as it's a period when whites aren't doing well. Yeah, I've talked about this many times. They'll graze Joe Louis and Ali, but when Marciano is dominating in between, the sport was trash. Yeah, they'll praise Jack Johnson, but when Jess Willard knocked out Jack Johnson, and then Jack Dempsey knocked out Jess Willard, and then you know you had guys like around about that time, guys like Fritzy Zivic, and guys like Max Schmeling. Guys like Jim Braddock, Max Baer, and whatnot. All these guys, you know, guys like Primo Canero, all these guys that were around, they just dismiss all those guys and only highlight the points in time when the champion was a black guy, and that was the era that was the golden age. Whenever there was a white guy holding a title at any point during history, let's just disregard it entirely. That's the attitude they have, you know. Yo, how's it going? Lee Talks Boxing. God bless you, man. I don't know if Oscar is, but I've made the point about Conor Benn, you know. There's an interview of Ali talking about Marciano, how he didn't know if he would be able to beat him. Yeah, true. I've seen it. The idea that Marciano was overrated was created in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, it was. Back then, everybody knew that Marciano was the greatest heavyweight of all time by that point. Like I'm talking about the point he was fighting in the 1950s. He was better than any heavyweight they'd ever seen. And basically, you know, it was him and Jack Dempsey were seen as the ATGs actually. You know, that was what the opinion of most boxing fans was. Nobody thought that Jim Jeffries or Jim Braddock or even some people thought it about Joe Louis, but even guys like Sonny Liston and all that, when he came along, and Floyd Patterson, nobody was calling them the greatest heavyweight ever, but guys like Marciano and Jack Dempsey were considered the greatest heavyweights ever by a large percentage of the population who actually followed boxing, you know. Junta Nakatani fought on with a broken orbital bone against one of those Japanese fighters are made out of steel. Oh yeah, they seem tough. Like, as flawed as a lot of them are, Japanese fighters always seem to have tough chins, and they always seem to have a lot of heart too. You don't really see them quit very often, do you? Yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention. Like, if he did have negative tests for HIV, it could have been the medication that he was taking, which suppressed the virus, or it could have been just it was too low in his system, or it could be that he was actually clean, that he didn't have the virus. But I'm just for talking sake, I'm pointing out that him looking the way he did could easily have been caused by methamphetamines and other drugs that he was taking. That could explain his rapid aging and his health problems, his deterioration, and his muscular atrophy. That doesn't have to have been from HIV. It could have been from other things, you know. Could have been from drug use. Some people defend the fighter when they screw a trainer for some reason, similar to how Frampton is seen as a good guy, even though he left McGuigan for a narco-terrorist. Yeah, Frampton left, you know, a loyal team, a loyal manager and trainer and all that, and promoter for a literal narco-terrorist. You know, a guy who's responsible for the deaths of many people, allegedly. He did that just so he could get an extra few quid in the bank, and people act like he did the right thing. Scumbags, as far as I'm concerned. You know? And I'm glad that Barry McGuigan had the balls to call out Daniel Kinahan for what he was, you know. Mercer said he beat up Tommy Morrison like that because he was white. The promoters wanted to pay Mercer less because he was black too, according to Mercer. Do you know, it could have been that they did that to antagonize him. They might have done that to antagonize Mercer, to make Morrison's loss a lot worse, because Mercer was like above Morrison in terms of like accolades and experience at the time. So I think Morrison was set up to lose, and lose badly with that fight. Lennox was probably happy to get AIDS from Tommy. That's why he never sued. The Muslims defend Hamed even when he was in the wrong, and Johnny Nelson never disrespected Ingle. So cooking could work. Yeah, the cooking worked in that sense. It just didn't work with that little Yemenis Muslim, you know. Steroids and growth hormones damaged Morrison's body pretty bad too. Yeah, the steroids causing a lack of testosterone, which made it difficult for him to gain weight because he was struggling to stay over 220 and struggling to maintain muscle mass. That's why he got muscle implants, the pec implants. You know, that could have damaged them. Morrison wasn't even fully white. He was half Asian too. I don't know. I heard he was related to John Wayne, apparently, although I think John Wayne's family denied that. Okay, we're up to 3 hours. Who's going to bring up women? I'll do it. Feminism is a cancer. Yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone knows feminism is cancer, you know. Even feminists know that, but they don't care because they're evil. Tim Pool is half Korean. You know, that doesn't surprise me. He looks kind of a little bit Asian, doesn't he? Especially when he wears them beanie hats. He looks like an Asian dweeb, doesn't he? To me, anyway. They had white champions around the time Morrison was around, like Francisco Damiani and Francois Beaufort, although he was stripped. Yeah, exactly. But they completely ignore that. They act as if people tell me all the time blacks dominated heavyweight boxing for a decade, for a century. I'm like, when was this? Because after Jack Johnson, you had Jack Dempsey and Jess Willard and loads of other white guys holding the heavyweight title. And there's been more white heavyweight title holders throughout history than black. And again, in the past 30 years, it's been dominated by white. So the whole Great White Hope narrative was never, anything that made sense. And Tommy Morrison wasn't even a world-class fighter, so he was barely even relevant. You okay? How was it? Okay? Yeah. Good. Yeah, she just got in. Yeah, the Tommy Morrison himself even said, like, the Great White Hope narrative was nothing to do with him. It was the media that put that label on him, the same way that they did with Jerry Cooney. Like, Jerry Cooney wasn't a world-class heavyweight contender. He was just a tough guy who was quite entertaining, but he was built up by the media to lose to Larry Holmes. He was built up to be, the rise and fall of the Great White Hope kind of thing. That was always the narrative that they manufactured with him and with others. Yeah, Chagayev is the actual White Tyson. That was Chagayev's nickname at one point, the White Tyson. Even though he's nothing like Tyson stylistically, he had a similar sort of size and build, just a lot fatter and less muscular, but he was more of a technician. Ironically, he was better than Tyson technically, not nowhere near as athletic, but he was a much better technician than Tyson was. Boxing is always racial to the leftist mass media. Yeah, they make it about race. That's what they do. But again, that's all entirely manufactured. Like a lot of the fighters themselves don't care about that. I've given up debating Muslims. They're too dumb stubborn to listen. Yeah, they're stubborn and they're dishonest because they're taught to lie and deceive to trick people into their religion. Right? It explicitly states in their scripture that you can lie to people to convert them to Islam. Leftists are the real racists. Yep, they are, and they get away with it. The comment you left on my Jack Johnson video reminded me that I made it. I forgot the video even existed. Yeah. I went back to that video just because I got recommended some Jack Johnson fights, and I wanted to kind of refresh my memory on what you said in that video. And I think what did I say on it? Did I respond to a comment or something? I can't remember what I actually said. But yeah, I was like responding to people who were saying, "Oh, he hurt the white people, hated him, and they were racist, and he caused the riots." And I was like, "Give me names, and locations and convictions of any rioters and from the Jack Johnson riot. Tell me what happened. When did this happen?" Nobody could tell me anything, because that was another fake. That was more fake news from the media. The idea that whites were rioting over Jack Johnson. Like, most of Jack Johnson's fans were whites. He was the Anthony Joshua of his day. The white establishment loved him, and he was also a Freemason. People forget all about that because that's one minor detail that's never brought up. Black people always use the Great White Hope term just to belittle white athletes, acting like there's barely any good white guys in boxing and trying to find a savior. Yeah, when Vladimir Klitschko is right there, knocking out every single black guy he's fighting, he's right there. But you need the Great White Hope, of course. There are 40 lineal heavyweight champions. Almost 20 are black and 20 are white. Guess who gets most credit? Yeah, but if we were to ignore just the lineage and just look at title holders in general, like who held a world title, most of them are white. The vast majority of them, Asians and their Native American cousins just seem to be more durable than other races. A lot of their genetic tendency. A lot of white and black boxers are soft and coasting on athleticism. Yeah, that is true. But it is individual though. Like having a good chin, sometimes it just depends on the individual. Like some races just because there's a lot of Asian guys that do have glass chins as well. It's just that a lot of them we've seen lately tend to be quite tough, Lennox Lewis should have gone the whole 12 with Tommy. No, then he might have got AIDS though. Yeah, leftists are just anti-white, all of them. Even the white ones, ironically. Especially the white ones. Oh, his mum was Native American. His dad was Irish. I didn't even know that. I actually had no idea about that. They should send feminists to the Muslim kitchen with a burqa, since one said, "We should know how Muslims feel." Yeah. Islam will do some good for feminists. Feminists need some Islam in their lives to teach them how to behave properly. That would be great. Nelson wasn't as talented as Hamed, but he was the tougher of the two. Nelson had horrible losses and performances, yet carried on, eventually won a belt. Hamed quit after a loss, except for one win. Yeah, Hamed got humiliated and exposed by Barrera, and then had one more fight and quit, and ended up a fat ass that looked like Mr. Potato Head. He ended up a fat mess after that. He did. Nordic versus 78 IQ, mate. He's morbidly obese. He can't fight. I would kick his ass easily. He is about 6'5", but I'd still smoke him. Easy peasy. Talking about the thumbnail for the stream, it's insane. The fight is more hype than a Wardley, Dubois, or Usyk, Rico. Gen Z and normie tards, man. Yeah, true. Sorry, I was just checking something. But yeah, it's crazy. You'd think that fight was more hype and it's only because of social media. That's the only reason, because Ryan is big on social media, and Connor is well known because of his dad, and those Eubank fights were a big deal and whatnot. So the fight isn't big on its own merit. It's only big because of social media hype and that. Same with other divisions too. Boxing forums be like, Otke bomb, Calzaghe overrated, Klitschko boring, but then Tony, unreal, Roy Jones, the best ever. Yeah. Tony and Roy Jones, who got dominated in school multiple times. Roy, who got knocked out, I don't know how many times in his career. Undefeated guys like Sven Otke and Calzaghe, and dominant champions like Klitschko, completely disrespected and mocked. It's shocking. It is. It's ridiculous. Horrible. It doesn't make any sense. Reminds me of the Dawa team are avoiding debating people. Well, that's because they can't debate. They just need to violently subjugate. That's the only way that they can win. Yeah, Chagayev and Povetkin are low-key great wins for Vlad. I don't know if Lennox has two wins like that. Maybe Tua and Rackman. Well, I mean, Povetkin is leagues above Tua or Rackman. Like, Povetkin destroyed Rackman when they fought. He stopped him in 2 rounds. And I know people say, oh, Rackman was shot. Well, yeah, he was 39. And when Povetkin was 40, he was still fighting at world level. So, Povetkin would have beaten any version of Rackman. And Chagayev was, in my opinion, a lot better than Tua, technically. Tua was a bigger puncher, but Chagayev was a lot better. So, yeah, Chagayev and Povetkin are much better wins than Tua and Rackman. I think Lennox Lewis's best win by far is his win over Klitschko, and that was a controversial stoppage. So that was by far his best win. The amount of comments I've got that suspiciously disappeared saying, bro, Johnson would school Fury, mate. Jack Johnson got knocked down and knocked out by middleweights. Like, you notice when Jack Johnson fought Jess Willard was a farmer. Just a big, like, clunky farmer who found boxing. Just because Willard was so big, being like 6'6", Jack Johnson couldn't deal with it because he'd never fought a guy that big before, and he got smashed. He got beaten up and knocked out. Tyson Fury would knock him out in the first 20 seconds. That fight, I would be surprised if that fight lasted 30 seconds. Jack Johnson, he would try to clinch Fury and like lean on him. And throw like one uppercut every 5 minutes. But Fury would just walk him, like take a half step back and land that same uppercut he landed on Dillian White, and he would just knock Jack Johnson out instantly. Like, Jack Johnson was a bum. He had a glass chin. He only liked fighting small guys. He couldn't fight anybody his size or bigger. He was useless. Those white Eastern European guys are very durable. Yeah, a lot of them are. Usyk's got an incredible chin, to be fair. And Mariusz Wach had the best chin I've ever seen. Ironically, because most Polish fighters have glass chins, but Mariusz Wach had a great chin. Yep, all the feminists need is Jesus. If they love Jesus, they'll stop being feminists. Why doesn't Boots want to fight Virgil Ortiz? He'd rather fight Josh. Well, because Virgil Ortiz is a better fighter than Josh Kelly. I didn't see the Xander Sayers fight, but that was a obvious set up fight. Like Zayas had no chance in that fight. They set him up to lose against one of the biggest low blowers in boxing. Don't send the feminists to the Muslim kitchen. I don't want them Arab kids to starve. Yeah, don't. No, but the Muslims will make them cook because they'll beat them or they'll behead them if they don't. Wouldn't be the worst thing. Joe Choisky knocked out Johnson in 3 rounds, and he showed Johnson defense how to fight in jail. Joe gets no credit. Yeah, of course he doesn't. I mean, Jack Johnson's best victory is Jim Jeffries, who was retired for 6 years, who was a good fighter in his prime, but was garbage by today's standards in terms of technical skill and athleticism. And he gave Johnson a pretty tough fight before he got stopped after being retired and being 35 years old and shot to pieces. But people say, oh, well, Johnson was shot when he fought Jess Willard when he was 37, but Johnson was active and was still a reigning champion. So let's apply the same standard, shall we? The majority of Caucasus Slavic people aren't doing boxing; they're doing MMA because it's easier to get into and cheaper. Yeah, that's probably true. Plus, a lot of them prefer football and all that as well. Shobin had Tony in his top 10 all-time most talented. Yeah, most talented at getting beaten up, possibly, and losing, if that's a talent. Marvin Hart also beat Johnson before Johnson beat Burns for the title. Johnson spent his career losing and drawing with white fighters. Yeah, he lost to numerous white fighters. But they're like, oh, the white people were rioting because of Jack Johnson. Well, why weren't they celebrating, having street parties when Jack Johnson lost to numerous white guys? How come no one gave a shit when Jess Willard beat up Jack Johnson? Nobody cared. It wasn't even a big fight, right? There was just rich guys in suits watching it. Like no one. Again, boxing wasn't like a sport for the working class back then. It was like random rich people in suits you would see at fights. And Jack Johnson himself was a rich guy in a suit because he was a flipping Freemason. And most of his friends were white guys. He grew up around white guys. This idea that he was this grassroots black former slave or whatever that came out of the ghetto and beat up the white man and then banged their women. No, he was a Freemason who hung around with white men. He was a member of a lodge in Scotland, if I believe. The guy traveled the world, was always in suits, was always hanging around with white guys, and he was involved in human trafficking underage prostitutes. Those were the white women he supposedly banged, underage working girls, and that's why he went to prison. Jack Johnson, he's one of the biggest myths in boxing, honestly. Roy Jones might have the most comical knockouts ever. Man got legit slimed out of Mickey Mouse style. Possible for me to take him seriously as a GOAT because of that aura loss. Yeah, like did you ever see the knockout loss to Tarver? That's one of the funniest ones. Like where he's in the corner with his hands down and the punch doesn't even look that good, but it just catches him so quick and so sudden. And the way he falls is kind of funny. Like his knockouts are kind of similar to David Price's knockouts, or Amir Khan's knockouts. It's true. Me debating Muslim won't change anything. I don't have and plus they don't care anyway because Muslims don't care about the truth. They only care about their tribe, their religion winning. Yeah. Jack Johnson lost to a corn farmer. Yeah, forget losing to a kickboxer. He lost to a farmer, a guy who spent his years lifting bales of hay in a field, beat Jack Johnson. He lost to a corn farmer. I'd rather lose to a kickboxer than a corn farmer. Stanley Ketchel and Johnson had a fake fight, but Stanley didn't stick to the script and dropped John. Yeah, he did. That was a fake fight. It was fixed, but like see the way that Johnson like goes down from a punch that doesn't look like it landed, and then Johnson dives in, like literally just dives forward like a Superman style punch. I think it like connects with the arm, and then Ketchel goes down so dramatically. Again, that was one of the fakest, most hilarious fights I've ever seen. Like Stanley Ketchel, it was like a Charlie Chaplin skit, that fight. That's what it looked like to me. Like Ketchel clearly took a dive. Like, people say, "Oh, well, he had his teeth in Jack Johnson's glove." No, he didn't. Jack Johnson was wearing like 7-ounce gloves, and the glove, I don't even think the glove made contact with the chin. He like hit him with the arm. It was complete nonsense. It was a obvious fix, a complete dive, that one. I love how people claim Johnson versus Marvin Hart is a robbery, as if they've taken a time machine back to 1905. Yeah, in 1905, they've actually seen that fight. Just because it might say it on BoxRec that the Marxist newspapers might have said it was a robbery. Like, I don't know, man. Jack Johnson was a total bum, and that whole era of boxing was just the Wild West. There was no regulation. It's like being a heavyweight champion in that era didn't mean a whole lot, because the Marquess of Queensberry rules were barely even a thing. It was all centralized to like what the New York State title, and who was given a decision in a fight depending on what the media said afterwards. Like if the local newspaper claimed a guy won, he would be credited with the win. But if the other local newspaper claimed the other guy won, they'd just call it a draw. So like boxing was so nonsensical back then. It's not even worth debating over, you know. I lost respect for Josh Taylor when he claimed Dubois beat Usyk. Usyk cheated with the low block. Are you on about Carl Frampton? Yeah, he did say that. The problem with is there's a trove of feminists that have infiltrated the church. I saw Pearl Davis doing interviews with Christian women, acting if they obey their husbands, and they called the cops. Well, they should obey their husbands. Of course they should. If they don't, they're not a Christian. Yeah, I know that. He's a scumbag. Yeah, even right-wing women deep down have leftist tendencies because they're only right-wing when it suits. But when it comes to actually following scripture and being a good mother and a good husband and a good wife to their husband and obeying him and doing what's expected of her as a woman, they're not going to do it, are they? They're still fifth wave feminists. So yeah, it's a joke, really. I don't trust them at all. Most of them. Is Usyk being an undefeated Hunter, then Hook, then Bradis, then Gassiev in a row? Yes, I said so at the time. That is the best 4-fight like streak ever in boxing. That is the best resume in boxing. Like Usyk probably has got the best resume in boxing in terms of so few a number of fights, you know. Yeah, most Christians fail to go out into the world and preach the gospel, which is what we're commanded to do in scripture, you know. That's what we should be doing. Even on social media, there's lots of women calling themselves trad wives or have a Bible verse in their bio, but have promiscuous pics on their Instagram. Yeah, why are they even on Instagram if they're a trad wife? They should be at home cooking for their husband and kids and keeping the house clean in the kitchen. That's where they belong, you know. Shouldn't even be on Instagram. Instagram's for whores and degenerates. Shouldn't be on it all the time. Yeah, some Muslims do convert when they hear the truth. That's true. That's why there's the avalanche of apostasy. Sam Langford also spent a career losing and drawing with white fighters. Sugar Ray Robinson's a Freemason who lost a white fight. Yeah, Sugar Ray Robinson was also a member of a lodge. He was also a Freemason. A lot of people don't know that, but he was. Yeah, Buster versus Tyson. That was a great fight, to be fair. Buster Douglas versus Tyson. Roy versus Tarver, 2 are my favourite fights ever. But yeah, that fight I was on about, Tommy Morrison versus Carl Williams, but also Tommy Morrison versus, what do you call it? Ross Purity. That was a fantastic fight. Go and watch that. It's on YouTube. That was a great fight. Yeah, if they want us dead, what's the point debating them? Should be exterminated, they should. You got any excuses for tonight, Roy? Yeah, that was brilliant. You got an excuse for tonight, Roy? That was one of the best, that's one of the best moments in boxing history, isn't it? It's like, do you guys have any questions? Yeah, I got a question. You got an excuse for tonight, Roy? And then going ahead and knocking him out. That was fantastic. Brilliant. Like that Tarver knew how to trash talk like that. That was brilliant. Well, if we can cause their religion to collapse by exposing it, that's good. Yeah, but it won't matter because the ones that are in too deep don't care. They don't, like I said, they don't care about the truth. It's all about deception. That's literally all it is. Zora Foley, Ali was an obvious fix. Seeing Ali fans still defend that one is funny. Yeah, so was the both Sonny Liston fights. Both of them were obviously fixed. Yeah, there are no right wingers in a democracy. Society is inherently progressive, yes, which is why, as I said earlier, we need fascism. Fascism is basically just basic sanity and logic. That's basically what it is, you know? Yes, Ali was a cheat. The Bible tells women to submit to their husbands. It's a command, not a request. Most women these days are idiots who listen to women independence bullcrap. And yet, with that women independence, they still end up miserable. Because women are retards who spend all their money on shoes instead of, saving it up and giving an inheritance to their children, you know. So men have to take control of the finances. Unfortunately, most men these days are alcoholics, so they won't. Instagram is a whole platform, and Boomerbook is full of bums. Yeah, it is. I hate Facebook now. See, if you try to go on it, you can't even find what you want. Like, Facebook used to be quite good back in like 2011, but nowadays you go on it and it sucks. It's garbage. It's complete rubbish. You know. I never knew anyone who got a job because of their LinkedIn profile. Waste of time. Even if you make effort, you get nothing. Yeah. Do you know, I used to use LinkedIn to try and stalk people who I was trying to find out who they are, like, or where they're from, like, for totally innocent reasons, by the way. I used to use LinkedIn. You used to be able to use it for that. You can't do it anymore, though, because you got to make an account. You got to pay money and stuff. And nah, I'm not going to do that. but would Usyk beat Rohit Singh? 9 have tried, 9 have been KO'd, yeah. The great Rohit Singh, the greatest body puncher of all time. The GOAT Indian heavyweight. The only Indian heavyweight champion of all time. Like, Rohit Singh should be in the Hall of Fame, along with Kawagi, you know. Undefeated 100% KO records. You know, 9 have tried, 9 have failed, 9 have been KO'd. Like, Rohit Singh is like he should be like the poster child of like the dark side of boxing, shouldn't he? Like, whenever anybody talks about fixed fights or, you know, corruption, and they should just bring up Rohit Singh. He should be the first one that gets mentioned, in my opinion, because he's one of the most extreme examples. I hate hearing women who have been to university try to talk about politics. Yeah, they graduate university and then they end up working in McDonald's. That's what they do, you know. Family court is a largely unspoken issue. Women divorce husbands 70-80% of the time, falsely accuse their husband of horrible things, take their assets, alienate their kids, and bankrupt them. Well, that's one thing that needs to be illegal. So what should happen is, see, when a man marries a woman, he should make her sign a contract that states, if we divorce, or if you decide to divorce me, you get nothing. You get 0% of my income, 0% of my house, 0% of my possessions, and you can't take anything. You can't take the children either, anything. So that's basically that should be in writing, right? They should sit down with their lawyer and it should also say, I control the finances. If a woman refuses to sign it, don't marry her. Because what she's basically telling you, if she refuses to sign that contract, she's going to leave you. She's going to divorce you, and she's going to take all your money. That's what it would be logical to assume, because why would she, if she loves you and is going to stay with you forever, why wouldn't she sign a contract stating that? Because obviously she doesn't, and obviously she's not. It's obvious, you know? So don't marry a woman unless she's willing to do that. Yeah, watch them. They're great fights. Like, Tommy Morrison's fights are banging to watch. They're great. The biggest myth in boxing history is actually Charlie Burley. 100% narrative with no material evidence of him being elite or blackballed whatsoever. Boomer Chinese whispers, yeah. I mean, I did watch some footage of Charlie Burley. He was a good fighter, but I don't get this narrative that everybody ducked him and he was the greatest fighter to never win a world title. And that was all, hearsay. It's folklore, is all it is. You know, that I don't buy that at all. I think people blew it out of proportion. Nikita Hand is selling a book of her incident with McGregor. CCTV footage supposedly shows her happily walking to the bathroom with him. It's in a just society. She should go to prison for, like, yeah, she just lied. She's a liar. Like most women. Most women who claim that they were raped are liars. Most of them. It doesn't, you know. They do it to footballers and celebrities and athletes all the time. They lie about that, you know. They do it constantly. Facebook is for Indians now, yeah, Indian scammers and bot farms. Yeah. Facebook is garbage. It's rubbish. It used to be fun though. Facebook was great back in the day. Now you post some crap and your nan is liking your post. Yeah, that's what it's like. And you don't see any of the people you follow or any of the stuff you're interested in. You just get ads. You scroll down on your homepage and it's just ad. And then like something that's nothing to do with you, some other thing, then another ad. And it's that you can't really find anything, even if you look for it. You type in someone's name and they don't even come up. A bunch of bot accounts come up. You join a group and it's like, to join this group, you must follow all these rules. And then it's like pending request to join this group. And then if you do get in the group, you don't see any of the posts or like you see them, but you can't see the comments. You have to go and hunt for them. And it only shows you some of the comments. It's complete crap, man. It is. Yeah, the millennials got to experience a life before social media, and they got to experience social media later on, you know. Every Rohit Singh fight is real because fixing is a federal crime. Yeah, they could go to prison. You think the great Amal Tiger would have taken a dive? Are you crazy? Does he want to go to jail? Fixing a fight is not legal. You will go to prison. Every fight that has ever happened, ever, except Manny Pacquiao versus Joshua Clottey, is real. Okay, all of Rohit Singh's fights are real. All of Michael Gomez's fights are real. All of Deontay Wilder's fights are real. And Mallet Scott's fights. All of Jorge Kawagi's fights are real. They're all real. Even with and you're a conspiracy theorist if you say otherwise. Even with all the programming, you can sense women's feminine nature. Yeah. That's why they need to rule. They need to be ruled. They need to be led. Okay. They need to be led with by a man, a benevolent man. Joe Joyce has a fine arts degree. You're telling me Dubois lost to an artist? And Parker lost to an artist? I mean, that's crazy. Again, I'd rather lose to a kickboxer than an artist or a farmer, you know? I mean, Manny Pacquiao plays tennis, right? He plays so that means that Timothy Bradley lost to a tennis player? Roy Jones plays basketball, right? So Bernard Hopkins lost to a basketball player? Andre Durrell likes bowling, right? So I don't know, Carl Froch lost to a bowler? Oh man. In Deuteronomy 24, a woman gets nothing when a man divorces her due to some legit reason. Yeah, good. A woman shouldn't get shit from a divorce. It should be illegal. Make him sign the contract. In China, the law is that women get nothing to a divorce. They don't have the concept of alimony. Well, base China. That's good. Base China. He drew a picture of Dubois taking the knee. That's funny. That is funny, actually. Yeah, China's based then. What you described is called a prenup in America. Yeah, that's what they call it. You know, contract that you sign during marriage, yeah, or before marriage. The problem is feminism is so deep in the church. Most even pastors will tell men, if you ask her to sign a prenup, you're not really committed. Yeah, the pastor is a cuck and feminist scum. Yeah, I agree. Every single man should force a woman to sign a prenup every single time. If he doesn't, he's a cuckold. Don't marry a woman unless she's willing to sign a prenup. If she's not willing to sign it, she's going to leave you. She hates you. She's just after your money. That's all she's after. So make her sign it, or don't marry her. If she doesn't, if she loves you, she'll sign it. If she doesn't, screw her. Throw her out with the rest of the trash. Yeah, women that are actually raped are physically and mentally scarred in really obvious ways. You can tell they usually don't have the wherewithal to legally pursue the rapist. They don't do interviews or sell books, mate. Do you know if you were to? This is the thing with rape, right? This is why I shake my head when I hear women claim they've been raped a lot of the time, right? If you force your penis inside of a woman, if you guys have ever had sex, you'll know that it's when you put your penis inside of a woman, right? She has to be moist first, right? She has to be aroused. Both parties have to be aroused, otherwise you're never going to get anywhere, right? It has to go in, it has to settle in, and it has to adjust to it. You don't just shove it in. That's not how it works, right? And it takes a while to get it going, to get the right kind of friction without hurting yourself, and to ultimately both parties have to, of course, ejaculate, right, in their own way. If you were to force yourself on a woman, that would be the most neither party would enjoy that. Like if you were to actually like rape a woman, you wouldn't enjoy it, and she would. It's obviously people that do it have some sort of. It's not really about the pleasure of doing it. It's like some sort of power fetish. It's a power fantasy, right? It's a power dynamic. Just I'll blow my load in you kind of thing. But it would hurt. It would be uncomfortable, right? If it happened, if a woman actually got raped, like if she actually got forced upon and penetrated against her will, and she wasn't, if she wasn't aroused and stuff like that, that would be traumatizing. It would destroy you physically and mentally. Your life would be ruined. Your mental health would be ruined. You would be a wreck for the rest of your life. You'd never be the same again. Like when it happens to, for example, when it happens to kids, when they get sexually assaulted and shit, it destroys them. It ruins their lives because there's no way a kid could get any sort of arousal from something like that. It's a horrible situation, right? So when I see women claiming he raped me, I was raped, yet they're still promiscuous, right? And they're still living a relatively normal, functional life. To me, it just comes across as bullshit. It comes across as a lie. Like that's not how it works. I just don't believe them most of the time. I don't. I think a lot of the time they just exaggerate and they make it up for attention and sympathy. I don't think a person who it actually happened to would openly talk about it. Usually, when someone actually does get raped, if they're in that, they don't talk about it. They don't play the victim. They just kind of, again, like I say, it just traumatizes them. They're not the same. They're never the same again, right? When you see genuine cases, because it's a horrific thing to have to go through. So the ones that are out selling books and making themselves out the victim, I think a lot of them are just narcissists. I generally do. Yeah. Bernard Hopkins lost to a construction worker, Joe Smith. He lost to a construction worker, and he lost to a basketball player. Wow, terrible. Rohit Singh sounds like Xi Jinping. Yeah, well, it rhymes, doesn't it? Yeah, go look up Rohit Singh though. Go watch his fights. It's funny. They're the funniest, like totally real fights ever. Yeah, China gets rid of communism and it'll be pretty based, Just don't ever embrace democracy. Screw democracy. Islam forces women to spread their light. Yeah, it does. Why do you think like Muslim women are always so traumatized they can't even show their faces? Well, that's why. Because from the age of 9, we know what's been happening to them, don't we? Absolutely. If a woman, if she refuses to sign that contract, she's going to leave you and steal your possessions and ruin your life and accuse you of rape and abuse and whatnot. That's what they do. Because a lot of women are pathological liars and just scumbags. Mate, that doesn't even bear fit. I've never done it in the asshole, so I wouldn't know. I would like to think you wouldn't either. Just put that out of your mind right now. I feel bad for genuine R-word victims because it's because of stupid women. You get tards on the internet defending actual creep. Yeah, exactly. I feel, but for the ones it actually happens to, I feel horrible. I do. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing to have to go through, you know. But the ones who lie about it are scum of the earth, you know, which is most of them. Boxing fans are so confusing when it comes to fixing fights. Bro, it's a federal crime, but Jake Paul and Kawagi can do it. Yeah, every casual boxing fan will tell you that Jake Paul Tyson was fixed. But I thought that having a fixed fight was illegal and it would never happen because it's illegal. The sanctioning bodies would never allow it. Jorge Kawagi was WBC international champion or something, and he fought on the undercard of a Jorge Kawagi fight. Sorry, he fought on the co-main event of a Jorge Arce fight, who was big in Mexico at the time, and won a title. But you know, the WBC quote unquote legitimized that. But boxing is never fake. It's never rigged. That doesn't happen. It's illegal. Fury got dropped by Wilder, the basketball player. Yeah, he did. Anthony Joshua lost to Usyk, a CrossFitter, and so did Fury because Usyk does CrossFit, right? They lost to a CrossFitter. Deuteronomy 19:18-19 should be applied to women who lie about rape. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. You know why. Russia is 20% Muslim. At least they didn't embrace democracy. It brings forward the weak. Give weak man power, he'll abuse it. Yes, give a weak man power, he'll abuse it. Yes. Absolutely. The democracy is terrible. We need fascism. Fascism keeps our families safe. It keeps our countries free of degeneracy. It makes everything better. I love fascism. Fascism's great. It's awesome. It's basic logic, you know. A random yup and Wilder. Right, sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Wilder got knocked out by a cokehead off the couch and a Chinese Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, he got knocked out by a consumer of Chinese food. Just like losing to Big John Fisher, he might as well. AJ lost to a footballer in Usyk. Surprised he even played that. Yeah, true. If you have a feminist girlfriend, you deserve to get screwed over. Why even pay for that? Yeah. Well, I was talking earlier in the stream about how if you buy a girl a drink and you've never met, you don't know her, you've just met her the first time and you buy her a drink, you're a retard. Because she's obviously, if a woman's letting you buy her a drink you've just met, she's just trying to get a free drink. She doesn't care about you. She's not interested in you. She's trying to get a free drink off you, dumbass. Now, if you're actually dating and you're in a relationship and you're out for a meal together or whatnot, and you've been together and you're serious about each other, yeah, by all means, buy her a drink. Don't buy her a drink the second you've met her and you've never spoke to her before. You're like, can I buy you a drink? She's going to be like, yes, get in. This idiot's going to buy me a free drink. Awesome. And then I'm going to find some other idiot later on who's going to buy me one, you know? We don't need fascism. We need the Bible. Yeah, but we need fascism. I mean, we need fascism to enforce the Bible. We need to force everybody to read the Bible from birth. And parents need to go to prison if they don't do it. Teachers need to go to prison if they don't teach kids the Bible, you know? That's what we need. We can all be Christo-fascist. That'll be awesome. AJ lost to a taco-eating Mexican, yeah. Wilder got decked by a future pastor. Yeah, exactly. He did. AJ lost to the average BDA chat member. That's funny. That sounds rapey, giving women you don't know. Yeah. You just met a woman. You don't know what she's like. For all you know, she could be a total bitch. You just like the way she looks. Like, can I buy you a drink? And she's like, yes, free drink. This idiot's going to buy me a free drink. What, you think that woman's going to have any respect for you or she's going to want to date you? No. She's going to take that drink. She's going to drink it. Then you're never going to see her again. You idiot. You moron. Don't buy women drinks unless you're already dating. If a woman likes you, she'll buy you a drink. she's more likely to buy you one than you are to buy her if she actually likes you. And AJ got sparked by a crayon eating Todd. yeah, he did. Yeah. Oh, crayon eating Todd. That's brilliant. Where was I? The crayon eating Todd got beat up by a bodybuilder. Yeah. I don't know what anyone. I just find that funny. Crayon eating Todd. That's funny. He got beat up by Harvey Price. I don't know what anyone says Russia is based. Any culture of vodka drinking chads who wrestle bears is freaking awesome. You got to admit, like, Russia is, like, the optics of Russia is very good. Like, it's cold there most of the year. Everybody wears those big cool hats and those big jackets, and they talk like this. I break you. Like, everybody, like, you just have an image of everybody being like Ivan Drago, don't you? Them all being like super hard and like super cool and being able to kick ass and just showing no emotion whatsoever. That's like just there's something about Russia. It's such a, like, again, just the optics of it are so cool, you know. Women that are actually raped, they become sexually dysfunctional for life with minimal sex drive. Yeah, they do, because it forces. See, if you force the vagina open against its will, if there's no arousal, that will hurt. It will hurt both the penis and the vagina. It will hurt both, especially the vagina, because it'll break the hymen, and it'll cause like a repetitive strain injury in there, which probably never recover from. It could even damage the uterus. Right? That's what's going on there. Like if again, that's how horrific it is. Like, rape is a horrific thing. It is. It's like when you see these bitches that claim they were raped, but they're still sexually active, and again, they're still out living relatively functional lives. It's nonsense. It's just flat out lies, in my opinion. Love Dubois interviews, unironically. The same answer to every question, yeah. It's kind of like, have you ever heard Huey Fury's interviews? Every one of them, he's like, 100%, 100%, yeah, 100%. Like, he always says that, 100%, 100%. Like, that's the thing. You should ask him, if you go out for a meal with Fury, with Huey, you should ask him, how much of the bill are you willing to pay? Yeah, nobody knows how to make friends, yeah. Well, I grew up in an era when you made friends by just being around people and talking to them. That seems to be a difficult thing now, you know. AJ got sparked by a dude, Dubois, whose favorite TV show is Thomas the Tank Engine. Yeah, that's even more embarrassing. Nordic, a woman pays for your stuff. She is simping, bro. Hey, it's fine when women simp. They're supposed to simp. Men are not supposed to simp. Women are. Right? Let the women do the simping, because they are beneath us. We are as men, we are above women. We are of higher value, and we're smarter, bigger, stronger, just better, like, you know, more useful people. All right, they exist to serve us, so they should be buying us stuff and begging for our attention. That's how things used to be. Women used to, like, really do everything they can to get a man and get married, whereas men are like the, you know, testosterone fueled free spirits that need to be caught and trapped. You know, that's how it should be. We're the better ones. You know, they should be simping for us. You telling Hopkins lost to a bricklayer? He lost to a bricklayer. He lost to a construction worker. And you think he would be shit? I know. Let's be honest, that crayon eating Todd probably knocks out Lennox and Tyson. I don't know about Lennox. I think he'd knock out Tyson, potentially. I don't know. Possibly, though. Yeah. One Manuel Marquez is an accountant. So you're telling me that Pacquiao lost to an accountant? That's funny. I want to visit Russia, but Bolokniks makes it. What does that say? Bollocktics. What does that mean? Bollocktics makes it hard to be allowed to go there. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Russia. Yeah, even the way they say it's based, isn't it? Russia. Russia, Rustiviets, Spasiba, da. Instead of saying yes, they say da. Spasiba. Like everything they say just sounds odd, doesn't it? Dubois is the first boxer to fail the post-fight IQ test. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think James Toney failed that many times. I got milk, baby. I sounded like Elvis when I said that there. I sounded more like Elvis than James Toney. I got milk, baby. Hey, mama. And now I sound like Johnny Bravo, trying to sound like Elvis. Hey, mama. You guys remember Johnny Bravo? I used to watch that. Hey, Dubois, what did you have for breakfast? Chaos. yeah, I'm good. I'm still going, Daz. How did your thing go, by the way? Your ultrasound? Let us know, man. Hope it went well. Guess that's right, Nordic. Islam's got the right. Women should do stuff for us. We built everything. Yeah, we built everything, right? Women should serve us. They should simp for us. They should do everything we say. They should kiss our feet, right? They should see when the floor's dirty, right? Because a woman didn't clean it because she's a useless bitch, right? Who should be cleaning the floor. But when the floor's dirty and she hasn't cleaned it, she should get on the floor and be a foot. She should be a mattress for us to walk on, so we don't get our feet dirty. When you're on your couch, a woman should get on her, and if you don't have a footstool, she should get on her hands and knees and be a human footstool for you to rest your feet on. If you don't have like cup holders, she should just stand there with her hands out, so you can let her hold your cup. And then when the cup gets empty, you say refill that bitch, and then she should go and do it. That's how. That's a role that women should have in society. They shouldn't have any rights whatsoever. They should just be subservient to us, right? And they'd probably be happier because again, women are too stupid to know the difference. They just go along with the status quo. Whatever is the status quo, they just accept it. So just make that the status quo, and they'll accept it. Will there be a much better place? Again, it's like Tyson Fury said, they belong in the kitchen or on their back. Okay? That's all they have going for them. And if they're old and saggy, well, just put them in a home and they pretend they don't exist, because they're old and saggy. They ain't got no worth, I suppose they could still be cleaners and, childminders and whatnot at that age. There's another thing that happens where they retroactively withdraw it. Yeah, mate. Screw that. Like, mate, I've seen body cam footage, right? Of not body cam footage, sorry, interview footage of guys who have been convicted for that. So a guy's inside a woman, literally like in the process of blowing his load, and then a woman decides, I don't want to do this anymore, and like while she's in the middle of him. And again, a lot of it has to do with being caught cheating, or she hoped nobody would find out, but her family finds out. And then the guy gets arrested and goes to prison because she accused him of rape, even though she let him in. That's complete bollocks. That should never happen. That was what happened to Mike Tyson. Like Mike Tyson banged that whore, and then she accused him of forcing himself upon her, which he obviously didn't do. Like that situation was bollocks. And she'd done it before. She had previous for doing the same thing to other guys. Or she did it to one other guy at least. It means politics, comrade. Oh, is that what that means? I didn't even know what that meant. How did I not know that? I think the withdrew consent is mostly bullshit unless an injury happens. And they can rematch. Yeah. Gonna cause chaos in the ring. Cause chaos in the What'd you have for breakfast? Chaos. Russia is one of the few countries in the world that has riled away from the woke bollocks. Being ex-communist has probably helped. Yeah, 70 years of communism did a lot of damage, but getting away from it has really helped for sure. Yeah, James Toney likes Burger King. I don't blame him. I like Burger King. I know. Burger King's pretty banging. I made a community post after a Burger King recently. It was a nice burger. I got like extra patties on the burger and everything, and extra bacon and that. Wilder was so terrified of being the great black hope against Povetkin that he paid off the WBC. Yeah. Wilder is the great black hope though, because he ended up getting sparked by Fury. Wilder is literally the great black hope. He is. So is AJ. I'm going, well, but the baby has 6 fingers on each hand. I shouldn't have done that weekend in Burley. Sorry to hear that. Hey, he might have a nice strong grip then. He might be good at doing deadlifts. It'd be better if he had an extra toe though, like Danny Garcia, to give him a better left hook. That'd be better. Seeing AJ get spanked by Dubois is hilarious. Yeah, it was quite funny. Dustin Nichols, TBE. I'm surprised they didn't call Dustin Nichols the Great White Hope. That's something the American boxing media would have done, Dustin Nichols. And Dustin Nichols knocked down Wilder. So Wilder got knocked down by a few Great White Hopes, didn't he? A bit crazy that Dubois has already been down 10 times, yeah. Yeah, mostly he takes knees, though. Like, when he gets hurt, he takes a knee. And sometimes it's from fear. Sometimes it's a tactical move, like against Wardley. It actually worked, because he got Wardley to punch himself out. Then he stopped him. Fall asleep, woman. Woke up to woman talk to you saying, clean the floor, men stand on their mouths, yeah. Yeah, if a woman doesn't clean the floor, you use her as instead of a pair of slippers. Just walk over her. Say, lie on that floor while I walk over you, bitch. And that's what you get for not cleaning the floor, isn't it? Blimey, I've heard of consent apps where both parties agree to it and sign it on the screen. Who said romance was dead? Mate, I'm not even joking. Like, I was talking about earlier, like, earlier on when I was saying if you're going to marry a woman, make her sign a contract. That should apply to sex as well. If you're about to have sex with a woman, make her sign a contract saying this is consensual and you can't accuse me of forcing you. And then again, if she refuses to sign it, obviously she's gonna get you locked up, isn't she? That she's planning to accuse you of rape and then send you to prison, obviously. Otherwise, why wouldn't she sign it? What's she got to hide? What's she got to lose by signing it? Yeah, they should actually do that. I think that should happen. Actually, it should. I agree. Consent apps are a good thing. It should be in writing. You should get it in writing. I have a feeling Pringles is going to KO Joshua. Again, it's 20-1 odds on Pringle to KO Joshua, so you could stick a fiver on it. You'll get good winnings if he does it. And it wouldn't completely shock me if it happened, because AJ is chinny and Pringles can punch for all his faults, Hatman famously said on a stream, Mike Tyson got done for raping Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington. Yeah. Because it was Denise Washington or whatever her name was. Yeah, what the imam says, withdraw consent ain't a thing. Oh, of course they would say that. Slava Rusi, communism sucks. Yeah, screw China just needs to get rid of it and it'll be fine. Oh yeah, I like Chicago pizza. Like a Chicago style pizza is nice. It is. Yeah, AJ fought Povetkin, the Great White Hope. Nordic, I'm convinced that there are women in the world whose ambition for someone is for someone to get convicted of raping or sexually assaulting them. Not actually happening, but a guilty. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Because then they can go around telling everybody, look, I'm so desirable. I got raped. Like, they love that. They love the fantasy of it. They love being the victim in people's minds, Oh, yeah, his tactics were awful. Again, I talked about it earlier, like the triple uppercut. What was he thinking? AJ is not Roy Jones. He can't fight like that, What's the extinct Wilder fight? Is it Sconias? That's the one that there's no footage of. Same with the first Kovalev Darnell Boone fight. Both of those fights disappeared. I can't find them anywhere. Do you know another fight I can't find anywhere is what do you call him? Michael Katsidis versus Graham Earl 2, the rematch. I can't find that fight anywhere. And I've heard rumors that the fight didn't actually happen. It was actually just put on the record. And because, like, there's news articles about it, but there's no eyewitness reports of the fight. There's not a single photograph of it, no footage of it, nowhere. Like, it's such a strange fight, that one. I'll sign with my Corey if she signs with her plum. Why do feminists even have boyfriends? Yeah, why do they? Why don't feminists just hang themselves? Why are they even alive? There's no reason for them. Worst thing about deadlifts, barbell rows, or whatever is your hands are sweaty and the bar rolls out of your grip. Yeah, and it causes calluses. I don't know if you guys will see this. Look on my hand. See the calluses on my hands. The skin's like ripping off. That's from. I'll see if I can get the light on my phone because the lighting here is not very good. See it? See, there's actual dead skin hanging off my fingers. That's from deadlifts because I don't use straps, but I'm planning on using straps soon because my deadlift's up to 130 for sets and that, like that for sets of 5, but it kills my hands. My hands are sore for days after. Oh yeah, see my eye as well. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. See what happened to my eye? Yeah. A workplace injury, we'll call it. Yeah, you that were here earlier know about what happened there. So it's a workplace injury. Where was I? Funnily enough, the most man-hating ones always have boyfriends as a rule. Yeah, but he's usually a simp, innit? They want a man to later depict as a monster, to claim to be the victim of. Again, having been abused is like the ultimate power fantasy for feminists. Having been abused or been like raped and that, they just love the sound of it. Can't wait for Wok to roll back the years and could you imagine that if Marius Wack won that fight, mate? Marius Wack punches in slow motion. His punches are probably slower than Kawagi's now. Well, maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't go that far, but they're very slow, you know. AJ's never been knocked out with one punch. Well, he was against Dubois. He was knocked out with one punch against Dubois, was he not? I think he was anyway. Dustin, the Hitler and Hurricane Nichols is white America's greatest and whitest hope. Next week, he is fighting for the KFC and BWC belts next week. Brilliant. Yeah, Hatman's breakdown that he had after Vlad versus Povetkin was so funny. It was. That was one of the funniest like mental breakdowns you'll ever see. It was. Yeah, he did. He had a tantrum over it. South Korea should annex North Korea. North Korea won't be able to fix themselves even without communism. Plus, they're under the same people. So they should just unite under the South Korean banner. Yeah, just call it one country. Just call it Korea. Why not, eh? I don't see why not. Desiree Washington, that was her. Let's be honest, Tyson probably did or someone in his lifetime almost admits as much. Yeah. It wasn't. He didn't do it to her though. She was a hoe who was looking for it, you know. And then, because she did it to another guy before, like her high school boyfriend, she lied and ruined his life, his career, everything. I don't know, a guy literally paying for the feminist driving lessons, even housing her. Well, again, he's a simp. He'd have to be a simp to do that. Darnell Boone, low-key, underappreciated, was constantly fed to the wolves, knocked down Ward, KO'd Stevenson, knocked down Kovalev, yeah. Allegedly knocked down Kovalev. I've not seen that fight. I've seen the Ward fight, and I've seen the Stevenson fight. Or at least I've seen the knockout in the Stevenson fight. I've not seen the full fight. I've seen the knockout. Yeah. Really big puncher. Not a very good fighter, Boone, but really big puncher, and quite tough too. It was an accumulation. Usually AJ gets knocked out by AJ's recovery has declined since Vlad. Yeah. Yeah, his recovery rate has declined since that fight because he did take a bit of a beating in that fight. And against Ruiz, he got hurt and he was never unhurt after that, wasn't he? North Korea is the only country in East Asia with an above replacement birth rate and where the average IQ has increased over the past 40 years. They've already won. Yeah, and why is that? Fascism. That's why. That's why, you know. AJ was down 4 or 5 times versus Dubois. Yeah, but the final, the end bit was a knockout though. Like he was down like from one punch at the end, you know. I know what you're saying though. I get it. He did go down and up, you know. You know we have venerated inventors, world champs at sport, writers, explorers, etc. Now the ultimate high is being a victim of some sort of ism or phobia. It's a sign of the end times, yeah. Yeah, people that want to be victims are just scum, if you ask me. Low IQ, weak scum. Yeah, he was a degenerate, but it wasn't because of that stupid whore Washington woman, you know. Hatman is still asking people to subscribe to his Patreon for philosophical takes like he's Socrates, yeah. Should I just go ahead and make a Patreon? Should I? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I've got a lot of you know, videos I could put on there, but nah, I don't believe in charging for content. I don't believe in it. All information should be free. Mate, what we're expected to happen to me, even had the text the day after. Had a great time, let's do it again. Hard not to get bitter and angry about it. Speaking of manufactured frauds, you'll remember Keith once upon a hairline Thurman. Keith once every 2 years Thurman, I would say. Yeah, do you know Thurman? Like, his nickname is One Time because early in his career he was seen as a knockout artist. Right, he only needs to hit you one time to knock you out. But when he started fighting like world class competition, he stopped knocking people out all of a sudden, didn't he? Like, I find that very interesting. Like, it goes to show you how like a reputation can build before you start challenging yourself with opposition, you know? It was very quickly cleared, by the way, once the text surfaced. A horrible experience. Yeah. That would be horrible, man. I don't even know what to say about it. It'll be a scary situation. It would, you know. It's yeah, I don't you got off lightly though. It's a good thing you had the texts, isn't it? It's a good thing you have them, like, because it's evidence that clears your name, isn't it? Thank God Usyk appears to be a good Christian family man, setting a good example, unlike Mike Tyson and other former champions. Yeah, a lot of former champions were degenerates, you know. A lot of them were. Also, I've got into a habit when I get a Chicago pizza, especially if it's a pepperoni, made with cheese crusts, to put crushed up tangy cheese Doritos on it. Proper goy slop. Yeah, that's like peak goy slop. Peak goy slop. You think Fury will walk the distance? I think he'll probably stop him in the mid to late rounds, probably. But I don't think he'll knock him out. I think it'll be a referee stoppage or something. But I think he'll carry him for a few rounds before he does it, just to get the rounds in for AJ, you know. He's recovered since Vlad AJ. Said AJ, or AJ since Vlad the hardest puncher. I remember you gave AJ praise. Now people hate him because he's corny and racist comments. Yeah, true. No, Nordic, don't be a hat man. Yeah. Yeah, I gave AJ credit when he deserved it. And I criticize him when he doesn't deserve it, you know. The fact that boxers get such soft treatment robs them from us their best versions. AJ is actually good when against adversity. He could have been much better if he wasn't protected. If AJ wasn't like fast tracked and given like set up fights and then hyped up to stardom before he'd even done anything, he could have been a very good heavyweight and a long time champion. But he wasn't given that opportunity to properly develop. He was thrown in to fights he wasn't ready for after being artificially hyped. That's the point with AJ, I think, you know. The Zoo versus Spence fight reminds me of that recent Thunder or Thurman fight. I think Spence gets taken out. Do you know, Spence could get taken out, but I think if he still has a chin, if he's still durable, I see him wearing down Zoo and winning on points. But I definitely give Zoo a puncher's chance at a knockout. I do. Yeah, I can't wait for Ryan to give Haney another beating. Then 78 IQ will go and cry in a corner. Hopefully he does. Hopefully Ryan just goes out there and knocks out Haney. Have you got bouncer footage that's better than Hatman's? Oh, yes. Did I? Were you guys here earlier? Were you guys here earlier when I said I had 2 fights this weekend? Oh yes, I've got footage. Yes, but I'm sorry I can't upload it. I can't because like I said, I'm in deep shit over one of them. So no, I mean it wasn't my fault. It was self defense, but like see when you work the kind of job I work, you're held to a certain standard. You know, you have to be very careful not to go too far. Even if someone yeah, one day I will. One day I will when everything's blown over and there's no like legalities and I've got nothing to worry about. One day I will. It's not going to happen anytime soon though. Again, I could do it. I could milk it for views, but look, I've got a lot of things, a lot of footage that I could put it all online. I could milk it for views. I could really big myself up, but to be perfectly honest, IRL is more important to me than my reputation on the internet. I don't really care about that, so I'm not going to do it. But anytime soon, but we will, we will. What I will say is though, again, when you do the kind of thing I do, it's like when you do the kind of thing I do, you're held to a certain standard. You're supposed to be professional, and you're not supposed to lose it. And even if you're having a really bad time, you got to control yourself and not do stupid things. And sometimes certain people push you too far, if that makes sense. And some things happen one after the other. So yeah, I'll talk about it some other time. Like the first one wasn't that big a deal. Like how I actually got the black eye, that was over in seconds. Like that was nothing major about that. It was more the second one which got me the trouble. You know, communists are traitors. They always take over a country. Yeah, they take over a country from within, like the Soviet Union did to America. You know, that's what they do. We can't all achieve things, but I suppose anybody can become a victim. Oh yes, absolutely. It's another example of how democratizing things ultimately brings the mean right down. Yeah, it's like forced. What would you call it? Forced equality. You know, if everyone's super, no one will be. You know, that's what it's like. You know, it's making everybody the same and lowering the standard of excellence kind of thing. Whereas it should be competitive. We should be competing to be the best versions of the people we can be. Who goes to African Chicago pizza? You should be having Warsaw pizza, traitor. Oh, pizza. I had a pizza in Poland when I was there. I went to a Pizza Hut there in you guys ever heard of the Magnolia Mall in Wrocław? Yeah, that was where we went. We were staying in a place called Pilsici. It's near the Tarzinski Stadium, and we had a pizza. It was a really nice pizza. And there's a lot. Pizza's really big in Poland, particularly in Wrocław. They love pizza. There's pizza places all over the place there. You know. Yes, women who accuse men of rape are breaking two of the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Yes, exactly. They're very sinful by doing that, and they're doing it out of vanity, which is another sin, basically. You know, it's like self idolatry. You know, Usyk is the living embodiment of why you should take care of yourself. Never out of shape, no partying, no drinking. At 39, still near prime. Absolutely, he trains hard. He keeps himself fit, keeps himself strong. He's humble, gives praise to God. Like Usyk is a great role model. I'm not saying he's perfect, but he's about as great a role model as you can possibly get for an athlete. But he's white, so people don't care about that, do they? But yeah, he's a true role model in my opinion. One of the best I've ever seen. You know. Yeah, yeah. The stoppage against Vlad. Vlad was against the ropes, you know, making AJ miss and parrying, and he got stopped because because he was in Britain, and that's just what happens in Britain. You cover up and play defense, and your opponent flurries you. The fight's going to get stopped. You know, that's what happens. Usyk has insane mileage too. 2 Olympic medals also. Yeah, he does. He had hundreds of amateur fights. And as a pro, it's been pretty much all world-class opponents since his 9th pro fight, you know? That's what it is. If AJ had been allowed to learn his craft on undercards and had the odd off TV fight, he would have done him a lot of good. He was basically a world champion learning on the job. Yeah. If AJ had the kind of upbringing that, say, Lennox Lewis had in boxing, where he worked his way through the ranks on small hall shows, fighting tough journeymen, you know, learning his craft over a few years, then got a title shot, instead of just like having a bunch of dive walkover opponents, then getting an easy title shot against Charles Martin, and then all of a sudden being thrown in with Klitschko, who was old, and having all this pressure on him. If that hadn't happened, he would have been a much better fighter. He would have developed so much better. Like I say the same about Josh Taylor. Like Josh Taylor got fast tracked more than any British fighter ever. Like he was fighting at world level by the time he'd only had about 10 fights, and then he achieved everything in boxing. You know, undisputed lineal champion. He didn't really feel the need to develop. He didn't really feel the need to learn his craft and work on things and build up his experience because he'd already got there. So he basically just went backwards. You know, he just went backwards. You know, and completely and utterly lost everything. Like he just lost all his ability because he never learned. He was thrown into elite level, like pound for pound level, without having the experience to really maintain it or properly develop it, you know. So that's an even more extreme example of kind of what happened to Anthony Joshua, you know. Yeah, it's always your fault. Never, absolutely. Look, I can be 100% professional most of the time and do my job properly, keep people safe, be nice to everybody. But when I work like back-to-back shifts in a weekend and get assaulted multiple times for no reason, just flat out assaulted, and have that happen more than once in the space of like 24 hours, and I lose it a little bit, if I kind of lose my temper a little bit after giving somebody many warnings, and making it very, very clear what's about to happen, I make one mistake and they come down very hard on you, you know. That's all I'll say. They come down very hard on you when you make a mistake, basically, you know. Yeah, I've heard about that with Haney. He had some losses early on that apparently were wiped from the record. That doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me one bit. Have you ever tried to show your boxing knowledge to others and failed? I told people Froch would lose to Abraham. Yes, the exact same fight. I said Abraham was going to knock out Froch. And me and my friends watched it and they laughed at me when that didn't happen. That was particularly embarrassing, you know. So that's a great example there. Nordic work security for Dustin Nichols. The standards are very high. No room for bad public behavior. Yeah, Dustin Nichols looks like your average like retired security guy, doesn't he? Like you could imagine him working in a museum or something, or like a subway or something like that. You know. Hosea 4:14 says that God will not punish women who commit adultery if the men themselves are degenerate. Yes, and the reason for that is men are supposed to lead. Women are too stupid to know any better. The husband is supposed to lead the wife. The men are supposed to be a good example and a guiding figure. They're supposed to lead. Well, yeah, one shot KO power. I threw one punch this week. You know, one punch is enough usually to screw everything up. You know, that's generally what happens. Usually one punch is all it takes. Usually, even not even at full power. Usually one, and the situation is over. You know, Merv makes sense because the women still get to go on with little pushback. It adds up. Yeah. Can I ask a generic question? Have you ever had cause to think you might have made enemies or appeared on a list somewhere? Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, you can't say the things I say openly without making enemies. It's to be expected, you know. It's to be expected. You have any one of those munchie boxes? But yes, I have before. Yeah, pizza in Greece, nuggets. So they're quite, yeah, munchie boxes are beautiful. Like they're proper greasy and they're proper goy slop, but they're beautiful. They're very tasty. They're the perfect like hangover food, and they taste even better the following morning if you don't finish them. When the chips are all hard and soggy and all, oh, they're nice. They usually come with like a sauce in a tub and a little bit of salad too, and some doner meat and things like that, and some chicken pakora. They're so nice then. It is. Scotland is getting so much worse. And see, right now, Glasgow in particular. Aberdeen's pretty bad too, but Glasgow's probably worse. Like Glasgow right now is a cesspit. Most people won't even go there anymore. It's like, see the city centre in Glasgow. It's worse than it was a year ago. A year ago, it wasn't even like half as bad as it is now. It's just declined so bad lately, you know. Women who make my blood boil are these men who pretend to be feminists. Oh, mate, male feminists are scum of the earth. The absolute scum of the earth. My missus hates them too. Like, see, male feminists, she can't stand them. She thinks they're like faggots and stuff. Like, that's what she says, you know. I can only presume because they because they will get something in return. Yeah, they're like, they are the creepy men. It's like they say, oh, the nice guy is actually creepy because he has an alternative motive and things like that. Ulterior motive. Oh, that's what a meminist is. Men should get oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a meminist. They should get everything. Women are put on this earth to serve us and amuse us, you know. They should be second-class citizens. Not even that, you know. They should be property. Nordic got graped on the nips, but I did. I've got the video footage of it as well. I have. I got graped. I got sexually assaulted by a woman. I've been sexually assaulted by numerous women, actually. Numerous. It happens a lot, actually. But I'm supposed to just deal with it. But I'm not supposed to whack somebody who swings for me multiple times, you know. I'm not supposed to do that, apparently. It's excessive. I mean, I get it kind of is. We're held to a different standard, but you know what I mean. Josh Taylor's decline was shocking. Multiple losses in a row. Went from being respected and praised to being joked and shamed. Same with Hatton. Khan was a committed athlete. Yeah, that's true. At least for the most part, Khan was. But I think Hatton and Taylor were both more talented fighters than Khan, a lot better. But Khan was more committed. Like he worked a lot harder, trained a lot more diligently, you know. Hopefully, it's a situation where provocation will make a valid defense and you'll be all right. Get a slap on the wrist and told never again. Yeah, pretty much. Hopefully it doesn't blow out of proportion because I really don't want to like lose my job and shit. I really don't. But sometimes shit just happens. Sometimes you just lose control and think, you know, the situation and fatigue and injury and stuff like that like causes you to get angry and not follow procedure and shit. It happens, you know. Again, it was a crazy weekend. Like, but yeah, that's what happens, you know. Sometimes it happens. It happens to the best of us. I've got quite a good reputation with my like all my different employers and the people I work with and all that. So it shouldn't be too bad, you know. As long as I behave myself, basically, you know. Reminds me of me telling my secondary school mates Povetkin was going to be too good for AJ. That went well, yeah. Well, I mean, I do think Povetkin in his prime would have beaten AJ, to be fair. I do think so. But he was 39 when they fought. He was past his prime at that point. And he was still winning before the knockout, I think, you know. There's some YouTube documentaries on Gypsy Crusader I'd recommend watching. He was a badass kickboxer before he got jumped by Antifa, was sent to prison and became a Nazi. Fascinating story. Yeah, so being jumped by Antifa made him come to his senses. He came to his senses. That's great. And became one of us. I love it. Based. Awesome. If you fight frequently and against good competition, you'll have multiple losses. In MMA, they don't have this mental illness. Every MMA ATG has losses, some even double digits. Yeah, they do, because they actually fight people on their level. It's like in MMA, you don't see this, fight 30 bums, then get a title shot. No, they fight guys who are their peers, you know, guys who are fellow prospects and contenders. Whoever's the best comes out on top eventually. even after a few losses, because you learn from them. You know, you're supposed to learn from them. That's how it is. Lee, well, at least Povetkin had some success. Yeah, he did. He had a lot of success in the fight. He did. He, he smashed AJ's nose and like outboxed him quite a bit, but he was just too old to get the job done, really, you know, and past his prime. I ask because I know for a fact that I have pretty sure I think the SA thing was a setup. I found they've been trying to diagnose me as a nutter recently. You might be in the same boat. I could be. I mean, I've definitely got enemies. Like, I've made enemies not only on my job but other aspects of IRL life. I've obviously made enemies on here. Like, it's probably, it happens. Like, it's a dangerous position to be in, you know. Got to say also, Nordic, from seeing your gym videos and seeing you shadow box afterwards, you're very sharp, fast, look powerful. Boxing looks good despite you being in bad shape before. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Obviously, it took me a while. Like, when I was like 17 stone, I couldn't throw a proper punch because there was too much body fat in the way, and I couldn't even use a high guard or anything because of my big belly. And it's like that kind of thing. It does permanent damage to the body. Like, for example, yesterday I was on my feet for like nearly 12 hours, and my foot is actually still in pain today. But even though it's in pain, I still went to the gym. I went to the gym, and that's what I was talking about earlier, overcoming the pain barrier. That's what you need to do to get in shape, and you need to do it to get strong. You have to be able to endure pain to be strong. And it's like today I did a personal record on the squats. And a lot of it is, I didn't film it, but I did it, right? A lot of it is your mentality. Like, I feel like in like 2023, my mentality switched from being a lazy bum to being someone who wants to turn my life around and accomplish something. So it's like, I'm just working hard all the time, you know, and I'll never stop working, like till the day I die or become a cripple or whatever. And even then I'll keep working. It's one of them. You've got to keep training. You've got to keep trying hard. And I want to encourage everybody else to do the same. And I love hearing that, you know, when other people do something similar, you know, it's like later in life and they still want to keep fit and strong. I love hearing that, you know. I love it. I appreciate that. Male feminists need a noose or a pile of stone. Yeah. yeah, they do. Just give them one of those septum piercings that were inspired by bull rings that the feminists wear, but give it to a guy and put a chain around it and just tie him up somewhere and leave him, you know. That's what them idiots need. Male feminists are only after reciprocative sex. It was the same thing with hippies. And yeah, true. That's true. But most often than not, it puts women off because they actually prefer like base chads and all that. yeah. You should have grabbed her watermelons and claimed you're a Mohammedan. Yeah, I might have got away with it if I did that. Do you know, I actually heard about a security guy recently. It was a Pakistani guy who was working security. Apparently, he was working a gig, and he grabbed the artist's arse, and he got sacked for it and arrested. I heard about that. I don't know if it's true or not. Somebody told, another security guy told me, and I've not looked into it, but I heard it. Apparently, that happened at a gig recently. Yeah, hopefully. Mate, compared to a lot of doormen I've met, you're positively chill. I used to see regular punch-ups with doormen outside a couple of clubs. They look like steroid heads. Oh, a lot of doormen do take steroids. I've actually heard of there's one particular club I've worked at a couple of times, and I've heard that apparently a couple of years back, one of the guys was selling them steroids, and a couple of them had like they chimped out basically, and there was roid rage, and like one of them like threw a guy down the stairs and got sacked for it and all that. Like I've heard that happened in that club a while back. Because I know a lot of doormen do get into trouble. Like I've heard about guys that have lost their badge again for self defense and all that. It happens, you know. Does your girl ever get worried when you're on the job? You always seem to end up in a yeah, she does. She worries a lot. She wanted me to quit at one point, but I'm not gonna do it, you know. I'm too hard for that. The film sounds like American History X, but the other way round. I've never seen American History X. Oh, you're on about the Odyssey. Yeah, that piece of crap. I've seen some funny memes about it though, like some AI videos of like Ellen Page in a suit and all that. Just with people laughing at him. They're laughing at her. That was funny. how cooked people be reverse. At some point, you have to say no to money or fame. Yeah. Eventually, you have to stand on your principles. Nordic might be one of those people who will not be body beautiful, but can go for rounds and miles. Yeah, true. I can spar for 12 rounds. I've done it before. I talked about it before in December 2024. I sparred 12 rounds in Nottingham. One of the guys I sparred was a pro, so it's like I can do it. I can also run 5 miles quite easily. Again, I can squat 122.5k for 3 sets of 5. I did that this morning. So it's like there's a lot of things I can do which your average quote unquote fit guy can't do. Can your average fit guy, I'm about what, 85 to 89 kilograms or something like that at the moment. Can your average fit guy squat more than 30k over his body weight for 3 sets of 5? I don't think your average quote unquote fit guy can do that, but I can do it. So I must be doing something right. Yeah, Juan Urango was a decent contender. Maybe I'll look into his career and do a video. Maybe. GSP fought the GOAT of his division, Matt Hughes, in his 7th fight. Yeah, he did. And it's like, but MMA was such a niche sport back then. And it was quite in its infancy, so it was quite underdeveloped. The rules weren't what they are now, and it was different. I'd say it was more interesting back then, actually. I think my gym has a guy in a wheelchair that's jacked and does pull-ups. See, even if you're crippled, you can still train. Like I remember I seen a video a while back. It was this guy, he had one arm and he was doing bench presses. He basically just used a resistance band for the other arm instead, and he was like actually benching a lot of weight. There's nothing stopping you. There's guys with no legs that climb up mountains and things like that. Like there's nothing stopping you from achieving your goals, or at least trying to, even if you've got some deficiencies. It happens. You just have to, like I said, you have to be able to endure pain and get over that barrier to be able to do it. It's not always going to be easy, but it can still happen. Yeah, that's what I heard anyway. Apparently, he was a security guard, a Pakistani. Apparently, he grabbed an artist by the ass twice and got arrested for it. I don't know the full situation. That's just what I heard. Basically, it was a security guy told me it. What's your max bicep curling? Well, today I did some bicep. Like the last thing I did on my workout today before I went to this little spa pool after. The last like actual training I did after I did my bench press was I did because I started with squats. So this is what I did. This was the workout I did. I was going to use the punch bag, but I couldn't because the punching bags were out of order because the area was in the gym was being refurbished, so they're being moved. So I did squat instead, right? And I did 3 sets of 5 at 122.5k, which was a personal record. I then did some 3 sets of 5 at 72.5 on the overhead press. That still hasn't progressed. I've done that before. And then I went and I did like 7 chin-ups because I was like knackered by that point. And then I went and did some bench press. I did some reps at like 90k and all that. And I did like 1 rep at 100k. And then I decided to do, I grabbed a 38k dumbbell and did, the thing I do where I put it down. And I just call them dumbbell pulls. I don't know what they're called, but I did 3 sets of 10 at that. I don't know what my max bicep curl is because I don't do that very often. Like I used to do it with like 20Ks a while back, but it's been a long time since I've actually done like I think a couple of weeks back I did bicep curls at 32K for like sets of 10 or something. So yeah, I can do more than that though. I don't do it very often, bicep curls, because I tend to get enough bicep work from chin-ups and stuff, but I can do them. Citizen Vigilante movie's been planted, I suspect. While you announce really loud, this is banned, and then basically asking people to watch it. Yeah, if it was really banned, you wouldn't be able to watch it, and you wouldn't hear about it. It wouldn't be all over Amazon Prime and all over Twitter and all that. Like, people telling me they watched it on Twitter for free. Obviously, it's not banned then, is it? If you can watch it. Hamza Shiraz is decent. He's okay. Like, he's got good power. He's tall. He's quite tough. Technically, very limited. Like, his defense is not the best. He gets caught clean with big shots from short guys and all that. I think he lost that Adames fight. He's had some good wins at like domestic level, like that win over Belanga and whatnot. But I don't think he's world class. I think he's a good boxer, but not world class, I would say. But he's a work in progress, isn't he? Josh Taylor's fast tracking was different to AJ's. Josh was actually fighting domestic title guys 8 and 9 fights in, then world level after that. AJ had the easiest run they could find. Yeah, that's true. Look, Josh Taylor's fast tracking was successful in the sense that it got him to become undisputed lineal champion, right? It got him the highest level of boxing. With AJ, they tried to do something similar, but he was world champion. It was a big draw, but he never became like the champion. He was never undisputed or lineal, was he? And he lost a bunch of times at that level. But Josh Taylor, the difference is he had real fights on the way up. He fought guys at domestic level who were a threat to him. Guys like Dave Ryan and O'Hara Davis, they were tough guys. Some people thought he was going to lose those fights. All right, again, fighting guys like Miguel Vasquez and Victor Postu, former world champions who were still in their prime. So with Josh Taylor, he had a really hard upbringing in his pro career and could have easily lost. He just managed to avoid, letting it happen because he was just that, he was that talented. But his talent could only take him so far. When he got to elite level, he didn't have that, 20, 30 fights of development to fall back on, did he? He basically had to learn very, very quickly, and he didn't sustain it. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Sorry about that. Also got a bottle of water. Where was I? Arm wrestlers love to do heavy curls. Yeah. Curls are great for arm wrestling because with arm wrestling, you don't really engage. You engage the shoulder a bit, but you don't engage like the chest and the back and things like that much. So you need very, very strong, and also the tricep doesn't do a whole lot either. So you need very strong biceps and forearms for that, So it makes sense. Back in the day, that degenerate anthem, Relax, got banned. Oh, yeah, that. So it got to the top of the pops. Yeah, I remember that. Don't do it when you want to come. I hate that song. That song's annoying. They play that in pubs sometimes, and it annoys me. One of them songs I really don't like. When was the 38k hammer type swinging curls you did? One dumbbell at a time. You're not doing two in each hand simultaneously. No, just one at a time. And the reason why is I've talked about this before. I've got a bicep injury to my left hand, to my left arm. Yeah, I talked about that in a previous stream. I probably could do it, but it would be very, very sore while during and after. But yeah, I do the other one with my left though. So when I do the I call them bicep pulls, where I just put them down and I lean on a bench and I pull them up. I call that bicep pulls. I do that with both hands. But when I was doing those swinging curls, I was only doing that with my right. I could do it with my left; it would just be sore. But I could do it if I wanted to, you know. If you could relive any year of boxing, for me it would be 2009, the welterweight glory days. Mayweather, Pacquiao, Cotto, Margarito, Mosley, Berto, Judicotta. For me, it would be 2011 because my least favorite fighters ever lost that year. David Haye, Carl Froch, Amir Khan, and Chisora and whatnot. They all lost that year, and I was so happy about that. So yeah, probably 2011. Plus, like, that was just a great year in general. There was like so many like Eastern European champions and all that, and they were all kicking ass. And yeah, it was great. I loved 2011. That was a great year. That's a core memory for me. Have you thrown a woman out? Yes. How do you grab them? Mate, it's a pain in the arse. See when you're throwing a woman out of a bar or a club, that's why it sometimes helps to have a female bouncer, because you can just get her to grab them and then you can only jump in if you need to. But like, women, when they barely wear anything, it's a pain in the arse because where are you supposed to grab? Sometimes what I do is I just put my arm behind their back and push them, because usually they're not strong enough to deal with it. I can just shove them out. If it's a guy who's wearing a t-shirt or whatever, I can grab him by his triceps, so you can grab the t-shirt at the tricep, but also grab the skin. They call that the horse grip, right? So you get a hold of somebody and they're flailing about. And if they start flailing about, put them in a full Nelson. A full Nelson's very difficult to get away from. And then if they start kicking you, put your leg in front of their leg and just fall on them and put them on the ground. That's what you can. And then that means, oh, well, you don't want to leave. You're going down. So there you are. With a woman, you can't really do that. You got to be more careful. It's a pain in the arse. You can get them out just with great difficulty, I don't understand why Xander Zayas didn't use his gigantic watermelon lips to smother Ennis to a KO. Yeah, he could have, eh? Greetings to Nordic and everyone. If you're dumbbell curling 30 kilograms, that's very impressive. Yeah, cheers. To be fair though, like the other guy said, it's not. I don't do that as like a strict, like just arm curl. I kind of swing it up, so I have it from my hips, and I swing my arm up to my chin. So just to show you, it's kind of like I kind of do that. And I actually think it's better that way. And you know why? Because it's an explosive movement pattern where you're engaging your hamstrings and your shoulder and everything in the movement. So you're not just sitting going like that, pumping the biceps. You're actually, it's an overload movement for the whole body, basically. I think it's a more beneficial workout when you do it like that. That's what a lot of old strongmen used to do. They used to do that. Josh Taylor's 35, but look, he looks very old. Like, if you've seen Josh Taylor now, he looks like an old junkie in that. That's what he looks like. It's horrible. Sad, really. 30 plus dumbbells and 60 kg barbell, a strong carrier indeed, yeah. My heaviest ever, like, overhead press for one rep is 77.5 kg. That's my heaviest overhead press for one rep. I'm trying to think what my heaviest squat for one rep was. I think my heaviest squat for one rep was 70. No, sorry, what am I saying? 127.5. I think that was my heaviest squat for one rep. But obviously, I can do 122 for 3 sets of 5 now, as of today. Nordic is the ultimate raid boss. That's why he has enemies. Yes, absolutely. Josh Taylor versus Tank Davis, prime for prime. Taylor knocks him out, probably in 5 rounds. He would do the same thing to Tank Davis that he did to Dave Ryan. I think he'd just get inside, start ripping him to the body, start whacking him about, and then he'd end up stopping him, I think, early. Or he could just step back and pummel him with the jab, because Taylor used to have a great jab earlier in his prime. Yeah, curls are good for like developing the bicep and the forearms. They are. I think a bench press is good for punching power as well, because you're engaging the triceps a lot more, and you're engaging the chest and the shoulder in the movement, and you're leveraging the ground so you can get more weight on it, basically. Yeah, Hughie Fury looks even older. He does. I saw my colleague and acquaintance Pete North wrote a heavy polemic about Hope Not Hate today. What do you know about them? Ghastly organization. Yeah, that's a con organization. Hope Not Hate. They're con artists. They are horrible. And a lot of like artists donate to them and everything, even though they're just so that their leaders can live in mansions and shit while they pretend they're fighting the patriarchy and just scumbags, mate. The biceps are among the most useful muscles in terms of daily life and even for fighting. So are the forearms. Yeah. Well, the triceps I think are more useful for punching than the biceps though, and the shoulders are more useful than probably all of them, and the chest too. Like, because again, those are the biggest muscles that are used in most, if not all, movement patterns. You know. But I'd say that the lift I specialize in is the squat, because I feel like the squat is the most beneficial lift for everything, because every human movement pattern that is like absolutely essential to life involves a squat. When you go to take a dump, what do? You squat. When you sit down and stand back up, you squat. When you need to pick something up, you deadlift kind of, but you also squat, right? When you need to lift something overhead, you might need to squat to get in position to do that. The squat is so important. So that's the lift that I specialize on mostly. You know, I think that's the most important one. But I think the rest of them are important too, you know. Yeah, remember to flush, of course. Yeah, you can easily tear your bicep. Again, I've done it. My bicep is I've talked about that before. Yeah, strong biceps and forearms are important. But like I've injured my left bicep before under here. That's where the pain is, and I've had that for over 10 years. That injury, I don't think it'll ever go away. You know, just one of them things. Oh, Amir Khan was like a big mouth twat, and Frotch was just a scumbag and, you know, degenerate. And David Haye was just annoying. I couldn't stand him, you know. When David Haye and Chisora fought each other, did you want them both to? Yeah, I did. I was like hoping for a double KO. Pair of dickheads, you know. I thought you liked Haye. No, I liked Haye as a fighter. As a fighter, I really enjoyed watching Haye. I didn't like him as a person. I thought he was an asshole. But he was a very good fighter, and I enjoyed watching him fight. I just didn't like his personality. I thought the guy was a prick. I didn't dislike him as much as Frotch or Khan, though, personally. Most satisfying win to you, Fury versus Wilder 2 in 2020 was a masterpiece. Yeah, that was good. Maidana Broner too. Maidana Broner was, mate, that was like an orgasm. That was amazing. That was like Christmas come early that year. It was, wasn't it? I loved it when Vitali beat up Chisora. See, going into that fight, Chisora with the spitting and, you know, and the slapping, like that pissed me off. It triggered me. And as well as people kept saying that the Hellenius fight was a robbery, even when it wasn't. Hellenius clearly won that fight. And I had this thing. I really couldn't stand Chisora. So when Vitali like beat his ass and made him spit blood, that was great. That was cathartic to watch. It was. Imagine Nordic dropping a woman test it on your missus. Yeah, I'll use her as sparring. I actually took my missus on the pads not that long ago, and was teaching her how to punch. That was quite fun. She usually doesn't let me do it, but that time she did, and yeah, she wasn't bad. Nordic is built like an Albanian, stocky, short arms to facilitate heavy lift. Yeah, true. I am like jacked. Like I am big naturally. I mean, I don't mean I'm not ripped or anything. I don't look like super muscular, but I'm just big. I'm just a big, wide, like jacked guy, you know. and it makes lifting a little bit easier, you know, or I'm able to recover from it more because of my build, you know. I think that's a good thing about, you know, having been fat before. I've heard like power lifters talk about this. Like, see if you're fat and you start losing weight, but you start training with weights, you'll find that your body recovers a little bit better because your body is comfortable developing new tissue. Whereas if you're a skinny guy, you have to eat a lot to recover and sleep even more because your body doesn't have enough tissue, or it doesn't have enough proclivity to develop new tissue as what it has if you've been fat. So that's actually one of the few benefits of having been fat before. You know, there aren't many, but that's one of them. Overhead press is difficult, like you say. It takes too much to do. I've maxed out on 40k. Yeah, I remember I couldn't even lift 40k before, like years ago. It's difficult, but the thing with the overhead press, it just takes consistency. Like when I used to work in that care home, what I used to do was I would go to work, then on my lunch break, I would go to the gym because the gym was right next to it, and I would do 3 sets of 5 overhead press, whatever I could manage. And then I'd go back to work, and then I'd go back to the gym after and do it again. So I was pressing multiple times a day, and eventually I was able to build up my traps and my shoulders to the point where and I was able to practice the technique more because you learn how to engage your hips and your hamstrings in the movement to jerk the weight up and push it upwards. It takes a lot. Like, out of all the lifts, I say the overhead press is the one that's most sensitive to technique and most dependent on technique. If you practice it a lot, it can go up, but it goes up slower than the other lifts. But the good thing about it is, because you can't lift as much weight with it, it doesn't take long to recover from. Like, you can recover from overhead press a lot quicker than you can bench press, for example, or squat, you know, or deadlift, which takes probably the longest to recover from, just because you can lift most with a deadlift and because of what it does to your grip, you know. Yeah, I find myself doing that as well. Like the other day when I was watching all those Tommy Morrison fights, like, I find a fighter who I enjoy watching, and I'll sometimes just binge watch their careers or whatever fights I get recommended. Like the fighter that I've probably binge watched most over the years is Butterbean. Surprisingly, it probably is. You know, a buddy of mine here in West Virginia, Kevin Grove, was a solid amateur. Sparred with Tank Davis, knocked Tank around the ring. It's on Ellie Setback. Oh, really? Keegan Grove. I'll need to look him up. So he sparred with Tank Davis. Cool. I'll look it up. Do you overhead tricep movements, skull crushers for the No, I don't do that. I mean, I've done them before, things like that, but I've never like done them as part of my program. You know, I kind of stick to the main compound lifts as well as a few assistance lifts. You know, because I feel like those are the ones that are the most incrementally loadable. Skull crushers are good though; like, they do help to focus on the triceps and build them. You know, they are good. I might try this with dumbbells for a while. Get back gradually to the barbell. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the good thing about the barbell is it's incrementally loadable, so you can keep adding weight over time. You can't always do that with the dumbbell, but dumbbells are obviously more accessible to most people. They're easier to carry about, and that. How many exercises do you do? So I do what I do mainly. I do the squat, deadlift, bench press, overhead press, chin ups. I occasionally do power cleans, though I'm terrible at them. I don't have the explosivity for them. Very rarely do I go on a treadmill. Sometimes I do, like if I just want a bit extra cardio. I also do some hill sprints here and there for cardio, and I hit the punching bag. That's basically all my workouts right there. And when I'm faffing about, I'll do things with dumbbells occasionally when I feel like it. You know, I've decided to construct my perfect fighter, and it's Matthew Barney's head on Christian Prenga's body. Punch this guy and you'll smash your own hands. Yes, absolutely. The ultimate tough guy. The ultimate chin, like, damage reflect. Strict military press is a bit harder than overhead press. Yes, it is. Yeah, military press is more deltoid driven. Yeah, the military press is just using the arms and the shoulders. If you're not like engaging your legs and your hips in the movement, it's much harder. But I would also argue that you're using less muscle mass. So it's probably better to use everything in the movement, because that's what you would do naturally if you're lifting something up, above head, which that's part of the normal human movement pattern, At least I think it is. Eugene Broner is a kick streamer. No, I didn't see that. I had no idea about that. That's funny. He's constantly on my FYP. That's funny. I always thought Hay was basically a fighter and business model that Audley was trying to be and couldn't. Yes, absolutely. Audley picked his opponents neatly and was a great PR machine for himself. Yeah. Hay picked his opponents neatly. It was a great PR machine for himself. Except when he ran into Carl Thompson. That was the one blip. But he learned from that, didn't he? He learned not to be that more dangerous. She has more power than Fury. Yeah. Imagine. Yeah, he's streaming, running around with a giant pot belly, engaging in drunk degenerate behavior. Hay was a very good fighter. He was flawed, but he was explosive. He was powerful. He was accurate. He was quite intelligent in how he approached fights, planning for them and whatnot, like getting the right sparring partners and the right tactics and whatnot. He fought guys who were bigger than him and completely destroyed them. Like Hay was a very good fighter. He was. Don Charles, the scummiest trainer in boxing. The way he taught Dubois to headbutt low blow. Stuff would point that out to Chisora too. Yeah, Don Charles is a scumbag. I'd love to lay Don Charles out. That guy's a complete degenerate. Broner has 10 kids, apparently. Yeah, he can't earn any from any of them. He's an embarrassment chunky, yeah. Yeah, complete scumbag. Yeah. Don Charles is a weird dickhead who should be gone into obscurity where he belongs. I have modern boxing fatigue, yeah. Don't we all, eh? Don't we all? Yeah, I watch a lot of the same fighters. Fighters I know are going to be entertaining, I don't see why not. Overhead press while sitting on the ground with back straight, legs stretched, flat on the ground might also be a good one for you to try. I heard some good things about it. So basically, sitting. Oh yeah, so basically a sitting down incline press. Yeah, those are good. But I think the reason I'd rather, I mean, I would do that. Don't get me wrong, but the reason I'd rather do a proper like standing overhead press is because it's more you're working on your balance at the same time, which is part of the workout. That's part of the reason barbell training is so good. You're practicing your balance among other things, which I think is very good. It's always good to have balance. I currently found your gaming channel. We both share the same fascination with 7, 5, 10 PS2 games. Boxing parallel. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Great minds think alike. Is what it is, Great minds think alike. Catch you later. God bless you. Yeah, see you later, man. It was great to have you here. Stay based. God bless you. Oh, yeah, Trump loves MMA. He even had a bloody MMA card in the White House, didn't he? That was great. I hate the speed bag. It's a waste of... Do you know, I like using the speed bag just for fun. I don't think it's particularly beneficial. Like, I don't think you really get much from a speed bag. I know they talk about, like, dexterity and things like that. Well, I can't even say the word. Dexterity and hand-eye coordination and stuff. I like doing it. It's fun. I don't think you get much from it. I'd rather just hit a punching bag. It's only one of them things you do for fun. As like a wee challenge, but hitting a punching bag and getting a proper conditioning workout, I think is better. Yeah, how's it going, CPB? Good to see you here. I felt that Kelly Pavlik, Jermaine Taylor is an underrated classic. Yes, absolutely. Doesn't get mentioned as much as other great fights of the modern era. It's about a lot of fans knowing it took place. That was a good fight. It was brilliant fight. The second fight was pretty good too, but the first fight was a banger. I've seen it before. It was really fun. And Pavlik showed a lot of heart in that fight to come back and get the knockout, Reverse, I think it can also cause shoulder injuries. Khan and Pacquiao love the speed bag, have a lot of injuries, yeah. Well, I mean, when you train, to be fair though, like when you train as much as Khan and Pacquiao do, you're going to get injuries. But yeah, it could be part of it. You never know. Overhead press with leg drive will probably increase your strict press faster as well with the lockout. Yeah, of course it would. Of course it would. No doubt about it. Who do you think would win a headbutt challenge, Josh Warrington and Dubois? Well, Warrington would have to headbutt Dubois' nuts. You know, he would have to headbutt his nuts, or you get him a step ladder. So probably Dubois. Although Dubois wouldn't even be able to reach Warrington with his head because it's too low down, you know. So maybe Warrington. 10 kids equals black excellence. Yeah, Adrian Broner is black excellence. He is, you know, the LDBC's favorite fighter. Oh yeah, Kelly Pavlik was really, really good. He was massive for a middleweight. He was pretty stupid for fighting Hopkins. You know, putting on 20 pounds of fat and fighting Hopkins at light heavyweight. That was stupid. I don't know what he was thinking. He was never the same since. If he'd have fought Abraham, that would have been a great fight because they were the two best middleweights at that point. You know, in my opinion. Seeing Rico in with Usyk puts into perspective how mediocre heavyweight athletes are. Rico's a specialist, but shot worn. Yeah, he moved a lot better than probably anyone Usyk's fought at heavyweight since Fury, but that's to be expected because a lot of kickboxers have great balance and great movement. You know, I fought in the same Golden Gloves tournament as Boots Ennis. Oh, really? I must say, I've always thought he was a threat. I know he's hyped, but the win over his eyes was impressive. Good instincts, good hand speed. Yeah, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter for no doubt. No doubt about that. He has a lot of talent. Okies Nordic, give Speedball a blast for a week and pick a game for me to give a shot. Pick a game for you to give a shot. You should try Spyro. If you've never played it, play Spyro the Dragon. Yeah, he did. He knocked all them out. Where was I? I'm losing my place here. Seems like we all been watching old school boxing more recently. I think you did something to us Nordic by posting that Rocky vid. Yeah, I think that when I posted that clip where I was talking about Rocky Marciano, like Rocky Marciano's fights are fascinating from an educational point of view. I learned so much from watching them. Like I probably learned more about like the inside subtleties than what do you call it? From watching Marciano's fights than I do about any other fighter. Certainly any other like pressure fighter in boxing. Did you hear about the time Daniel Dubois was caught staring at a carton of orange juice? It said concentrate. That's a good one. Another good fight I watched last week was Enzo Macronelli versus Mark Hobson 1. I don't think I've seen that fight. And I know he had that fight against Bruce, what's his name? Bruce Scott. That was a great fight. Macronelli. He had some bangers early in his career, actually. You know, some back and forth wars. Yeah, Rico's got a good guard, good move. Like, Rico is a better boxer than people give him credit for. You know, he's really good, in my opinion. Really underrated. Yeah, a guy 6'5", 260, moving like Rico, that's freak athleticism. Freak athleticism, you know. Yeah, Enzo won the WBU title, didn't he? Before he won the WBO. So was that the guy he won for the title against, or did he defend it? Yeah, I don't know what rigged fights Hamed had, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had some. In the rematch, Enzo belted Hobson on the eardrum and did him in a round. That's horrible, isn't it? I've seen that before where a fighter gets a perforated eardrum and they just quit. Like it happens from time to time, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this one up anyway. We've been going 5 hours and 20 minutes. Man, yeah, I'm gonna wrap this one up. But I'll answer this one question. So the best decade in boxing before the 80s, probably the 50s, I would say. Rocky Marciano era, I'd say that. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this one up. Thanks for watching, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Stay vigilant and yeah, stay tuned for the next one. See you later.